Good morning, everyone. My name is Kale Kostick, and I'm the Acting Director of the Office of Sustainability here at the University of Manitoba. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today during our 4th Sustainability Day event. This event is usually called Sustainability Night because it is held every year in the evening at the university. But this year, we are so excited to be offering this event virtually. To begin the day, we have a short recorded welcome message from Marcus Chambers, City Councillor of St. Norbert, Seine River. He will also be giving the land acknowledgement.
Hello, my name is Marcus Chambers. I'm the City Councillor for the St. Norbert, Seine River Ward. And I want to thank you for inviting me to bring greetings for the University of Manitoba's 2021 Virtual Sustainability Day. I wish to start by acknowledging that Winnipeg is located on Treaty 1 territory, the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Inouye, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dene, and Dakota peoples, is the birthplace of the Métis Nation and heart of the Métis Nation homeland. I'm both honored and humbled to provide greetings at this event. The selection of 17 key sustainable goals is a responsible and measured approach to tackling some of the most challenging issues facing mankind. Proper planning of objectives and the mapping of a pathway allows researchers and policy developers to do their due diligence and work towards sustainable solutions that benefit us all. As we reflect on the year 2020, we must recognize that it was one of the most challenging in recent history, in fact, of this century. But through it all, we have adjusted and adapted and are more resilient and capable of facing what is before us. Over the course of Virtual Sustainable Day, please take the time to participate in as many of the presentations that are taking place and hear how the University of Manitoba is taking action to create a blueprint that will help us all achieve a healthier and sustainable future. On behalf of His Worship, Mayor Brian Bowman, and my colleagues on City Council, thank you for your leadership, partnership, and dedication to the City of Winnipeg. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. And now for a brief overview of the day. Sustainability Day is a day of students, employees, alumni, and community members sharing their ideas, experiences, and passion for sustainability. Following this event, it is your task to take the presenters' passions and ideas and turn them into action to give our campus, city, and planet a more sustainable future. The theme of Sustainability Day 2021 is Take Action for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, often referred to as the SDGs. The day features 16 presentations shared by staff, students, faculty, and community members who are taking action for sustainability. Presentations will be as short as 5 minutes and some as long as 45, but don't worry, during every presentation, you will be able to ask questions in the question box at the bottom of your screen. After the presentation, your questions will be answered by the presenter to the best of their ability. Housekeeping notes will be shared at the beginning of every presentation, so you will have all the tools you need for a seamless experience. The day will also consist of 2 exercise or coffee breaks and a lunch break. We will be posting recommended short exercises hosted by Recreation Services in the chat for you to try if you wish. Following the presentations, our 2021 Sustainability Awards will be presented. This award nomination happens annually to recognize and celebrate the collaborative efforts of students, staff, and faculty to advance our campus commitment to excellence and leadership in sustainability. It is believed that the award winners' efforts on campus demonstrate leadership, advocacy, and a measurable and lasting impact on environmental, economic, and social well-being. Be sure to tune in at 7:15 p.m. On behalf of the University of Manitoba, I would like to thank the Honorable Sarah Guillermard, Mr. Terry Duguid, and Mr. Marcus Chambers for sharing their thoughts on sustainability and Sustainability Day. I would also like to thank our presenters and all of you for attending today. This day is a day of sharing and celebration of our community's accomplishments and connections. Connections that help us learn from our peers and network with others within the sustainability community. Today is also a day of forward-thinking action as our presenters share ideas about the future of sustainability. As awareness and concern increases globally for climate and the environment, so does the importance of gathering together, discussing issues, brainstorming solutions, and strategizing plans. You may be wondering, what are the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? In 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals were created. This is a list of 17 goals aimed to address people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. They are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing, in global partnership. They recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. For every goal, there is a hub around the world, and the University of Manitoba is the hub for goal number 6, clean water and sanitation. This has allowed us to further highlight and advance the research we are doing here on campus, and also provide us the opportunity to network with other SDG hubs around the world. The UM is the only Canadian institution on this list. The UM is also the hub for one of 198 SDG youth groups around the world, which aim to engage students in higher education in the global effort to address people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. Please join me in watching this short video that shares a little bit more about the SDGs.
I was refugee in Pakistan, I was refugee in Iran, I was refugee in Dubai, and now I'm a refugee in France.
Les gens, quand tu es handicapé, ils n'essaient même pas de voir ce que tu es capable de faire, mais ils te jugent à travers ton handicap.
Haberme venido no fue una buena idea.
यहाँ की लड़कियां कुछ नहीं कर सकती।
लाइट रहित, उजियार रहित, हमरो बाल बचाव उजियार रहे.
Agama me fumiram bem e só na me bem muskel na me khorta.
Porque se todo mundo tivesse alimento em casa, ela podia raciocinar. Então, poderia ser pobre, mas teria inteligência na cabeça para poder sair dali.
Parce que na mukil mutu azwa na mission na onzamba tindelai. Ngape na za mukil po na mission na ngai me nzambe ndayebi.
I've left my husband to be with a woman, and for me that's a huge step in my country as an African woman to do that. I do have a strong voice and I'm strong as a woman speaking for myself.
Nous devons dire au monde que nous existons, que vous êtes là. Et je suis sûr qu'aucune misère, aucune pauvreté extrême n'est pas une fatalité. On peut la combattre.
toerana nisy atsony zany fa mba lasa ambonimbony kokoa zany izy dia tamiko moa ny reniny dia famihina teo zany any Telmiana.
I hope that was informative and you learned a little bit more about the Sustainable Development Goals. And now, to really start the day, I would like to invite Dr. Michael Benaroche to provide us with his welcome remarks. Dr. Benaroche is the University of Manitoba's 12th President and Vice Chancellor and has been in this role since July of 2020. His career includes, but is not limited to, serving as Provost and Vice President Academic at Ryerson University from 2017 to 2020, acting as the institution's Chief Academic and Operating Officer, as well as a tenured professor in the Department of Economics. He co-chaired Ryerson's Truth and Reconciliation Implementation Committee and is an active advocate for the advancement of Indigenous engagement and reconciliation. Before his work at Ryerson, he led the Asper School of Business as Dean from 2011 to 2017. Please welcome Dr. Benaroche.
Thank you so much, Kale, and welcome everybody today. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to welcome you to Sustainability Day 2021. This year's theme, as Kale had said, is Take Action for the UN Sustainable Development Goals, a set of goals identified by the UN to achieve a healthier and more sustainable future for all of us, addressing global challenges, including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. During this time of COVID and the pandemic, many of these have come to the forefront of the challenges we face as society in dealing with a pandemic. At the University of Manitoba, I believe we have exceptional leadership addressing some of these challenges and the challenges that face the world today. But we're always trying to do more and trying to find ways in which to improve upon the actions that we take. As a post-secondary institution, the university has an important and active role to play, not just in educating students, but in continuing ways in which to improve social justice and for an institution to become more sustainable. I think for the University of Manitoba, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and our neighbors I know are involved, and I'm encouraged by their participation in the sustainability planning and initiatives at our institution. Today, you'll hear about the U of M Climate Action Plan created as a first step within the U of M sustainability strategy. It addresses U of M climate impacts with goals to reach reductions of 50% of emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. And we're working to make this plan available very soon. You know, as I look at the University of Manitoba and our infrastructure, it's an aging infrastructure. A lot of it was built between 1950 and 1970 when there were different goals involved in how we built our buildings. And so as part of this plan, we have to become really aggressive in upgrading and retrofitting our own buildings, but also when thinking about new buildings or thinking about ways in which we have to expand as a university, sustainability has to be at the forefront of our consideration. And I know that our sustainability office is promoting ways in which faculty, staff, and students can help reduce our carbon footprint, save energy, and reduce waste. Every year, the office highlights the efforts of our community in contributing to the betterment of campus through a sustainability awards. And I'm proud that the U of M has a dedicated team of sustainability leaders doing such work. I'd particularly like to thank the Office of Sustainability for finding a way to ensure that this annual event was able to proceed even in these unusual times. And I'm sure by 7:30 tonight, when the event is ending, you'll all be quite tired of being on Zoom all day. However, as I looked at the agenda, it certainly is worthy of everybody's participation and attention. I'm also heartened by the fact that all levels of government are bringing messages and participating in this event. If we're to reach the 17 sustainable goals of the United Nations, it's going to take an effort of everybody involved, from the federal government, provincial government, municipal governments, and all of the citizens of Canada in order to see this go forward. And so I'm encouraged by the engagement of all levels of government. Congratulations to everybody who's worked to reimagine this event in this virtual setting. Thank you to everyone who's participating, to the panelists, and to the speakers for supporting this event, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benaroche. We would now like to take this moment to take a short coffee break before we begin our first presentation at 9:15. We will see you shortly.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first session. My name's Juanita. I am the manager with the Office of Sustainability, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Just a few housekeeping items before we get started. If you have any questions for the presenter, you can type these into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered during the Q&A portion of our time together. If you experience technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or the Q&A box. There's an IST staff member standing by to assist you. If you require any of the materials presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we can get those to you. And now I will introduce our first speaker. Our first presentation of Sustainability Day 2021 comes from Laura Wiebe, Sustainability Specialist with the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation. Laura has a Master's of Environmental Studies in Geography from the University of Waterloo, where she engaged with issues related to international development through the lens of pro-poor tourism. Laura will be discussing responsible coffee consumption and production and the Fairtrade coffee designation. Welcome, Laura.
Hi, good morning, and thank you so much for inviting me to the University of Manitoba Sustainability Day. It's really an honor to be here and absolutely an honor to be the first presentation for the day. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to share my screen here. I'm just going to ask if you can see my screen. Hopefully you can all see this here. Perfect. All right. So as was mentioned, my name is Laura. I'm the Sustainability Specialist for the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation. We operate the Fairtrade Manitoba program, which brings together Manitobans who have an interest in fair trade and bringing fair trade products to Manitoba and educating about fair trade. The Manitoba Council for International Cooperation educates about fair trade, about the Sustainable Development Goals, and is a fair trade workplace. So I'm going to start the morning by asking a question and to see how many people are like me and to find out whether or not you're a daily coffee drinker. So I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, to get out your phones or open a new web browser and go to slido.com. and see how many people are daily coffee drinkers. So you have a couple people who have signed in so far, and so far our responses are all yes. We have a couple of no's now. So I'll just give you a minute to answer this question to see whether or not you're a coffee drinker. So about half the people on the call have responded so far. So just wait another minute or two. And maybe now is a good time just to announce that some good news for those of you who are coffee drinkers, which looks to be about 63% of you so far. We do have a door prize for today's session, which is a package of Fairtrade coffee, and that draw will be made by someone at the University of Manitoba Sustainability Office, and that prize will be delivered to you tomorrow. So a nice surprise for listening to the presentation this morning. Okay, so I think I'm going to go ahead and move on, and it looks like definitely more than half of the people on the call are daily coffee drinkers. So it's nice to see that. So in terms of the history of coffee and where does coffee come from? Well, coffee is actually a berry. So the fruit that you see on the screen there, they're called coffee cherries. And coffee, the drink, was actually discovered by a goat herder in Ethiopia around 800 AD. And this is the legend. The legend is that this goat herder noticed that after eating coffee cherries, their goats were extra playful, so extra jumpy and all kinds of stuff like that. So this person, his name is Caldi, took the coffee cherries to a local clergy, and the local clergyman made himself a drink from the coffee cherries and found that he stayed awake for evening prayer. And so that's the legend of how coffee was discovered. And coffee cultivation began on the Arabian Peninsula around the 15th century in the 1400s in Persia, Egypt, Syria, and Turkey. Coffee reached Europe by the 17th century, but not everybody was really accepting of it. People were skeptical of it because of the properties of caffeine to keep people awake. So in coffee, in a 12-ounce cup of coffee, which is a usual cup size, about a cup and a half of coffee, there's 240 milligrams of caffeine. And that's 6 times what's in a can of Pepsi or Coke, or even a cup of tea of the same size. So it's significantly more caffeine. And some people were skeptical of it. It was called the bitter invention of Satan by a local clergy person in Venice in 1615, which actually led Pope Clement VII to baptize coffee in the early 1600s. By the mid-1600s, there were hundreds of coffee houses in the Middle East and in Europe. And coffee didn't arrive in North America until about the 1600s, and finally surpassed tea as the most popular beverage in North America, the most popular hot beverage in North America, following the Boston Tea Party in 1773. And of course, the Boston Tea Party was a tax revolt by King George III in 1773, where tea was highly taxed. And so coffee became the most popular hot beverage in North America and has been the most popular hot beverage in North America ever since then. So we are talking about the history of coffee. However, on the left there, that image is a modern photo of a person preparing a cup of coffee in Turkey in the traditional Turkish style, where the small pot is heated from the bottom and has a very dense version of coffee that is drunk in very small portions. So how does coffee grow? Well, coffee is one of those plants that's just a really finicky sort of plant. So this requires very specific environmental growing conditions. And if you've heard the term green thumb before, the type of person who's able to grow coffee definitely has to have a green thumb. It's not easy to grow coffee as a crop. So there's 2 main types of coffee. There's Arabica and Robusta. And generally, Arabica is considered to be the most desirable type of coffee because it's a little bit less acidic, and there's less caffeine. It has a sweeter taste. This one, the Arabica, is the more finicky of the 2 to grow. The plant is a little bit smaller, so it's considered to be a large bush. It's about between 8 and 16 feet tall. And the Robusta plant is about between 15 and 20 feet tall and is a large shrub or tree. Coffee, both types of coffee, grow in mountainsides or hillsides. between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. So this is not a crop that we could ever grow in Canada. We just don't have the temperatures to do that. And even though it grows in a tropical area, it requires a cooler temperature of between 15 and 24 degrees Celsius, and that's for the Arabica plant. The Robusta grows in slightly warmer temperature at a lower elevation. And the Arabica, again, requires a very precise amount of rainfall between 1,500 and 3,000 millimeters of annual rainfall, and requires an altitude of between about 1,800 to 6,300 feet above sea level. The coffee cherries, as you see on the right, take about 7 to 9 months to mature. So what we consider to be a coffee bean is actually the seed of the coffee cherry. And every coffee cherry has 2 seeds. Some types of Arabica, they only have 1 seed, and those are called pea berry, Arabica pea berry. So in terms of what happens in the coffee supply chain, well, it's a really complex supply chain. And for every type of coffee supply chain is different. Growers often don't know where their coffee ends up. And growers have very small crops. So their average crop size is between 1 to 2 hectares. That's about 2 to 5 acres of land. And so just to give you kind of some context, the average farm in Manitoba is about 891 acres or 360 hectares. So these are very small plots of land that people are growing coffee on. Processors is the next kind of step. So processing the coffee beans is a process called milling, where you get rid of the husk, the shell, the outside of the coffee cherry, and you're just left with that green seed on the inside, which is a coffee bean. Sometimes this is done as a part of a cooperative because the processing equipment is very expensive, and coffee producers are often not able to purchase this equipment on their own. Exporters will buy the coffee beans, the green coffee beans, from co-ops or directly from farmers to sell at an auction to then traders and brokers. Traders and brokers is where the money is. They buy, sell, contract bulk green coffee beans. They don't have, oftentimes they don't have any part in the growing or the processing of the coffee. But this is where the most money is made. And then they sell it to people who do the roasting and the final selling of the final roasted coffee bean, which is what we would often think of as coffee. So the roasters process it, roast the coffee, the green coffee beans to become the coffee. And then it's sold to customers. So this might be done directly from roasters, or it might be sold in bulk to retailers like grocery stores or restaurants. A retailer is any place that sells coffee products. And of course, the final person is the consumer. So about 125 million people worldwide depend on coffee for their livelihood, but 80% of the world's coffee comes from 25 million smallholder farmers who have a very difficult time having a reliable income from coffee. So again, these are very small farms, between 1 and 2 hectare farms. And coffee is a very volatile crop in terms of the amount of money that this brings in. The volatility of coffee comes from coffee crop production, the volume of coffee crop production. On high years, prices are low. In low years where only a little bit of coffee is produced, then the prices are higher for the producers. And it's very difficult to access markets. So to get that green coffee bean sold for an individual farmer, there's much more money in exporting green coffee beans than there is in growing. The growers will receive about 7 to 10% only of what the grocery store price is for a bag of coffee. So it's not very much when we look at the scheme of things. Another concerning factor is the average age of coffee farmers is about 55 years old, and the trend is rising. So this is problematic because coffee is such a difficult crop to grow. The knowledge of growing coffee is growing older with the population. Younger generations are finding it difficult to make a decision to become a coffee grower because it's not a reliable income source because of the volatility of coffee crops. And this is becoming more volatile with climate change. Gender inequalities, there's a lot of gender inequality in terms of land ownership, access to credit, leadership within cooperatives, and having a voice in business generally. On occasion, there is child labor in coffee production. In terms of some of the sustainability environmental considerations for coffee, so as I've mentioned, coffee requires really precise environmental conditions to grow and is highly impacted by weather and disease. This this disease and insect infestations are highly impacted by climate change. So the types of insects that are flourishing, the amount of insects that are there, there's periods due to climate change of prolonged drought, punctuated by intense rain, and these make really prime conditions for coffee rust. So coffee rust is a fungus, and it's like an orangey brownish powder, which you see on the left, that's coffee rust. And one of the things problematic about this is that coffee rust is now becoming against fungicides. Fungicides aren't working on coffee rust anymore. So this is becoming really problematic. Tropical deforestation does happen sometimes with coffee. So coffee growers are trying to access new locations to grow coffee because of climate change. Oftentimes there's only coffee growing on coffee farms, which threatens the biodiversity and bird habitats. And coffee is one of the world's most heavily treated food products. So a world without coffee, this is kind of a scary thought that this is within the realm of possibility. And this is possible because of climate change, disease, insects, even 1 to 2 degrees difference in terms of average temperatures could drastically change the ability for coffee to grow. The aging population of coffee growers, coffee needs to be attractive in terms of wages and ability to support a family and education. And when we think about this, just take a minute to think, like, how would this affect people's lives in Canada to not have coffee? But really, how would this affect 125 million people who rely on coffee for their entire lifestyle and everything that they do? This is really kind of scary thought. It also means that our natural environment would change because the conditions would not be around anymore for coffee to be able to grow. So I'm just going to ask another quick poll, and I'll ask you to go to slido.com and type in a few words about what do you think can be done to improve some of those detrimental social and environmental factors surrounding coffee production. So I'll give you just a minute or two to go ahead and enter your answers there. What can be done, if anything, to improve the social and environmental factors surrounding coffee production? And you can think about, while you're answering this question, you can think about some of the social factors, environmental factors. You see our first answer is popping up here. Fair living wages. Absolutely. This is super important. It has to be a viable income source. Improving working conditions of coffee growers. Provide more power to the growers. Absolutely. And potentially a higher percentage of that money. Shorten the supply chain. Absolutely. So having the growers have a bigger amount of money come in because they're more direct to consumers. That's definitely something that makes sense. knowledge for consumers. This is huge. Absolutely. And sometimes coffee production seems like it's such a far away thing, and it is physically. But we consume coffee in Canada. This is something that's daily life for a lot of people around the world, to drink coffee. And so this is a really important thing that we understand, that climate impacts make a huge difference on coffee production. There's fantastic answers coming in here. This is really great. So just reading things as they come in here. Provide agricultural education to growers and potential growers. Absolutely. Use resistant genetic materials. Practice fair trade coffee. Absolutely. Empower women and reduce child labor. More meaningful environmental and social certifications like Rainforest Alliance, Fairtrade. Absolutely. These are also known as voluntary sustainability standards, or VSS. VSS are recognized by the United Nations as being very important in terms of private sector contributions to achieving the sustainable development goals. This is absolutely very important. And preserving the knowledge empowered by local communities that are known to produce it. These are fantastic answers, and all of them are really valid. So thank you for that. Moving on, I'm going to talk about fair trade. And fair trade does get at some of the issues that we discussed, and does get at some of the things that were mentioned in terms of what can be done to improve the conditions for farmers. Fair trade as a concept is the two words, is an alternative business model that seeks greater equality in trade. Fair trade, one word, refers specifically to the product certification system managed by Fairtrade International, audited by FlowCert, and has products that meet certification requirements with the Fairtrade logo. So fair trade, it gets at a lot of the SDGs: no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, sustainable consumption and production, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnerships for the goals. Fair trade has a very specific set of standards. Those standards include guaranteed minimum price, no child labor, regulated work hours and safe environments, restricted chemical use and mitigation of environmental impacts. And you'll notice a lot of times when a package of coffee has a fair trade logo, it also has a logo that it is produced without chemicals. So the certified organic, because fair trade already requires such strict environmental criteria that it's easy. They already qualify for that certification. So oftentimes they will go ahead and do that as well. They operate in democratic cooperatives, and democratic cooperatives gives them access to training and education. It gives gender equality, where women have the opportunity to be leaders, to have equal decision-making. And also there's a fair trade premium. So in addition to fair trade coffee price, so the guaranteed minimum price, when coffee is low, fair trade farmers receive the guaranteed minimum. When fair trade coffee prices when coffee prices are high, they still get that higher price. The fair trade premium, no matter whether or not they receive the guaranteed minimum, the fair trade premium is an additional payment that fair trade farmers will receive. And the cooperative will make a group decision about how to spend that money, whether it's on improving the type of equipment they use to produce the coffee, or on things to make the community better. So here's some stats from Fairtrade Canada. 18% of Fairtrade coffee farmers are women. These are improvements over the last year. 121.7 million was received in Fairtrade Premium in the 2019-2020 year. 582 coffee producer organizations represent 392 farmers in 32 countries. 86% of all fair trade coffee comes from Latin America and the Caribbean. And 214,335 metric tons of coffee is sold as fair trade annually. So now I'm just going to show you a short video about a coffee producer organization in Colombia and what they're doing for Fairtrade coffee.
Actualmente en Colombia, y yo creo que también no solo en nuestro país sino en todo el mundo, los productores cafeteros están por encima de los 60 años. Es un producto que, por ejemplo, en nuestra región se da solamente una vez al año, demanda mucho tiempo, también mucha inversión.
Todos mis compañeros se fueron, salieron.
Pienso de que los jóvenes se retiran del campo, no sé, ven como un futuro mejor para ellos en las ciudades, en algo así.
Todo el mundo hablaba, hey, ¿qué estás haciendo? Y yo pues estudiando café.
Pero para mí no es un futuro que yo diga que hay felicidad, hay armonía.
Es que de pronto no saben lo que es el mundo del café. Yo creía que el café solamente era recolectarlo, nunca nos hablaron de una taza, que eran sabores, que se podían hacer muchísimas cosas.
Creo que se ha logrado un empoderamiento de nuestros compañeros jóvenes porque los papás también se han visto como estimulados. Hombre, ya mi hijo está volviendo al campo, él no quiere aportarle a una ciudad, sino que quiere reactivar es lo nuestro.
Mi nombre es Aurora Izquierdo y soy la directora de la Asociación de Productores Agroecológicos, Indígenas y Campesinos de la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta y Serranía del Perijá. Entonces estamos en un lugar muy importante, muy energético. Creo que es el mejor sitio de la Sierra Nevada, donde pensamos que debemos cuidar todo el planeta.
Soy una joven líder del programa de jóvenes de Azuaney y tengo 25 años. El programa de jóvenes de Azuaney inicia primero con un apoyo a los jóvenes, hijos de los productores, el cual pues es un apoyo económico que se les da para que ellos puedan acceder a educación superior. Reciben también un apoyo práctico donde pueden también venir acá y adquirir sus conocimientos con respecto a la cadena del café y así poder generar un relevo generacional constructivo y con unas bases fuertes.
Bueno, mi nombre es Gustavo Andrés Vargas Clavijo, tengo 23 años, soy hijo de productor, estudiante también. Estudio la carrera de Ingeniería Civil y pues a pesar de que estoy estudiando una carrera no quise abandonar en totalidad todo lo que es relacionado con café, al contrario, he venido preparándome. El vínculo que tengo con Azuaney es que me he preparado bastante sobre el café y le ayudo a ellos a diseños de beneficiaderos, toda esa cuestión de mejoramiento de vías terciarias para las diferentes comunidades, la cuestión de también el mejoramiento de donde duermen los obreros, también se han hecho con piso, se hicieron camarotes por los cuales ellos duerman bien cómodamente. Entonces la parte social hemos venido mejorando para que los obreros tengan un muy buen trato, una muy buena alimentación y un muy buen pago. Pues ya hemos hecho un diseño de mejoramiento de beneficiadero, el cual disminuya en la parte del consumo de agua y que el café salga fuera de mucílago y bien lavado. Bueno, yo como joven siempre me he encontrado motivado en la cuestión de la calidad. Con mi padre, pues él me colabora también bastante en cuestiones de experimento que he hecho, horas de fermentación que se le da al café para que cojan ese sabor bastante cítrico, un dulzor agradable, un muy buen cuerpo, todo ese proceso para llegarle a los consumidores con muy buen café.
Empecé estudiando Derecho, pero entendí que uno debe hacer lo que a uno le gusta, lo que a uno le apasiona. Y a mí me apasiona el mundo del café.
Cuando catamos el café, es decir, cuando evaluamos el café, todo se ve reflejado en una taza de café, ¿sí? Esos sabores, especies aromáticas, plantas, es decir, la madre naturaleza se expresa en una taza de café. Mi nombre es Bunchanawi, tengo 22 años y soy el catador de la asociación. Cuando se dictaban cursos acá en la sierra de catación, que era algo nuevo para todas las comunidades, para nuestra cultura, era algo único. Se me dio la oportunidad de estudiar todos los distintos procesos de la cadena del café, barismo, torqueo, catación, todos esos niveles básicos que son cursos primarios. Para tú convertirte en profesional tienes que hacer un paso más, ¿sí? Y fue donde nosotros nos arriesgamos y dijimos, vamos, para que sí podemos lograr ser catador Q-Grader.
Tenemos el reto de vincular 700 jóvenes al programa de jóvenes de Asuaney. Y creo que con eso le vamos a aportar al desarrollo no solo de nuestro departamento o nuestra región, sino del país.
Todo lo que sé y lo que puedo aportar hoy en día a la empresa lo he aprendido es con capacitaciones que ellos nos han dado, con cursos cortos y bueno, y la experiencia. Mi nombre es Atizar Kevin Mestre, tengo 25 años. Yo soy la encargada de hacer la recepción del café pergamino seco. A lo largo de los 7 años hemos tenido muchas capacitaciones en diferentes campos, pero más que todo nos hemos concentrado en las capacitaciones de calidad de café. Creo que sí hemos logrado reactivar ese amor por el campo con nuestros jóvenes, con nuestros compañeros. Se ha como visionado de que ellos sí pueden aportar algo a la unidad, que ya no visionen nuestras unidades productivas como pobreza, sino que vean un potencial de las unidades productivas para el mundo. Aquí estamos exportando café.
Me siento muy contenta al transcurrir los años y ver que los jóvenes se han empoderado y han aprendido del café, se han capacitado y regresan a sus comunidades, a sus unidades productivas, a darle esa confianza a sus padres.
Mi familia, mi hogar, mis padres, todo es algo único. Felices por tener alguien que los representa, alguien que los defienda, ¿sí? De un mercado tan exigente que es.
Los jóvenes tienen el poder ahorita mismo y es de así como yo logré involucrar a muchas familias, creo que la nueva generación tiene que convencer a nuestra antigua generación de que el campo es la solución a todo, porque finalmente esta generación tiene que seguir, porque no solamente van a ser los hijos, vendrán los nietos y así sucesivamente. Entonces creo que sí lo hemos logrado.
¡Somos el futuro!
Bueno, mis sueños de tener esta empresa, que es la finca, es seguir trabajando fuerte y mirar que los demás jóvenes también se motiven.
Bueno, yo creo que mi sueño es poder lograr que todas las familias cafeteras tengan ese empoderamiento con el mundo, con el cliente, con quien compra, que ya tengamos esa relación más directa.
Y el último sueño que tengo es llegar a ser el mejor catador de Colombia y del mundo, pues si Dios me lo permite.
Hay que soñar mucho con el café.
Y pienso que tiene mucho futuro. Entre más día hay más consumidores de café y siempre los consumidores buscan un muy buen producto.
Creo que es importante involucrar más jóvenes porque es la única manera que esto es sostenible y podemos de esa manera garantizar por mucho tiempo que haya café de calidad para ustedes.
What an inspiring video, wasn't that? It's definitely wonderful to see how big of an impact Fairtrade can make on a community, and it's so inspiring to see how this community specifically has decided to invest in young people, which is incredibly important, as they mentioned, to making sure that there's a legacy of coffee and viability in terms of making money in the future, and to have that ability to live and make a living. So moving forward, what actions can you take to make the world of coffee maybe a little bit better? Well, some ways are to buy Fairtrade coffee. Fairtrade coffee is widely available in Manitoba grocery stores. Look for the Fairtrade mark. The Fairtrade mark is the big one on the screen, just to your right there, the green and blue. This is the Fairtrade logo. This is the mark that you should look for on your coffee. talk to your friends and family about why buying fair trade is important. So like in many industries, coffee is often greenwashed. Fair trade certification is so important because they have third-party independent people who go in and check to make sure that organizations are actually doing what they say that they're doing. And this is an important step rather than somebody just saying, we're green. Well, fair trade has a whole list of very specific criteria that are followed to make sure that they receive that fair trade mark. They're monitored, they're audited, and they can be trusted. Write a letter to your grocery store. And this is an important one. If your grocery store isn't offering fair trade products, write them a letter to tell them, I want fair trade products. And fair trade is a grassroots movement. So this action is definitely in line with the fair trade movement. Host a fair trade coffee break at work. So invite us from MCIC to come in and give a presentation about fair trade coffee. Host the coffee break yourself. Tell them what you know about fair trade. Call us and let us know that you'd like some materials. That's another thing that you can do. Encourage your organization to apply for a fair trade workplace. Encourage your office, even if it's a department at the University of Manitoba, contact us to see if you can qualify as a fair trade workplace, which requires that all coffee served by your office is fair trade. Consider joining the Fairtrade Winnipeg Committee or volunteer with them. Or share your favorite coffee recipe with us at MCIC. And you can do that at my email, sustainability@mcic.ca. And one last question that I'm going to ask you before I turn it over to the audience to ask me questions. What is the most important issue about coffee that Fairtrade aims to tackle? So we'll get you to sign into Slido one more time. And see what was most important to you about fair trade. And as you're logging in there, please also think of questions that you'd like to ask. Okay, sustainability and equality, living wages, quality of life, equality, living wage for producers, income for coffee growers, equality, social responsibility, reducing inequality, proper wages, reliable wages, workers' freedom, no child labor. Absolutely. And another fair trade product, cocoa. So related to chocolate, has a high occurrence in the coffee production of child labor and cocoa production. So if you're not buying fair trade chocolate, make sure you're buying fair trade chocolate as well. This is an unfortunate thing that happens in coffee in chocolate production, and it's not acceptable. So we have to remember that our money is our vote. It's our buying power, and it guides what grocery stores and what organizations do. And we have that ability to demand that people are treated better. And that's what fair trade does. Okay, so these are slowing down a little bit. So I'm gonna move on and just go to my last screen and open things up to questions. So I'm ready for your questions whenever you're ready.
Laura, thank you so much. That was really valuable. I think everyone's really enjoyed everything that you shared. Thank you very, very much. There's a couple questions coming in. You can hear me, I think, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I'll just go through a couple questions that have popped up. Just now, some time ago, I was disquieted by the lack of places to upcycle the bags into new products in Manitoba. Have any been introduced, or how should we try to create them?
That's a fantastic question. So currently, not that I know of. There's not anywhere that I know that does upcycling of the bags, but I am happy to take that back to the Fairtrade committee, the Fairtrade Winnipeg committee, to see what we can come up with. I'm glad to do that. I'll write that down. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And we've also typed your email into the chat so everybody can access that to, we hope, send you direct questions maybe afterwards if someone thinks of something.
Perfect.
There's a couple other questions. What do growers need to do to join the Fairtrade community? Is it widely advertised in the countries that actually grow the coffee?
Yeah, yes, it is. So individual coffee growers can't become a part of Fairtrade, the Fairtrade system. It requires a cooperative. The reason it requires a cooperative is because of all of the different pieces and the necessary democratic process to make decisions about a larger area of land. And so Fairtrade does do outreach to organizations. And so this is a big thing. Yes, it is widely advertised within the growing countries. Individual growers can't really sign on. They have to sign on within a cooperative as kind of a structure. But that's not to say that if an individual grower wanted to become Fairtrade, that Fairtrade would abandon them. Fairtrade would work with other farmers within the community to try to create that community in which Fairtrade could happen.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. There's one more question, and I just want to say before I do that I did a draw during your presentation. I entered, I think there were 63 attendees, and I did a little draw with a random name picker app, and our winner for your door prize is Joseph M. So we're going to type that into the chat as well. So there was, thank you to everybody. There's a lot of attendees today. There's one more question here. What types of volunteer opportunities are available within the Winnipeg Fairtrade Committee?
That's a fantastic question. So right now, our programming has been limited to online discussions currently for due to COVID. However, once things open up again, there are opportunities to volunteer with Fairtrade Manitoba in terms of educating at events. So oftentimes Fairtrade Manitoba likes to do things like hot chocolate giveaways, or there's potentially plans to set up booths to provide information to general public. So the types of volunteer opportunities that are often available with Fairtrade Winnipeg are to educate others by providing them with supplied stickers, magazines, pieces of information, and just kind of generally promote what Fairtrade is all about by attending events and telling other people about it in a really grassroots sort of way. So if that's something that could be of interest to you, to spend an afternoon at a skating rink or out in a park giving away chocolate samples once things open up again, we'd be more than happy to have you. Increasing our number of volunteers is something that is on the docket for the Fairtrade Winnipeg Committee for this year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's a couple more. We're going to squeeze them in before 10 o'clock. Can you speak to the difference between fair trade and direct trade? And then there's another one or two questions right after that, if we have time. Can you speak to the difference between the two?
Yeah, the difference between direct trade and fair trade is they have the I guess the grassroots purpose of direct trade is to put money more directly from the producers in or more money into the hands of the direct producers by eliminating some of the middle people in the coffee production kind of chain. The difference between fair trade certification is having that voluntary sustainability standard that has the third party auditing to make sure that they follow those specific steps through every single step of the supply chain. So fair trade doesn't apply only to the producers and only to the final sellers with the mark, but every step of the process must follow all of the parts of the fair trade certification. So that auditing process is kind of the difference between the two. They share the same values, but as we know, sometimes things kind of fall apart when we don't have that extra layer of checks. And so having a voluntary sustainability standard that is audited by a third party adds that extra layer of assurance. Not to say that things aren't done correctly all the time in equal exchange opportunities or direct trade, but you have that assurance to know with fair trade versus direct trade.
Okay. I think we have time for a couple more. Is that okay with you? I think our next session is supposed to start at 10, but we'll try to answer a couple more questions, as I think these are all really valuable. How do we hold businesses accountable to encourage sustainability practices? Are there resources that you recommend that are shared?
That's a great question. And again, like I mentioned, voluntary sustainability standards are incredibly important in terms of private sector businesses achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. There is a resource called the Sustainability Map that lists all of the VSSs by sector. That resource is available on our website. So if you want to send me an email, I'd be glad to send that your way or provide more information about that.
Okay. And just before we go, someone said, I've often noticed that Fairtrade coffee also advertises being non-GMO. Is this a requirement? Or are Fairtrade growers allowed to use GMO seeds?
Fairtrade growers are not able to use GMO seeds. Non-GMO is a part of the environmental requirements of Fairtrade.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you so much.
Everybody. We really appreciate your attendance. Thank you so much. This has been really valuable. Appreciate it.
Hello and welcome to our next session. My name is Michaela Payson. I am the Promotion and Outreach Coordinator with the Office of Sustainability, and I will be your moderator for this session. A few housekeeping items before we get started. If you have any questions for the presenter, you can type them into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered during the Q&A portion of our time together. If you experience technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or a Q&A box. An IST staff member is standing by to assist you. If you require any of the materials presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we can get these to you. And now I will introduce our next speaker. Our next presenter, Dietmar Straub, will share his vision for more than beauty, small urban natures. Dietmar is a professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture and has been creating innovative spaces locally and internationally as an award-winning landscape architect since 2008. Please welcome Dietmar.
Yes. So thank you very much, Michaela, for the introduction. And I start to share my screen. Just check everything works. Do you see my screen and the image?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then I will start right away. I apologize, I will read. As a non-native speaker, sometimes while being in a presentation, you can lose track, so I read. Sorry for that. I like to think that our designs, when I talk about our, so it's Anna Thormeyer and myself, our designs in talks never succumb to dogmatism or formalism, but rather provide doses of humor, irony, and sarcasm, and perhaps even some poetry. Our golden rule is to find beauty in spontaneity and imperfection. The time of physical distancing, lockdowns, and screen fatigue awakes a longing for physical spaces to reconnect with nature. So this richly illustrated presentation is a plea for at least partial reanalogization of our lives. And that's a word I made up. You will read it in a few seconds on a slide. Oh, wait, next image. Gardens are ubiquitous phenomenon and an archetypal concept of humans trying to coexist with nature. They offer Homo sapiens the opportunity to creatively adapt themselves to new worlds, led by the deeply rooted hope to maintain values of culture, feed everyday needs, and to create a place called home. To cultivate a garden also means to become profoundly immersed in the landscape and to ensure that the utilization of existing resources does not damage the environment, thus contributing to a sustainable life. I like to eat tomatoes with parsley. There are some parallels between gardeners and landscape architects. They have to make important decisions about the future of present life. That was an image from last summer, the parsley. And here, my friend, I had to make a decision. So I will talk about this a little bit later. Making a garden means nothing more than to start a dialogue with the land and the living beings on it. It involves making the garden speak to tell stories. One of the most well-known stories is the Garden of Eden, quote, that paradise in which, for a time, two people lived in harmony with nature and did not regard themselves as the most important beings. Are we as humans still seeking paradise? Are we as landscape architects capable of supporting this search? Regardless, the innocent garden remains a powerful, timeless medium to promote a socially, ethically, and ecologically responsible culture in environmental design practice. I think you know this image, Pablo Picasso. Claude Lévi-Strauss noticed in his The Savage Mind, it is common practice to separate science from art. This presentation is a plea to merge the concepts of science and art, theory and practice, engineering and architecture, philosophy and ecology. Bricolage. Heavily armed. It is a four-season war. Snow, dust, grass, leaves, along with noise, emissions, energy consumption. But what's about all those small creatures which can't defend themselves against the heavy storms and vacuum cleaners? This photo was taken on campus. It's not a polar bear. We are getting so used to this army and their weapons, this everyday battle. Some people call it maintenance. We don't even notice these practices anymore. Maybe we should start to call it war. So in my talk about small urban natures in Winnipeg, I also tried to respond to some other fundamental questions. First one, why are we always so serious? This question considers landscape architecture's ambivalent relationship to pleasure and fun. Moral ardency, that's our pain. In ecology, the concept of catastrophes is important for new life. Fallen angels. There seems to be an obsessive desire to redeem a fallen world. For sure, I'm very serious about landscapes, gardens, and our environments. But are we not allowed some fun too? Does our pain for the world, our knowledge of catastrophes and disasters to come require us to forego pleasure altogether? Maybe a commitment to fun and sustainability can help to solve some serious issues right in front of our doorsteps. As a side note, to say it's very rare to find angels, male angels. When you think about the Roman Catholic Church, most of the angels are represented as females. God is represented in very many cases as a man. Maybe it's vice versa. Who knows? Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. a quote from Goethe. I think it's time to share a few small natures. One of these small urban natures was explicitly designed for COVID, but all of them considered other pandemic scenarios. Some of them existed before COVID, for instance, screenitis. This project has allowed us the luxury to radically ignore the conventional professional procedure. Low budgets are normally a challenge, but this project offers exemplary value and demonstrates a pioneering character with regards to budget, participation, execution, and outcome. Collaborating on this project to transform the outdoor environment, we applied our notion of radical play through spatial design. A primary school in Winnipeg, Manitoba, following Maria Montessori's inclusive teachings, is a home for families of diverse ethnic and cultural backgrounds, including recent immigrants. Children of this school, ages 2 to 12, learn to expect that equal opportunities and treatment, irrespective of ethnic origin, skin color, gender, sexual orientation, religion, or nationality, are based on democratic principles and tolerance. 7 years ago, the school moved to an industrial area where the existing outdoor space was a monoculture of grass and asphalt. It was the dream of the Montessori community to design a naturalized playground for the children's physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual growth, not just for the children, but with them. So these are students from university and from the Montessori school. We were working closely together. We started to collect materials and trees. Some of us, by the way, that's my partner, Anna Thormeyer, were in a battle with the Canadian lawn. Grandma was here for a visit and didn't hesitate to help. So the building process, and that's an important part of the design as well, was characterized by the application of construction techniques and materials which allowed volunteers, including children, teachers, students, and families of any skill and commitment level, to get involved in building while learning and laughing together. So matching colors. Some parents were starting panicking a little bit. So the university students get some hands-on experience. The physical transformation of the outdoor play space was built on the belief in childish experimentation and creativity. They started to play right away, even during construction site. Materials and spaces are activated and deactivated by the children, fluctuating freely between prominence, messiness, and a sense of the temporary. Texturing the land with uneven terrain, tall grasses, and diverse loose materials provided beauty and learning through the life and health of a non-domesticated environment. University students transplanted tall grasses actually from campus. It's in the Smart Park, and we brought it here into the courtyard. Before the transformation, teachers observed a lot of aggressive play in the forms of monster chasing games and fighting over possession. Children now work together and have adventures of their own making in different areas of this playscape. The new playground proves that naturalized environment increases creativity, cooperative play, and provides a stage for radical play and sustainable learning. And there's not a single play structure applied. In light of current global changes, the school has become an important meeting point for the families in the place of tolerance and autonomy. Silence Courtyard on campus. The first project we were involved in design and construction actually on campus. The Science Courtyard is situated on a lovely setting far from the hustle of the academic world and yet close to the heart of the University of Manitoba's Fort Garry campus. It is surrounded by buildings on 3 sides. the Arms Building, the McRae Hall, and the Parker Building. The shady growth acts as the fourth facade and provides a beautiful transition from the courtyard to the Red River. A cafeteria on the main floor of the Arms Building attracts many people. However, the courtyard is hidden and inaccessible. That was set to change. Again, a picturesque grove with mature trees forms a permeable membrane between the courtyard and the desert road and connects the place with the Red River bank and its riparian forest. So these trees are a treasure, and therefore we did this. The trees are the most valuable capital on this site, and their protection has had our top priority. Effective protective measures became part of the specifications and were crucial during construction. I think that respecting and recognizing existing life is one of the most important aspects of good and sustainable design. That's the root protection, not just the tree trunk. A spacious platform stretches like a bridge between the Parker Building and the McRae Hall. We moved this board of limestones and concrete away from the Arms Building shadow to catch the first rays of the spring sun. The light and the domesticated microclimate will draw people to this lucrative new field, like bees to honey, even before the academic summer break begins. Everything is clearly arranged and easily accessible. However, or perhaps for this very reason, this place offers plenty of pleasurable choices to escape from our busy everyday life. It's a good place if you look for silence and distraction. So we tested some ideas, the models, plans and materials, and their combination are a result of the requested expressiveness and creative audacity for this project. The stones are big and heavy. They capture the sunlight, store the warmth of the day, and tell about the Manitoban landscapes. Ordovician seas, massive sheets of ice, processes of movement and sedimentation, limestone. Or we made it to quarries, the Precambrian Schild. We moved and laid down, these rocks were moved and laid down by glaciers. There wouldn't be a need for a teacher in this classroom if these stones were able to speak. But perhaps some teachers would like to use this place to make the stones talk and to share their stories. So here, congrats, without him, without this guy, landscape, his knowledge and willingness to take risks, we wouldn't have been able to realize this project. You need partners in crime. Even if maybe certain details might look random, it's very precise, fantasy and precision. So there was a first use, was not intended, was not the plan, but again, people know how to use places for their joy and their advantage. Maybe you might remember Bullred, Bella, Angel, Rocky, Big Mac. They found their new home after a decent cut. Please take a seat. Very important here, that's a research part. It's a living lab. Joints can provide freedom within limits and subtly increase biodiversity. Joints and gaps between the materials are paramount, especially if you want to welcome unexpected life. I like to provide opportunities for seeds spread by the wind and insects on their search for habitats. And that's what we would expect in the future. So you saw the driftwood with fingernails painted in red, trees and perennials growing up on a gravel lawn, and species, rich flower meadows invite people and insects to stay and linger. Hopefully coming soon. We wanted to plant last summer, but COVID. That's the research part. We cover the topsoil with a layer of washed granite sand. It's almost like a mulch. The hope is that the weeds sleeping in the topsoil won't make it through, but the strong prairie plants are sending their roots through the sand. They will have access to water, in nutrients, so we don't have to apply pesticides. So physical plants is very interested in this part of the project, the research part. Another project. Sometimes we have to do less, almost nothing. Winnipeg is a city where people's individual calendar is comprised of 9 months of winter and 3 months of bad skating. Everybody has to live with this, with the extreme climate, even when it's 40 below. This was a design studio a few winters ago. Initially, we gathered snow from parking lots, mainly due to the fact that this building material is cheap and abundant. Tons of this snow was poured on a riparian clearing along the Red River in an elliptical form. The classical shape acted for us as the white heart of the academy, radiating elegance and forming the center for additional snow structures. A field of columns, as well as a generous dining room, completed the peaceful setting. The long dining table and seats were close to a large stock of trees, providing shelter and discretion. Students sketching an oval in the snow, moving the snow. Again, our building material was the snow that the prairie winter produced and threw out that year. We took the white stuff to a whole new level. We provided a commemorate snow stage for a rich design studio experience. The students carved snow, piled up stairs and rows of seating, level stages and ramps, sculpted snow banks, walls, and snow topographies. They monitored wind, weather, and snow drifts. This space became a focus of attention for passers-by all winter long, a moment of diversion from everyday life, a slight flicker of interference in this landscape. We also invented events and performances to present the snow theater to the public. We cooked and invited our helpers and friends for dinner. Goulash. We built our own furniture. That was the framework for the tiles. It had to be very engineered and efficient. And suddenly the sun started to work with us as our co-designers. Dancing, our piles started to dance. We didn't achieve everything in this project. For instance, we also wanted to bring some of the lost natures back, which see you on the left side. And that's this very thin layer in between. When you see my cursor, we wanted to integrate a thin layer of soil. And in this thin layer, we wanted to have some seeds or flowers. So after the snow melted, the soil will hit the ground and the water will feed the seeds, or the birds will pick it up and they will start to grow or to spread it. So we weren't able to realize these layers because we couldn't get the seeds. But there's always something you will miss, maybe next time. During winter time, we held events to present the Snow Academy to the public. We had 2 night studios, and these 2 night studios illuminated the space and transformed the white into something magic. Super Blue Moon Night Studios. So studio time was almost over, and it was time to say goodbye. That's a project gone, never to return, and that's a very important lesson. Also, when you think about indigenous cultures, you occupy a place, you are there for a while, and then you move on. Also to allow the landscape to take a rest, to rejuvenate, to regrow. You don't overuse it. And that will allow you to come back maybe the next year and to live with the landscape there again, and the landscape will feed you. Landscapes take care for people. Last project, small sumac garden. We packed the garden with sumac. The hedges provide privacy and take us on a journey through the 5 seasons of the Manitoba landscape. Sumacs can grow up to 2 feet per year. The garden was quickly transformed into an all-encompassing spatial experience. Friends, visitors, and passers-by stop at the garden and enjoy the seasonal entertainment of colors and forms. The garden is situated in a neighborhood on a peninsular point of land hugged by the Red River. A house in Winnipeg had been renovated for a family of 6. After the work on the house was done, it was the garden's turn. The key actors in this garden are the plants. The branches of mature trees on the lot and neighboring properties had formed an expansive canopy over the area. But a large elm tree infected with Dutch elm disease had to be felled, and this created a clearing bathed in light. We used a simple trick to structure the space and allow it to develop its own rhythm. Sumacs love the sunlight. Irregular hedges of smooth sumac were planted along the lines of light. These green figures gather like strange creatures around the house. They define and separate all the functional areas without creating barriers or boundaries. It is a fresh interpretation of the ancient art of topiary. We designed and built this garden together with a family. Grandparents, parents, and grandchildren were involved. For years, the family stored old paving stones, concrete sleepers, sand, boards, and pea gravel on their property. After cleaning, all salvaged materials were recycled and reused. Our area of screens heightens the importance of physical spaces and activities where we can establish contact with nature. Again, sumac love the sunlight, and the uneven hedges of smooth sumac were planted along the lines of light. The plants seem to grow free and wild in this breathing ground cover. All plants have grown up to our complete satisfaction over the years and provide a pleasant welcome. The owners told us how they drift through the garden and constantly come across something delightful new. Each season has its own beauty. Friends, visitors, and passers-by stop at the garden and enjoy the seasonal entertainment of colors and forms. The sculptural hedges in this garden provide an almost paradoxical experience. They articulate and eliminate the boundary between private and public. The sumacs form a light canopy and a tranquil space between the house and the wide spreading treetops of the mature trees. Their multi-layered composition set the stage for diverse atmospheres and microclimate in this garden. A few final thoughts. As designers, we have to be attentive to the subtle experiential fabric of everyday life, while being modest and frugal. In an era of overexploitation and overconsumption of the globe's resources, we have to adopt new design attitudes. This forces a radical paradigm shift for designers towards a building culture of improvisation, repairing, and recycling. The innocent garden remains an exemplary and powerful medium to promote a socially, ethically, and ecologically responsible culture in an environmental design practice. You remember these guys and the wonderful metamorphosis. You saw the caterpillar, that was the result. So I decided to not remove the caterpillar, so we shared the parsley. But I'm a little bit bad in maintaining our Canadian lawn, is a bit neglected. So there will be a next challenge next summer. Again, do you remember the second slide, the parsley and the beauty nibbling the chlorophyll? I had my tomatoes with basil last summer rather than parsley. We shared. The beauty's metamorphosis is a miracle. But these ants on our poorly maintained Canadian lawn, what in the world should I decide to do with them? Noma is a restaurant in Denmark. They were awarded, I think, 3 times in a row for being the best restaurant on the world. Noma on their discovery of an eatable planet. So many thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation today, Dietmar. Particularly enjoyed the insight on material use and vegetation that connects us to the landscape through your projects that you showed us today. So now we will begin the Q&A portion of your presentation. So we do have a couple questions that I will put out to you. There is a growing focus in engineering and architecture to incorporate local artists and First Nations history into residential projects like these. Is this something that is prevalent in the city right now? Is there a way to further communicate with and incorporate these parties?
Gardens and landscape provide room and opportunities, for a wide range of different actors, for sure. Personally, I have to say, as a landscape architect, I would never refer to myself as being an artist. There's room. I feel here in Winnipeg, just imagine, we still have public arts programs, which is very important. But what I really miss, is a public open space program. And I think we should have something like this in a city like Winnipeg. And then we could collaborate and we could try to identify opportunities on how to integrate maybe art into sustainable landscapes and gardens. Does this respond to the question?
I would say yes, that was a great response to it. Thank you, Dietmar. I'll roll into the next one. So how do you define the type of research that you do?
I call myself an academic practitioner, and I define or call my research by design, making. So it's applied research. So we test methods and sometimes construction techniques and plans. And this feeds back into a body of knowledge, which we can provide, also for our, professional environment. Because when you work in an office, you have to make money because you want to hire some of our, very smart students. And then you don't have time to do this kind of research. And I think that's on us in academia to provide new insights and knowledge. So it's research by design.
Thank you, Dietmar. So our next question, first a compliment. I love your use of natural and existing materials. Do you have any projects planned for 2021?
Yes, so it was just here. It's because it's small urban nature, and I'm so happy we are working on this project since, there was an agreement. I didn't expect that question, so it's a coincidence. Thank you very much. And we were working on this project since 3 years together with the school. They did some fundraising. And just a few weeks ago, we heard, okay, they have some money. And now hopefully we can start to realize the first phase of this project this summer. And what we integrate here, maybe also of interest, it's education should be entertaining, but also smart. So there are a lot of boreal ingredients. And even while designing this project, we use these boreal ingredients to produce our plans and our models. So that's hopefully maybe something for next presentation. So yes, there are quite a few projects on our agenda.
That's fantastic and very exciting. Looking forward to it. So the next question, with the movement of material, how do you account for invasive species?
That's almost always the risk, for sure. You have to account. That means you have to know or you have to be able to predict. And there's always a little bit a rest of risk. One thing I want to point out, when we discuss, even, maybe on a level talking about plants, about the native and the foreign, and also with regards to climate change, larger issues, think about the trees. So the palette of trees we can apply in our extreme climate is limited, but maybe in the future we might even have to apply or increase the palette because we have a lot of diseases. So my response to that, we always have to test very carefully. But talking about native and talking about gardens, I think to design and to work in a garden, it's always a relationship, to integrate the natives and the foreigns. Because, as we all know, we all love to eat potatoes.
Thank you, Dietmar. Do you find that you can usually get native species to restore spaces? When not, how do you substitute them?
Please, can you repeat again, Michaela? Sorry.
Of course, yeah. Do you find that you can usually get native species to restore spaces? When not, how do you substitute them?
Yeah, that's also part a little bit of the experiments, for sure. The issue is a little bit, also how to get access to autochthon seed materials. We don't have too many, let's say, prairies here anymore. When I came here first 13 years ago, I wanted to see the prairies. They took me in a museum. First of all, there are few nurseries and highly recommend to work with those. Also, when you're as a designer in your specs, which put a lot of efforts, to produce plants from native seed materials. And there you can use it, but sometimes again, there are also limitations. For instance, in this courtyard, we want to have some native grasses, but there's a lot of shade. So at the same time, we want to merge them with some foreigners in order to restore maybe a courtyard like this, and we will mix them. And sometimes the foreigners are doing a good job for us as well, because they are, recognized as specified plants. And as you might have heard, if you don't maintain your Canadian lawn very well, if it's a neglected lawn, you can get a ticket from the city. They will send somebody to mow your lawn and you have to pay for it. And as soon as you integrate something, you are working in a gray zone. And we did those kind of projects. You can enrich biodiversity on the place. And you don't have to maintain your Canadian lawn with these heavy weapons and equipment I was talking about at the very beginning of my presentation. And one word I try to not include in my vocabulary, it's weed. I think these are volunteers, and as gardeners, we always make decisions. Sometimes they are volunteers, and they are very welcome. Think about dandelions. They can feed bees, and sometimes they can become very invasive. So we always have to make decisions based on the very specifics on a site or site design.
Thank you. Public health is enhanced by your thoughtful use of trees and native plants to make places for walking and meditating. How do we get city administration to put money into places like this? Better health in a population saves money.
We all have to work together. So we need action, and we need agents, and we need advocates for landscape and biodiversity. And I can tell you, it's not just the city. For instance, when we were working on this courtyard on campus, we had battles all the time with project managers, to allow us to go beyond the existing standards, which sometimes are I would even call them very primitive and banal, in order to increase biodiversity. One thing, for instance, campus, we still have our beautification day. It's great, to see the president adjacent with students to get some dirt underneath of the fingernails. But when you look on this images or pictures, they put perennials in planters right at the time when most of us students and maybe instructors and professors are leaving the campus. And then it's on the maintenance crews to water those plants. And I was asking, why can't we take some of that money, and buy plants and allow them to build their roots into the clay? And that's part of our courtyard, for instance, of that courtyard projects. But I can tell you, the mindset of a lot of people is not there yet. So let's work together. Let's be the advocate, for ecology, biodiversity, and good learning place design.
Excellent. Thank you, Dietmar. Just one final question for you as well, too. You mentioned that the science courtyard was a living lab. Do you know what types of projects are going to be taking place in the courtyard that you and Anna designed?
Yeah, we just start several ideas. So we want to test plans. So that was one of the standards. There are gaps. These gaps in between, the heavy stones, for instance, I always call them. I love to work with gaps because going back to the question, invasive, so somehow they're in a cage, they can't escape. Depends from the plant's tragedy. If they build up seeds, distributed by the winds, then they can escape. But here we wanted to fill those gaps with lean materials in order to test plants from a different hardiness zone. So the project manager thought, no, that's not part of our standards. What is a lean material? They wanted to have the regular topsoil in there. So that was a battle. Finally, we were allowed to put in lean materials. So again, we want to test plants which will grow right now in a different hardiness zone. But within that microclimate, we already are, within that hardiness zone. So it's a kind of plant monitoring. A second research project is really how to avoid pesticides in order, to prepare the soil for plants. Because we always talk about nature and we think we can get nature for free, these tall grasses. But if you want to establish a tall grass prairie in an urban context, you have to treat the soil first. And the most common method still today is to use Roundup. And we try to avoid that. Another possible research would be, to have entomologists, involved. They should monitor the insects, what is there right now and what will be there after we planted, a very diverse meadow. Does it attract pollinators? Because, we can have design competitions for bee houses. We had, architecture, but a house without gardens and landscape nourishing the bees wouldn't provide a very healthy environment for them.
Thank you very much, Dietmar, for answering that. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of us for joining us today for Sustainability Day and for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me and giving me this opportunity, to be an advocate for landscape architecture and sustainable design. Thank you, Michaela, and all the others. Thank you very much.
Take care. So now we will take a brief break, and we encourage everyone to participate in a mobility and exercise movements. So we do have 3 options, and they will be put into the chat. So you can participate in either one that you would like to. So they should be available in a couple seconds here. A few housekeeping items before we get started. If you have any questions for the presenter, you can type these into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered during the Q&A portion of our time together. If you experience technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or a Q&A box. An IST staff member is standing by to assist you. If you require any of the materials presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we can get these to you. And now I will introduce our next speaker. Our next presentation will connect the values of equity, diversity, and inclusion with sustainability and the SDGs. Valerie Williams is a human resources professional and is the University of Manitoba's EDI facilitator, supporting organizational development through promoting a provocative diversity and inclusion strategy. Please join me in virtually welcoming Valerie Williams.
Thank you, Michaela. Thank you for the invitation to participate in Sustainability Day. In preparing my presentation, I recognized I can do more to link my initiatives to sustainability. So the Office of Sustainability is going to be sorry they invited me, because I'm going to be hounding you so we can link up our initiatives to have the best impact for our community. I'm just going to open up my presentation. I want this to be informal, so please indicate any comments that you have in the chat, and I imagine Michaela will be monitoring it, or someone from the office will be monitoring it. Don't hesitate to ask questions, just unmute yourselves. I will have a call out activity, so I want to confirm everyone's able to unmute themselves, Michaela.
Attendees cannot, but they will put it into the chat and I will read them out to you.
Okay, well, that's going to be an unusual call out activity. We'll see how it goes. Fantastic, thank you. So please let me know if you cannot see the slide.
The slides are present.
Thank you. If solutions within the system are so impossible to find, then maybe we should change the system itself. And interestingly enough, I received this quote in my inbox this morning. So I thought, how appropriate is this for equity, diversity, and inclusion, which I will be referring to as EDI going forward. I need to look at the systemic barriers that prevent the full participation of all community members. So we need to address the systemic barriers in our community and change those. So in my research for best practices in equity, diversity, and inclusion, I came across the Global Diversity and Inclusion Benchmarks. It's a standard for organizations around the world. I have been using the GDIB for several years now to assess progress here at the University of Manitoba. The GDIB helps organizations realize the depth, breadth, and integrated scope of EDI practices. It assesses the current state of EDI and determines my strategy and informs my work. Measures progress in promoting diversity and fostering inclusion at the University of Manitoba. So I found this a really valuable tool that I rely on to assess our progress. Now, this is where, in the GDIB, this is where I first discovered the opportunity and the value of aligning my human resources EDI strategy to sustainability. In the 2016 edition of the GDIB, the authors and expert panelists decided to add connecting EDI and sustainability as a new bridging category, right in the middle. Align and connect, assessment, communications, and sustainability. So it is a relatively new and progressive practice to include EDI and sustainability initiatives together. Sustainability, like communications and assessment, links with all of the categories outlined in GDIB and in the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion program. The ultimate goal of EDI is to help create a community where every individual feels welcomed, respected, supported, and valued to fully participate and have access to all the opportunities afforded in the university. The ultimate goal of sustainability is to enable future generations to live comfortably in a safe, clean, and healthy world that respects human work and aspirations. So where does EDI fit into all of this? EDI, by its nature, deals with human rights, wants to protect our human rights. Sustainability efforts, especially when it comes to climate change, also deals with human rights. So what is the link? And if you can please enter that in the chat, what is the link between EDI and sustainability? Am I getting any responses, Michaela?
We just had one come through, social justice.
Excellent. Any others? Social justice is, I'm sorry?
Sorry, and environmental justice.
Excellent. What else links EDI to sustainability? And they're both right? It is our human rights. Both programs are concerned with our human rights, to protect our human rights and advance our human rights and social justice. A premise of the sustainability movement is, I succeed when you succeed. This means all individuals will do best when they work collaboratively and compete with fairness and respect. This premise is in concert with the values and ultimate goals of EDI work. Connecting EDI and sustainability increase the effectiveness of both programs. So I'm going to read out some objectives, and I want you to enter into the chat whether it is an EDI objective, or an objective of both programs. Are we ready? The first objective, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Is this an EDI objective, sustainability objective, or both? Please answer your answer in the chat.
We have quite a few answers coming in for both.
Excellent, thank you. Achieve gender equality and empower all women. Is this an EDI objective, a sustainability objective, or both?
And quite a few coming in for both for this as well.
Great, you guys are on fire. Promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. EDI, sustainability, or both?
And both for this one as well. And
thank you, Michaela.
No problem.
Build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Again, EDI, sustainability, or both?
We have one for sustainability and quite a few for both.
Excellent. It is both. Reduce inequality within and among countries. EDI, both, or sustainability?
We have one for EDI and quite a few for both.
It is for both. This objective applies to both the programs. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Which program do you think it belongs to, this objective?
All answers are both.
Fantastic. We can clearly see EDI and sustainability have more in common, even with our objectives, than separate us. An inclusive culture creates a workplace that is progressive, and inclusion allows us to adopt sustainable business practices with mindful intent. So these are three benefits EDI can offer to sustainability efforts. The first is knowledge sharing. Implementing a sustainable business model in a diverse community requires a diverse workforce. EDI promotes diversity. I measure the representation of the designated groups, and the 4 designated groups are women, Indigenous peoples, racialized members, and persons with disability. I identify underrepresentation. I conduct a workforce analysis that compares our internal population to external labor market availability. That gives me underrepresentation for certain groups. As well as identifying underrepresentation, we also identify and eliminate the barriers that prevent full participation of marginalized groups. Diversity plus inclusion increases quality and excellence in the workplace. That is a reason why equity, diversity, and inclusion is so beneficial to the university. I always ask people, that is the university's position. What's in it for you? What's in it for me? Why should I be interested in EDI? Why should I be interested in sustainability? If you want to enter those comments into the chat, and I'm going to ask Michaela to read some of them. I've given you the reasons the university is invested in EDI. What are our reasons? Why would we be interested in EDI and in sustainability? What's in it for us?
We have one response saying equal opportunities for all.
Excellent. Much of the success in my career is going to be dependent on building relationships, and that's going to be building relationships with people different than myself. As well, I need to treat people with the appropriate measure of respect in order to have good working relationships. I don't need to know everything about your background in order to work well with you. I do need to know something. So we need to build our capacity in EDI and sustainability. Collaboration. EDI fosters a culture of inclusion where all individuals feel welcomed, respected, and valued. And we all have access to fully participate in all of the opportunities afforded at the University of Manitoba. Collegiality is highly valued at the university. It is important that we work well together. And often we have to spend time developing relationships in order to do that. We have to get to know people. And I always say the University of Manitoba gives us a great opportunity to build relationships with people different than ourselves. Longevity. Diversity is our future. Canadians are not having more children. Canadians are not reproducing at a great rate. Baby boomers are retiring. We are becoming dependent on countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America to fulfill our immigration needs. And the Indigenous population under the age of 30 is becoming the fastest growing segment of our workforce. We are going to have more diversity. Teams that are diverse outperform their competitors. Teams that are diverse are more engaged. And teams that are diverse impact how the University of Manitoba sees itself and how we are seen by our external community. Linking EDI with sustainable business practices is not only socially sustainable, it's a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So what does this look like? What does linking EDI strategy to sustainability strategy look like? And I'm going to give you a couple minutes to enter into the chat what you see. What do you see the outcomes of linking the two programs together?
More diversity in the kinds of research we're seeing.
Excellent. Yes, more diversity in our research. More diversity is going to impact every level at the university. So by linking EDI to sustainability, what do you think that will look like?
A realization that climate change needs to be tackled globally, which can only happen when people are no longer experiencing human rights violations. Diversity of perspectives represented in sustainability programs and decisions.
Excellent. Anything else?
More diverse graduated and potentially ending cyclical poverty issues once these graduates enter the workforce.
Yes, we have to give fair access to all members of marginalized groups. Fantastic, thank you. So I've taken the best practices. Is there another comment there?
There is more practices to achieve sustainability and universal prosperity.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent one. So I've taken the best practices that we will realize when EDI links with sustainability. Right now, I would have to admit that this is a goal of mine for EDI to include sustainability initiatives. Next Sustainability Day, I'm going to talk to you about the goals that we have achieved. Sustainability is fully integrated into the EDI strategy and vice versa. We both have initiatives specific to our program included in each other's strategies. The University of Manitoba takes a leadership role in influencing and supporting the connection of EDI and sustainability initiatives locally. So we need the support of senior leadership. That is the way the University of Manitoba is structured. It is usually from the top down, where it is most effective, our programs will be delivered. EDI and sustainability progress are regularly measured, verified, and publicly reported. I know that the Office of Sustainability, as well as EDI, report on their progress publicly. The organization has evidence that its sustainability and EDI initiatives benefit from their alignment with each other and show more meaningful impact than if they were separate and unconnected initiatives. Why do you think that is so? Why do you think that we would be more impact, have better impact connected than if we were separate? The more diverse perspectives we have informing our work, the richer our work will be. If I create an EDI strategy on my own, that would be the Human Resources EDI strategy. I need to be clear on that. It is not university-wide. But if I only create the initiatives, it's going to be very narrow. I need to depend on my partners to inform my work. So it is richer. It includes different perspectives. That is when the work is best. EDI results reflect actions in at least 3 of the following aspects of sustainability as defined by the United Nations: people, planet, prosperity, peace, or partnership. So I need to work with the Office of Sustainability to include, to make sure that I have at least 3 of the following aspects included in my actions that I can measure. So what are the benefits of linking EDI to sustainability? What is one benefit?
Accountability.
Absolutely. We need to hold each other accountable for our programs and our strategies.
A strong overall program.
Absolutely. Two of the benefits are we will set goals that align the efforts of both initiatives in part or in whole. This combined strategy is likely to save resources and strengthen results. So I know for myself, I'm looking forward to building a more informed strategy with the Office of Sustainability. Is there another comment there?
Yes, we have two more, or three more, sorry. Greater, both will be successful.
Yes.
One is involving everybody makes it much less likely that some person or group will bear the burden or reap all the benefits.
Excellent.
And the third one is community working together.
Fantastic benefits. Thank you very much. We want to have the best community possible, and we don't want to exclude voices. And we have to be careful that we're inviting different voices, particularly people different than myself. I don't want to have tunnel vision in creating initiatives. I want to rely on others, and I'm going to invite others different than me to inform my work. That is when we're going to be successful in EDI and sustainability, when we have a number of diverse voices informing our plans. Are there any questions or comments?
Currently, no questions or comments coming through.
Well, I am early in this presentation. If there are no questions or comments, these are the resources I've used. Michaela, would you like me to send this PowerPoint to you to share with the audience?
That would be excellent, Valerie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for including me in this very important day. I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. We do actually have now a comment and a question coming through.
Excellent.
So one comment, thanks Valerie for the great presentation. The O of S and SC will for sure follow up.
Thank you.
And then another question, do you have a favorite SDG?
Do I have a favorite SDG? Oh, no, I don't. If I had a favorite, it would include empowering women, all women, and recognizing intersectionality. The Employment Equity Program was established in 1986, and the University of Manitoba had been an employment equity employer for over 40 years till the program was redesigned in 2013. And it was recognized that the only beneficiaries of employment equity were white women. So I like the SDG of opportunities for all women and empowerment of all women. I think that would be one of my favorites.
Excellent. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you, Michaela.
We have a couple just comments just saying thank you, Val. Thank you for the great presentation. And I'll just wait a couple just in case we have a few more questions.
Absolutely. And also, you guys, I want an EDI day.
Yes, that would be amazing. Has that been in the talks at all of making that a possibility?
We are in the process of developing a community of practice for EDI, so I will be inviting all of you, particularly the Office of Sustainability.
Yes, yeah, we would really appreciate that. Lots of people saying, I second the EDI day, amazing presentation.
You guys are very kind. Thank you.
A question coming through, do any specific initiatives come to mind in future to link EDI and sustainability?
How we can leverage the opportunities to include diverse voices. I think that would be the first initiative. How can I support sustainability? What do you need from me?
Excellent. Thank you. And then I have a comment coming through. Senate just announced yesterday that there is earmarked money for EDI events. Looking forward to it.
Yay. Yes, the President's Task Force on EDI made several strong recommendations to the President in December, and I guess that announcement was based on those recommendations. I think the landscape of EDI is going to be enhanced over the next few months, and I'm really looking forward to it. There are several faculties, units, and departments that do, promote diversity and inclusion and have initiatives on their own. I work in human resources at the Fort Garry campus. Jackie Gruber is a Rady, Faculty of Health Sciences EDI director, and she has 2 or 3 people working underneath her. So I think in order to have a more strong program, we need to centralize our efforts. And I think that's going to happen with the recommendations made to the President. That's my hope.
Definitely. Thank you. Another comment, a challenge will be coordinating efforts for sure. Glad we have early links with you as we move forward.
Yeah, I'm thrilled about it. I'm setting up a meeting as soon as you guys kind of recover, because I know you worked really hard on this day. So I'm going to give you a week or 2, but I'm going to be setting up a meeting to talk about our first steps.
That sounds great, Valerie. Thank you.
I've noticed some universities do have an EDI calendar on their websites. I as well have an EDI calendar, but I'm going to enhance it to include sustainability events and initiatives on that calendar. Great idea. That's the first thing we're going to do. Calendar events.
Looking forward to it. Awesome. Lots of great comments coming through.
And I know that we're both in the process of completing our applications to Canada's Top Employers Project, and there may be an opportunity to start now in completing that application.
Perfect. Looks like that is all of the questions and comments that have come through so far.
Well, thank you, Office of Sustainability. I look forward to meeting with you in the next couple of weeks. Thank you all for listening to me. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Val, for joining us today. We really appreciate it and look forward to starting some important initiatives in the future with you.
Excellent. Bye-bye now.
Bye. Take care.
Hello, and welcome to our next session of Sustainability Day. My name is Jessie Klassen, and I am the Engagement and Project Coordinator with the Office of Sustainability. And I will be your moderator for this session. A few housekeeping items before we get started. If you have any questions for the presenters, you can type these into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered during the Q&A portion of our time together. If you experience technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or Q&A box. An IST staff member is standing by to assist you. If you require any of the materials presented today in an accessible format, please let us know and we will get those to you. And now I will introduce our speakers. Kevin Hancamer and Vanessa Vermeulen are from the Campus Planning Office at the University of Manitoba. Kevin and Vanessa have created a valuable tool for students, staff, and faculty alike to better understand our exterior spaces and urban forests on campus. These inventory tools can be used to support research, learning, and planning efforts at the university. Welcome, Kevin and Vanessa.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Jessie, for introducing us and for asking us to present today. Very exciting to be part of Sustainability Day. So as Jessie mentioned, my name is Kevin and this is Vanessa. We work in the Campus Planning Office. So the Campus Planning Office, just to give you a bit of background into kind of what we do. So we work with the Office of Sustainability and Physical Plant, as well as the greater campus community to guide physical development and manage space resources on campus. So campus planning examines the campus as a whole, establishing planning frameworks for the university's campuses and lands, so buildings, landscapes, transportation systems. And on our other side of the office is space planning, and they analyze individual spaces, both existing and new, ensuring that campus space fulfills the university's academic and research missions in a way that best supports learning and research objectives. So today we're going to present on two of the projects that we're working on. One is the exterior space inventory and the other is the tree inventory. Vanessa is just going to share her screen with you here. So the exterior space inventory, which you see right now, and the tree inventory are important tools to help us plan, maintain, and enhance our campus landscapes. The exterior space inventory is a collection of data that is centralized in an easy-to-use interactive map, which you see here. So this is kind of a GIS-based map. We are working on having these maps up on a U of M website sometime soon. So look forward to that. We're not sure where that will live just yet, but we're in the process of updating our websites. So the intent of this inventory is to act as a planning tool to support an upcoming landscape master plan. However, it's grown a bit, and we do feel that it is a useful resource that can help support research and learning on campus. So just to get into the exterior space inventory here a little bit, it looks at the elements that make up our campus landscape and organizes them into broad categories such as roads, pathways, open spaces. Vanessa's opened up the layer list here where you can see some of these broad categories. There's also more detailed subcategories in each of these broad classifications. So, for example, under pathways, there are multi-use paths, sidewalks, recreation trails, buffered bike paths, that type of thing. So with this map, for each element, you can click on it and find out some more details that tell you a bit more about that item that you're wanting to learn more about. So if you were to click on a pathway, you can then tell if it is designated as part of our active transportation system, what the surface material is, if there's lighting. So we can see how this will work for both kind of the general campus community as well as for us as a planning tool. So we can see this one that Vanessa's clicked on, Curry Place. It's primarily unit pavers. It's quite wide. There is lighting. So this definitely helps us with our planning efforts. But again, there's a lot of data in here, and we're just kind of at a starting point right now, and we're hoping to build it. We also like to have the idea of sort of open data. So our hope is that this grows and that there's input from not only on kind of the facilities and management side of things, but also the greater campus community. There's opportunities here to highlight, student work or kind of active research. So we see this as an important tool going forward. So we're just going to run through a couple of examples on how to actually use this. So there will be a little bit more of a kind of a user guide when this is out on our website. But Vanessa can kind of go through here. As you see, she's pulled up a table at the bottom of this map. And this is called an attribute table. And so the attribute table is where all of the information is stored for each of these kind of shaded polygons that you see. So let's use an example for a sustainability initiative. So if we want to look at green spaces, so our open spaces, we can click on an open space and find out if there's irrigation, if there's lighting, who it was designed by and when. As you see here, where she clicked on the quad, and there's, it was designed, I think it was 1993, Hilderman, Whitty, Crosby, Haney and Associates. So there's this type of information that we have stored. So say we wanted to use this to look at what we call supportive landscapes. So our supportive landscapes are things like boulevards, kind of little green buffers that you see in parking lots, kind of these leftover areas. So currently right now, they are typically sod and have to be managed or maintained in some way, whether it's cutting, trimming, that type of thing. So if we were to look at how we could use this from a sustainability point of view or from a research point of view, maybe you can look at these areas. So Vanessa's kind of highlighted all these supportive landscapes. And maybe we look at replanting this in the future or reseeding this with, a native species that would help with biodiversity and reduce in maintenance and maintenance costs as well too. So we do have in our physical plant department, there's a native revegetation strategy that looks at introducing different grass seed that doesn't need a high level of maintenance. So this is kind of an example of how you could use this for a benefit. So maybe what we'll do next is planting beds. Yeah, good idea, Vanessa. So we're looking at planting beds. Another could be like a student research project where this highlights all the planting beds on campus. So within our planting beds, we've started to collect information of is there native species? Is it annuals versus perennials? Is there irrigation nearby? So irrigation being able to hook up a hose, that type of thing. So I could see a student project for maybe food production where you want to highlight all these different planting beds that exist on campus and what could potentially be used for food production. We have some right now at University Center on the roof deck. So, and there are community gardens that do pop up from time to time. So maybe this is an opportunity for a research project on areas that could be converted into for food production or for native species or converting annual to perennial, that type of thing. So maybe what we can do next is move into our tree inventory. So this was a project that we've been working on with our operations and maintenance and our architectural engineering services, Office of Sustainability to collect information for every tree that exists on campus. And what we have here are the freestanding trees that we see on the core campus. The riparian corridor and Southwood have been covered kind of under different projects, but what we have here is a tree inventory that we'll use as a planning and maintenance tool for managing our urban forest. So Vanessa, if you zoom in a little bit here, you can click on an individual dot and you'll be able to see what species it is. We've also had some of the indigenous languages translated for this. So for tamarack, you can see, I won't try to pronounce any of these on camera right now, but you can see, so we just wanted to bring kind of a bit of a deeper understanding to the campus forest. We think that this will be a good kind of campus community informational tool, but again, we do use it on our operations and maintenance side of things, and it's helping to inform an urban forestry management strategy that is underway right now. So here's a couple of ways that you can filter. So Vanessa's going through the filter functions right now, where say we wanted to find all of the elm on campus. So we can kind of really easily do that right now, where we find that the species is American elm, and you click OK, and then this highlights just all the elm trees. So you can see there's the avenue of elms, that the Memorial Avenue that runs along Chancellor Matheson. And so from a maintenance point of view, we can look at this and say, okay, these are the trees that need Dutch elm disease injections over the next number of years. We can also use this to communicate some of the work that's upcoming. So say there are trees that have to come down in the next number of years because of Dutch elm or whatever, we can highlight this and have this as a layer on the map. So another example could be if we want to look at at green ash. So one of the other issues that Manitoba is dealing with right now is the introduction of the emerald ash borer. So right here we can quickly highlight all the ash trees that exist on campus, and you can see there are quite a few of them, green ash, which are all susceptible to the emerald ash borer. So what the physical plant and operation, our physical plant department has been doing is proactively removing some of the large hazard trees that may be close to high traffic pedestrian zones or buildings, areas where a large tree, infected by affected by the emerald ash borer could pose a risk. So we can look at some of these high concentration areas where the ash trees exist. We know that we're going to lose them over the next 10, 20 years, hopefully longer. But with the ash borer here, there is good risk that we're going to lose all these trees. So now we can look at areas of where focused planting may need to take place. So this is kind of how we're looking at using this on kind of the planning side of things, but having this information available to the wider campus community, I think is something that will be beneficial both to us from the planning side, as well as to support research and learning. So yeah, I think that ties up right now. We could talk about this for a while longer, but as I say, this is going to be introduced on our websites at some point in the near future. So this is available will be available to everyone. So if anybody has any questions, please let me know. And again, as this gets onto our websites, I'm sure there may be some more questions that come up. So you can always reach out to either Vanessa or I in the campus planning office. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin and Vanessa. I can see this just being such a valuable tool for researchers and students alike. I'll start to look at the Q&A box here, and I'll read some questions out to you both, okay? Do you have a plan to restore wetlands to protect against flooding, which is an especially important concern given the university's proximity to the Red River?
So I think as part of this, I guess there's no real short answer, but we are looking at doing a stormwater management plan for the campus, which does look at how green infrastructure such as wetlands can assist in not only flooding, but kind of managing our stormwater runoff, as well as our riverbank stability. So there are kind of projects underway between our offices that does look at this. There's no sort of strategy at this point to say that we're going to start developing wetlands. Part of the Southwood development will include storm retention ponds, which is really aimed at cleaning stormwater and collecting stormwater instead of putting it to a pipe and just sticking and then letting it go out to the river. So short answer is not at this time, but it is something that we are all looking at. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Another question here. First, a comment. Great initiative. Are there plans to put QR codes linked to this information about buildings and some trees on campus?
See, so this is a perfect example of an idea that comes up that can be easily done. So QR codes are something that we can generate easily. So we do have some building information that Physical Plant has been keeping this as a record for forever, basically. So this is something where there could be a project, whether it's student-led or whether it's led on the administrative side of things. This is where I see this partnership and kind of having more open data being a great resource. And then it's just there's that many more people that are interested in the campus lands, our buildings, our heritage, trees, that type of thing. So there can be that partnership.
Great. There's another question that's come in. Well, will there be a way to highlight the trees that used to be part of our campus, but perhaps had to be removed due to Dutch elm or emerald ash borer through the GIS application?
Yeah, so right now in our layers, you'll be able to see what are trees, what are stumps, previously tree sites. So we will see where these trees did exist. And it's something that we do look at. So from a kind of a general forestry planning point of view, there may be some more depth or meaning to this. So if we look and see there's a trend, maybe not just elm or trees that have been affected by disease, but maybe there's a pattern of tree mortality in specific areas. It could be due to soil conditions or it could be due to some other factor. So that's where this inventory is really helpful. So the short answer to that is yes, you can filter to see where these existing tree sites were. So this data was collected in 2017, so we don't have anything going back further than that. But yes, you can see the previous tree sites.
Okay, a couple more questions. This comment says, super interesting. In regards to EAB, is the university planning on injecting any ash trees or will they be removing them all?
So this question might be better posed to our operations and maintenance, but I do think there are some trees that we're looking at injecting for ash. Not a ton, because it is quite expensive. It's not a guarantee that it'll keep the tree, but we are looking at some of the suitable individuals on campus that might be worthy of kind of having an injection. So. Yeah, there are some instances on campus where we're trying to preserve some of these kind of high importance trees for as long as we can. But primarily, it's kind of a two-step strategy. So there's some injections, and then looking at removing some of the high risk trees, and then some of the other trees we're just kind of leaving in place, as long as possible.
Okay, thanks. Is there, if there was information someone wanted to add to the inventory, would this be an option, and how could they go about doing this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're still a little bit, since it's quite young, I guess. There is a way that we can add data into this inventory, kind of from the outside. So right now, this will be essentially locked for editing, the public map. However, we can make this data available to, if there's, say, a research project or just a general interest project, we can make the data available, the public data available if you have access to GIS or ArcGIS online. I think the best step would be to work with the Defoe Library. There is a GIS librarian, Cynthia Dietz and Meg Miller, and we're always kind of back and forth with them on how we can kind of get this data out there and how best to share the data. So I think the process would be to go through our office and a combination with Defoe Library, but it is something that we're interested in for sure.
Okay, thanks. And just one more comment. Great work, Kevin and Vanessa. This is very valuable information for the future and hopefully sustainable development of our campus. And great work. Can't wait to receive the link. So thanks so much for joining us today and sharing this exciting inventory project with us.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we will have a short video presentation from Terry Duguid, Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages for Western Economic Diversification Canada, and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change through Canada Water Agency.
Hello, my name is Terry Duguid, and I'm the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that I'm joining you from Treaty 1 territory and the homeland of the Métis Nation. It's a great pleasure to address you virtually for Sustainability Day and to see all the great work that is being done at the University of Manitoba. Along with my role as MP, I am also the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, where I have been asked to lead the federal government's efforts to define and establish a Canada Water Agency. The creation of a Canada Water Agency presents a unique opportunity for the Government of Canada to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, local authorities, scientists, and others to better protect and manage freshwater across Canada. I was absolutely thrilled to learn that the U of M, located in my home district of Winnipeg South, has been named the United Nations Academic Impact Hub for Sustainable Development Goal 6, SDG 6, which focuses on clean water and sanitation. Canada is a water nation known for abundant lakes and rivers. Freshwater is consistently named by Canadians as our most important resource, vital to our health, our economy, and our very identity as a country. To Canada's Indigenous peoples, water is sacred. It is vital to the lives, livelihoods, and cultures of so many communities throughout our province and country. And that is why I have high hopes for the Canada Water Agency. When established, the agency will have the potential to harness the knowledge and goodwill of all of the partners and levels of government I have mentioned to better manage and protect our precious freshwater resources, to make real progress on SDG 6 in our own country. Like you, I am deeply committed to managing fresh water for the benefit of present and future generations. The actions we take now will bring great rewards as we continue to build a sustainable economy and reduce as well as manage the effects of climate change. And while getting our own house in order in Canada, we also need to help other nations achieve their SDG 6 goals through development assistance, technology transfer, and sharing our expertise. Thank you all for being part of Virtual Sustainability Day. I know that your knowledge and perspectives will enrich the discussions taking place today and help advance progress on SDG 6 here and around the world.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch and got to step outside for a moment. It's really quite beautiful out there. So my name is Kale, and I am the Acting Director of the Office of Sustainability, and I will be your moderator for this next session. A few housekeeping items before we get started. If you have any questions for the presenter, you can type them into the question box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered during the Q&A portion of our time together. If you experience technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or the question and answer box, and an IST staff member will be standing by to assist you. If you require any of the material presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we can get those to you. And now to introduce our speaker, Donna Dagg is the Sustainable Development Practitioner at Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries and is part of the Sustainable Procurement Manitoba Working Group. Donna assists with advancing the corporation's environmental goals, which include minimizing waste, conserving water, reducing carbon emissions, and advancing responsible procurement. Donna will be sharing the many ways responsible procurement can assist in the achievement of the SDGs. Donna, I will pass it over to you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And I'm just about to show my slide presentation. Can you see that as well, Kel?
Yep.
Okay. How about that?
Yep, we got it there. That's awesome.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. And again, thank you, Kale, and the Sustainable Development staff over at the U of M for the invitation. This is wonderful. So I am going to get started. My presentation today is on government spending and the Sustainable Development Goals. So just by way of a little bit of an agenda, I'm going to talk a little bit about how does public or government procurement support the Sustainable Development Goals, and then really what is sustainable procurement, and then what is sustainable procurement in Manitoba. And then I'm going to try and connect the sustainable procurement in Manitoba to the Sustainable Development Goals, just to give some examples. So goal number 12 is responsible consumption and production. And then specifically in Sustainable Development Goal is the target 12.7, which directly refers to the importance of public sector procurement. It reads promote public procurement practices that are sustainable in accordance to the national policies and priorities. So it's how does sustainable public procurement support the Sustainable Development Goal? I want to emphasize that it's not public procurement, it's sustainable public procurement. And when we look at SDG or responsible consumption and production, SDG goal number 12, it really is an enabling goal. And sort of what I mean by that is, I kind of show it in a teeter-totter here. So it's an enabling goal. If in fact you're government procurement, and when you go out to market and you're looking for more than just financial value, but you're looking for environmental and social value as well, you have the ability to impact all of the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you think of public procurement, and if you think of our supply chains being global, you can really pull, if you use your purchasing power to support all of the Sustainable Development Goals. So here's just a slide to sort of what is the difference between public procurement and sustainable public procurement. So public procurement is just simply referring to the purchase of goods and services by government and government-owned enterprises using public funds. But if we're talking about sustainable public procurement, which is what goal number 12 wants us to do, it's a process whereby the government meets their needs for goods and services in a way that is compatible with the protection of the environment and society. So if I'm a public procurement professional, I'm going to go out to market and I'm going to request and buy furniture and paper and landscape services and cleaning services in a way that supports sustainable public procurement. I'm going to look at not only my value for money, but I'm going to look at ways that I can procurement to reduce the environmental and social impacts. So for instance, if I wanted to buy carpet, now as a public procurer, I'm going to have to think of, well, what's better, broadloom or modular? Should I buy wool or synthetic? How much water and energy is used to create the carpet? What are the emissions associated with carpet? And what am I going to, do I have to landfill the carpet at the end of its useful life, or will the company or the manufacturer take it back? So it just changes the whole way we think when we purchase goods and services. So that's really why sustainable public procurement matters. Really, it's why does goal number 12 focus on public procurement? And before we start going through this slide, I just wanted to give a little bit of a history. You know, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, perhaps before a lot of you that are online were around, we talked about sustainable development. There were a number of commissions and conventions that the UN had where countries or member countries went to these commissions and conventions to talk about economic development, and talking about economic development that we were butting up against limits, both from an environmental perspective, but also from a social justice and inclusion perspective as well. And we were butting up against limits, and we started to hear phrases like sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And many of the countries, the delegates came back to their countries and started to develop sustainable development legislation and sustainable development policies. And largely within all of these pieces of legislation and policies was the requirement to do sustainable procurement. And why? Why? Because governments buy a lot of stuff. So public procurement represents approximately 12% of gross domestic product in developed countries. That's about 30% of total government expenditures. And it can be up to 25 to 30% of GDP in developing countries. So given the enormous funds spent on public procurement, sustainable public procurement can have a great trigger on market transformation. And if I'm a manufacturer, I'm a supplier, and I want those government contracts, I'm going to slowly change the way I'm manufacturing goods and services to get those contracts from the government. So I think it's important in Canada, we have sustainable development legislation at the federal level, and we also have it at the provincial level as well. If you look at the Climate and Green Plan Act, there is a requirement to do sustainable procurement. And they define sustainable procurement the same way as the Brundtland Commission did in the 1980s during those conventions when we talked about sustainable development, which is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So I just want to give an example about just how big the public procurement, what real shift they can have on the markets and why it's so important is, I remember back in the 1990s when the US government said, I think it was back in 1993, they said, you know what, for all of our federal buildings, we will no longer buy copy paper unless it has 20% post-consumer waste product. Before that, it was incredibly hard to find any copy paper with any percentage of recycled paper in it. That focus on the federal government in the US and all of the North America pulp and paper mills seemed to change. It seemed almost overnight. They figured out how to take the commodities that we were putting in our blue bin, the paper, bundle it up, send it to the pulp and paper mill. They figured out how to de-ink it, mix it with the virgin paper to create a 20% post-consumer waste so they could keep their market and sell their paper to the federal government of the US. And then in 1998, the US government again changed it and upped it to 30%. But that is the power of public procurement in terms of being able to see that market shift for the betterment of not just financial value, but environmental and social as well. So our provincial government, as I said, supports sustainable procurement. And when we think of sustainable procurement and actually applying it, we have numerous professional public procurement professionals that support procurement within our province. And generally speaking, these procurement professionals are well versed in contract law or competitive bidding process, trade agreements, etc. And now they're also asked to do something called sustainable development or sustainable procurement, looking at the supply chain all along and seeing how they can make benefits to advance environmental and social value. So back in 2007, sort of a consortium of public purchasers here in the province met to discuss sort of the current initiatives to support sustainable procurement in Manitoba. And we kind of discussed, what resources were needed to support the purchase of sustainable goods and services, what characteristics make goods and services better. I'm buying paper, I'm buying concrete, or I'm buying landscape services or cleaning products. What's the difference? We knew that there was third-party certifications that were out there to support sustainable procurement, but are they reputable? Should we endorse them? What legislation supports sustainable procurement in Manitoba? And then the discussions concluded that we really needed to have a web-based tool to support practical knowledge for public purchasers. So we created a website called Sustainable Procurement in Manitoba. And essentially it's a web-based resource for any organization or member of the public interested in purchasing sustainable goods and services. We have a website working group. We meet on a monthly basis, and basically our main focus is to advance the information or edit the information, because sustainable development is always moving forward. So a lot of times we have to edit the existing information to make sure it's up to date, to make sure that it's a really good, useful tool for public procurers to advance their purchasing in a sustainable manner. And our working group is made up of a number of different members. We have members from the City of Winnipeg. We have members from the University of Manitoba, the regional health authorities, school divisions. Who else do we have? We have Red River College. We have the provincial government itself and Crown Corporation. So we're a diverse group of people that meet on a monthly basis to try and advance sustainable procurement in Manitoba. So some of the things that we do is we conduct a lot of research to determine what makes products and services sustainable. So if you can imagine, if we're working on transportation services or paper or IT equipment, all of the environmental and social issues are different. So we do a lot of research in that. We look at government policies and mandates and legislation to consider. We look at other specifications from bid documents. I mean, this is always important. Look at what other jurisdictions are doing and how they're incorporating sustainable development requirements into their bid documents. We look for availability in the marketplace. We have to make sure that all public procurers, when they go out to market, that they get bids that come back to them, that we can actually meet those requirements. We review credible, sustainable standards. We look for spin-off benefits to going out in a sustainable fashion for sustainable goods and services, and of course, some other considerations. And so I mentioned that we look at credible, sustainable development standards, and then just sort of by way of history as well, back in the 1980s, when we started to talk about sustainable procurement and the importance of it, a lot of the countries said, we need life cycle assessments done on a wide variety of goods and services that have significant environmental and social impacts. So we started to see a lot of third-party certifications come out at that time that really help in terms of procuring sustainable goods and services. I think Laura spoke this morning about Fairtrade, which is an excellent third-party certification that looks not only at environmental criteria, but also social criteria as well. And so there's a number of them, though. There's MSC, Ecologo, EPEAT, Rainforest Alliance. There's a number of them that we can utilize to help support sustainable procurement. So this is just a snapshot of what our website looks like. It just says Sustainable Procurement Manitoba, and along the bar here we have a number of drop-down tabs, About, which just talks about us as a group and our terms of reference, etc. Legislation and initiatives, which just goes through some of the legislation and initiatives that are important to our province. You know, things like Lake Friendly would be an initiative, or trying to enhance the sustainable certification of our northern fisheries, etc. A lot of the labels and logos that we have looked at the criteria and make a lot of sense to us, and something that we think that we can endorse when we go out to market. We talk a lot about low carbon procurement. That is a key focus moving forward, considering where we're at in terms of climate. And as well as we have a pull down tab called Goods and Services, which is our more popular tab. And if you pull down, you'll see a whole realm of different goods and services where we've actually delved into and provide recommendations for sustainable specifications you can put in bid documents to make them more sustainable. And this is just another tab. This is a tab on our low carbon procurement. Just giving you some information. What we're talking about here is, you know, environmental product declaration, which talks about all the embodied carbon that goes into a product. And so some of the importance of understanding it's not just the amount of energy you use if you have, you know, if you're purchasing, you know, lighting or your computer or fleet vehicles, but it's also all the embodied energy that went into the creation of that commodity or that product. And so those are the kinds of things that we're saying we need to take a look at as we move forward with sustainable procurement in our province. So now I'm just going to switch a little bit, and I'm going to transition to just sort of connecting the dots a little bit between sustainable procurement in Manitoba and how it supports the sustainable development goals. So my first one here, I'm just going to show how, if you looked on our website and you went to the drop-down tab for goods and services, there was a drop-down tab for purchasing of copy paper and other types of office paper. And you'd see a whole bunch of things that we recommend you would put in your bid document when you went out to market. So it's things like request the following minimum environmental standards, like minimum 30% post-consumer waste. And we'd also recommend that you ask for it to be certified by one of the following, either Forestry Stewardship Council or Sustainable Forest Initiative or PEFC. In addition to that, we would say, you know, you need to request to the supplier that he provide or they provide paper bleaching method and show a preference for processed chlorine-free. We know there's discharges that happen into the receiving stream at pulp and paper mills, and it would be best to have it processed chlorine-free. And you should also show preference for copy paper or other types of office paper that are also Green Seal and Ecologo certified. These are excellent life cycle assessment types of certifications, which add even a better oomph to your buying if you included them in your specification. When we look at where that would hit in terms of the sustainable development goals, it clearly hits on number 15, life on land, and then more specifically 15.2, forestry and biodiversity on land. And that doesn't mean it doesn't hit other sustainable development goals as well. I mean, if you look at the Forestry Stewardship Council certification, it has, you know, people living in the forestry area have first right of refusal for the jobs. There's so many other things within that certification. It certainly hits other types of goals, but this would perhaps be one of the main ones that it would hit. As another example, if you're purchasing coffee, Well, that would hit probably 2.4, resilient agricultural production under the SDG goal, zero hunger. So we recommend that you request vendor supply coffee that is shade grown, certified organic, and Fairtrade certified. And we also recommend other things to consider is that if you're going out for coffee, if you also need to have sugar, tea, or cocoa, you should also make them Fairtrade as well. So again, you look at this and there's certainly other sustainable development goals that, that what we're requesting would hit. But this is just an example of one of these sustainable development goals that it would support. As another example, purchasing seafood and freshwater fish, we would recommend you go out for MSC certified fish. We know that the MSC certification is a robust certification that talks about healthy fish stocks. It takes an ecosystem approach when it evaluates the fishery, and it makes sure that the fishery is well maintained and there's a really good chain of custody. And just as maybe an interesting did you know, in October 2014, Waterhen Lake Fishery, located in Manitoba, received their MSC certification. And this fishery, known for its walleye and pickerel, is the first North American freshwater fishery to receive MSC certification. So MSC certification is not just for seafood, it's also for freshwater. And I was reading this morning, or I saw a news release this morning, that our provincial government is supporting eco-certification of our fisheries in Manitoba, and so it's really key for us, you know, for those other things to consider. We know it's an important part for our province to look at an ecosystem approach to manage our fisheries so that they will be around us for years to come. It's also very important because a lot of the walleye and pickerel from these fisheries goes to European markets, and European markets want sustainably certified fish. So we need to certify our northern fisheries in order to maintain it as a financial benefit for our northern partners. And I think this is my last example, and this one, of course, would hit climate action. If I went out for courier services, what kind of specifications or requirements would I put in my bid document? Well, I'm going to ask the courier service to choose initiatives to enhance fuel efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions through one or more of the following: smart route planning, using emission-free or low-emission vehicles, selecting the right size vehicles for the service, or programs to improve their driving behavior. So these are just some of the things, again, you can put in your bid document to support. And these are just 4 examples of many that I could choose from. So in closing, before I take your questions, these are just hopefully after this session or after today's sessions, you can take a look at Sustainable Procurement in Manitoba. Got the web link there, or you can follow us on social media. Again, it's always being updated, and we love to hear from people so that we can update it with more information as it comes forward to make sure that we're procuring from a sustainable perspective. That's what I have, Kale. Up to you. Thanks, everyone.
That's awesome. Thanks so much, Donna. That was great. Yeah, I agree. That website is actually such a wealth of information. So I put it in the chat, and I recommend that people take a look through that and find out what pertains to you. And there's just some really fun facts on there too. Or if websites aren't your thing, feel free to follow Sustainable Procurement Manitoba on social media as well for tips throughout the year. I will open it up for questions now, so I'll give everyone a minute. But if you've got anything you want to ask Donna, now's the time to do it. So there's one coming in here. Donna, what do you feel like is the biggest area of procurement that you think Manitoba has to work on, and also what's something that you feel like we've done well?
Well, I think just from the sort of we need to focus more on climate. I think that would be, it's kind of a chicken and egg right now. I think we're waiting for understanding what our energy profile is going to look like, or what our I'm saying this wrong, but what our electrification is going to look like, so we can look at transportation, better transportation opportunities. We know when we look at the Climate and Green Plan, the biggest portion of our greenhouse gas inventory is associated with transportation. So I think as we move forward, we're looking for opportunities to advance our fleet vehicles and make them electrify our fleet vehicles. So I think that would be what I'm most looking forward to. And I think our province has done a wonderful job really embracing sustainable procurement and looking at it holistically, not just looking at lowest cost, but looking for all of the significant value and how sustainable procurement can really reduce those externalities, whether or not it's toxicity to our waterways or health impacts, those kinds of things. So I think we've embraced sustainable procurement very well, but I think because of the urgency of greenhouse gases and climate change, we need to step up a little bit on our ability to move into or transition to the electrification of our vehicles.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like there's a lot of irons in the fire, and there's a lot of potential in the next coming years to really advance this for sure.
Yeah.
There are a couple more questions. The next one is, do you track which provincial departments use the sustainable procurement site? And if so, how often?
So that's an interesting question. We do not. We track metrics on our website to determine who is going on to it, but not specific to the government, to a government department itself. It's open to everyone, our website. So lots of people go on it. We can't tell whether or not you're specific to the government or not. But we do have newsletters that go out on a quarterly basis and on a 2-year basis. Actually, the last Sustainable Development half-day session we had was at the U of M. So we have these half-day sessions specific for public procurers to kind of keep them up to date on the newest advances or why the government is looking at. The last one we did was on climate and low carbon procurement, because we know that as we advance forward, this is a key interest to our provincial government. So we try and keep in contact with public procurers through our newsletter and through sessions we have on a yearly basis. But we didn't have one last year because of COVID. So.
Right. Well, looking forward to this year, hopefully.
Yeah.
And then I guess there's another one that kind of tags onto that one, and that is, how do you let departments and or organizations know that this resource is available?
Yeah, so again, so we've been doing this since 2007, and we have a lot of uptake when we have our half-day sessions, as well as our newsletter, as well as we get a lot of support from the provincial government, endorsement by the minister, that kind of thing. So we're out there. I can't pinpoint whether or not somebody from a specific government department is doing, but I should also say that governments are also starting to do collaborative buying, which is making sustainable procurement even easier, right? Because we're all going together and putting in these sustainable requirements on a much larger buy. So that's a really interesting and beneficial way of doing sustainable procurement in the province of Manitoba.
Yeah, there's a little bit of word of mouth there too. Hey, if one person hasn't heard about it, the other person probably has.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another question that just came in. I would like to hear about the role of sustainable procurement to include buying from Indigenous Northern communities to reduce poverty and create community development. The second part of that is, are there barriers in that regard? I think of the need for stamped timber.
I would be completely the wrong person to talk about that with. I mean, I'm not a procurement professional. I'm a sustainable development practitioner, but there are trade agreements. There's responsible procurement requirements. There's different avenues that I can't speak well enough on to really answer that question. But that has been a question by local, by through Indigenous businesses. Those kinds of activities I know are being looked at. They're being looked at by the city level, they're being looked at the provincial level, but I could not speak comfortably on that to give a really good answer. But it is part of sustainable procurement. It absolutely is part of sustainable procurement.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. There was a follow-up just saying thank you so much. And maybe the question is, does your sustainable procurement consider all of the SDG goals?
So again, I showed that sort of teeter-totter, and I'm going to say absolutely yes. I mean, if you look at the supply chains for every single good that we purchase, I mean, if I'm buying a computer, you know, some of the parts are being mined in Africa, some of the assemblies being done in Korea, some of the packaging is being done in China, and then it comes to me. It's hitting so many different pieces of the supply chain. It's using energy and water and packaging and transportation, and there's so many social issues. And if I can delve into there, and I can create really good sustainable specifications in my bid document, I can really help to maybe hit 5 or 6 or 7 of those sustainable development goals. And that's why, you know, if governments all over the world are doing sustainable procurement, and because we buy so much, we can really transition the way our goods and services are manufactured. So that's the real beauty of using sustainable procurement or government procurement to push those manufacturers. And we've seen huge benefits over the years as a result of governments all over the world working on sustainable procurement.
Yeah, the example I always think about is the toaster, and how there's so many different aspects of how the toaster got to the shelf and what areas it touched before it got there. So yeah, I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like that's all the questions that we have for now. Donna, I wanted to say thank you so much again for joining us and sharing your knowledge. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, have a great rest of your day.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone, for joining that presentation. We will take a short break, and we will be back for our next presentation with Danny Mann at 1:45. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. We are ready to move on to our next presentation. Welcome for anyone that is just joining us. My name is Kale, and I am the Acting Director with the Office of Sustainability, and I will be your moderator for this session. A few housekeeping items before we get started. If you have any questions for the presenter, you can type them into the question and answer box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered during the question and answer portion of our time together after the presentation. If you experience any technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or the question and answer box. An IST staff member is standing by to assist you. If you require any of the material presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we can get those to you. And now to introduce our speaker. Danny Mann is a professor in the Department of Biosystems Engineering. Danny has research expertise in agricultural ergonomics, agricultural safety, and assistive technologies. Today, Professor Mann will be introducing the Sustainability in Action Facility, also known as SIAF, which is located on the west side of the Fort Garry campus. This facility will be available to the university community for experimental learning and demonstration opportunities in the areas of sustainability. Danny, over to you.
All right, thanks, Kale. I'm going to see if my sharing screen works here.
It works. We got it.
All right. So, yes, I'm going to essentially be using today as sort of an introduction to the campus of this facility that our department has envisioned over the last sort of 15 months, I guess, since we envisioned or came up with the idea of this particular site. I'm currently on sabbatical since July. My sabbaticals turned out a lot different than I had expected it would. And probably one of the benefits is that I've been able to devote a bit more time to this particular initiative. So I wanted to start off by giving a vision for what this facility, what we hope it to become, what we have decided to call the Sustainability in Action Facility, probably a not particularly creative title, but coming from a bunch of engineers, it seemed like it was a very appropriate and efficient type of title. As Cale mentioned, it's located on the west side of the Fort Garry campus, sort of behind the fisheries building, adjacent, well, not adjacent, but sort of tucked in behind where you can see an Investors Group field from it and so forth. What we hope it to become is a facility that's available to the entire campus for experiential learning and demonstration opportunities in areas of sustainability. And I've listed 4 different areas here: northern or urban food production, renewable energy, building practices, and utilization of waste biomass fiber. Not because we see those as the only areas where we would hope to be involved, but simply because those are areas in which our department already has some activity. This is an overhead view of the site. Was taken, I believe it was in end of November, from a drone, and it sort of shows the what's available at the site. You'll see a large building in the center. Sort of to the left is a straw bale building, actually, and then there are a number of smaller outbuildings. And you'll see, sort of to the right of the picture, there's a fair bit of open space that over the last number of months we've done a fair bit of cleanup of the site. There is a fair bit of open space that is available for new ideas and new opportunities. But yeah, so if you sort of envision, looking up to the top of this screen, that would be towards the fisheries building, and over to the left would be where Investors Group Field is located. So I've just got one slide to represent each of these existing areas of work in sustainability that our department has been involved. And starting with northern food production, there's been all kinds of people in our department and elsewhere that have come up with this idea of using these shipping containers or sea cans, fixing them up in such a way that you would be able to potentially grow fresh vegetables or produce in these containers. So you sort of do the retrofitting here and then ship them up to remote communities and enable those individuals to be able to grow some of their own food. The chamber that you see on the screen right now is set up in such a way that we've been growing tomatoes in it. Hasn't been a lot of maintenance of these tomatoes over the last months because of COVID, but they seem to have been flourishing in there nevertheless. Renewable energy is certainly another area that fits well within sustainability. The picture on your right, I'll start with that one first, depicts some of the different technologies that are available at the site. In the background, to some extent, on the wall of that large building, there are some panels that are mounted on the wall, and those are essentially harvesting the solar energy coming from the sun and using that to heat in one case, one of the panels is heating air inside the building. The other case, it's heating glycol, which we're then using to provide supplemental heating inside the building as well. More in the foreground of that picture, there's a photovoltaic cell, which is, converts solar energy into electricity. And so we have these various technologies that are present on site. There is also a wind turbine. It's not present in this picture, but there is a wind turbine on site as well. And then the picture that's on the left is reflecting biomass, and we're actually just in the process of having a biomass boiler installed at the site, with the idea that we have a greenhouse that is on site, and the goal is to be able to produce produce inside of that greenhouse year round. And some of the energy is being captured from the sun, and there are various features that have been added to the greenhouse to capture as much of the solar energy as possible and release it at night. But we also require some supplemental heat, and so we are looking at providing that from a biomass boiler. The original site was actually a research site that was dedicated entirely to sustainable or green building practices. That particular professor has retired, and so the entire site is no longer dedicated to building practices, but we certainly still have some remnants, replicas of some of the work that was done there, and we certainly want to showcase that. And there certainly there are opportunities for furthering work, and in fact there is a professor from the Faculty of Architecture that is currently using some space in one of our buildings to do some work related to building practices. And the final area is the utilization of waste biomass fiber. And the picture that's shown here, one of our researchers in the department has discovered that we can actually process typical cattails and extract fiber that potentially could be used in industrial applications for composites, or potentially even for as a replacement for cotton in the apparel industry. And so we're doing some work to grow cattails and be able to look at efficient means of extracting the fiber and so forth. So we have 4 goals for this facility, and we've got one slide to represent each of these goals. So the first being enhancing the sustainability content in courses, both undergraduate and graduate, by providing access to experiential learning activities. So the idea is for professors to be able to bring their classes out to this site and use some of the technologies that are available on site to give students an opportunity to get hands-on exposure to those technologies. A second goal is outreach, community outreach. We obviously haven't been able to do a whole lot of this in the last 12 months because of COVID, but we certainly would like this site to be able to be used for outreach to the public. Goal 3 is short-term demonstration projects to showcase emerging sustainability technologies. The idea here is that if there is a local company that has a new technology that they would like to gain some exposure, we would be quite happy to try to figure out how they could set it up on this site. It gives our students an opportunity to get some firsthand exposure to that particular technology and so forth. And finally, the 4th goal is to support innovative research activities. And I've just got some pictures on the slide here to represent one such activity. One of our professors has been involved in trying to see what can be done with waste oat hulls. And you can see the 3 pictures here where they've sort of come up with a recipe or a formulation to figure out what types of material might need to be added to these oat hulls. And then they're using a press to form essentially a replacement for a paper plate, so a disposable oat hull plate that you see. Just to the last couple of slides here, just to talk about our immediate and future plans. So immediate plans, I'm not going to give too much information because an announcement is going to be coming soon, but we are partnering with the Faculty of Architecture to run a design competition to look at generating ideas for development of the remainder of the site, the sort of the open areas. We do have 2 co-op students working with department staff right now, trying to improve the functionality of these existing technologies, because some of them were set up years ago, were used for a particular project, and then were sort of abandoned. And so we are endeavoring to sort of get them all back to being functional, and ultimately to make the information, the data that's being collected by them, to be accessible online in some manner. And as I mentioned, we are installing a biomass boiler. In terms of future plans, we certainly want to increase the number of technologies on site to demonstrate controlled environment food production. We've engaged with some initial conversations with professors in the Faculty of Agricultural and Food Sciences, and have some ideas of how to proceed there. We are hoping to work soon to populate a website with some of the sustainability resources that have arisen from prior activities in our department, and sort of make this available to not just to the university population, but to high school science teachers and so forth, students, just examples of information that relate to sustainability. We would like to develop equipment for processing residue from agricultural crops for fiber production, and particularly for the apparel industry. And we would like to install some EV charging stations and demonstrate the use of electric vehicles and perhaps electric tractors. I've personally got my eye on a couple of these companies that are producing electric tractors, and I would like to be able to sort of help to demonstrate the opportunities for using electric tractors in food production and so forth. Finally, it's our vision that CF will be a resource available to the entire community. We certainly have lots of ways to use it within our department, but we want it also to be used by others on campus. So we would, if you have an idea a way that you could envision using it for your teaching or research purposes, we would certainly invite you to contact us. We do have Dr. Joe Ackerman is our research manager, research associate and manager of the facility, and his contact information is provided on the screen there. And with that, I just sort of, not sure whether it's best to leave you with a picture of the facility or the contact information.
We can, I can share Joe's email in the chat later on after this if you'd like. So then they've got an easy way to communicate that. Thank you so much, Danny. That was a great presentation. I was at the facility, I think about a year ago now, and it's amazing. The hands-on aspect of it is just, it's so great. So I'm excited to see how it's expanding. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
I know that this was a bit of a shorter presentation, but I will open it up to questions at this time. Does anyone have a question that they wanted to ask Danny while he's here? I don't see anything coming in, but I'll share Joe's email. So if anything comes up, then somebody can send something your way.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks so much, Danny.
You're welcome.
Have a good rest of your day. I will now be passing it over to Juanita.
Hi, everybody. I'm just going to reiterate the housekeeping bits because I know a few new people have logged on. My name's Juanita. I'm the manager with the Office of Sustainability. I'm the moderator for this session. Just a couple housekeeping things before we get started. For anyone new, if you have questions for the presenter, you can type these into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen, and these will be answered during the Q&A portion of our time together. And if you have any technical difficulties, also type those concerns into either the chat or the Q&A box, and there's an IST staff member on standby to assist you. And again, if you require any materials presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we will get those to you for sure. And now I'll introduce our speaker. Bill Dowie is a graduate student in the Faculty of Environment and Geography at the U of M. Bill was the principal consultant at Ecoplicity Environmental and has participated on a number of boards and committees, including Gardens Manitoba and Green Action Center, and is the current GSA rep on the UM Sustainability Committee. Welcome, Bill. I'll pass it off to you.
Thanks, Juanita. Can you hear me?
I can.
And it's a strong voice. I've just been struggling with internet instability, so I want to make sure everybody can hear me properly.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, so I'll get my screen going. And how does that look?
That's great. We can see it, Bill.
All right, good. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate you joining. Certainly, I would be outside at 4 degrees ambient, but I just looked at my temperature sensors that I have around the yard to monitor my microclimates. And the hottest spot in my yard right now is 14 degrees centigrade in the sun. So spring is on the way. So today, and I'll start my timer because we're a little shorter, probably about 40 minutes. So today's, it's going to be a workshop. I realized I pivoted quickly when I saw the format. So I encourage you to put the chat in if you have any questions. I'll pause every 7 minutes or so and ask Juanita to see if there's anything there. And in the middle of the presentation, we're going to have a quick little activity. This is something that I would have done with, say, Dr. Shirley Thompson at NRI for a half a day. So you're getting a smattering of what can be done. So we're going to refamiliarize ourselves with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. That was the theme for today. We're going to look at landscape scale and sort of get informed on how that can interact with the backyard, residential backyard, essentially. And then my question is, what do I mean by linking? Because that's sort of what I said up here in my, I guess my title slide for some reason isn't there. Anyway, I said, how do we link SDGs to the landscape scale? Hopefully some of you, I was in a Senate meeting, so I wasn't able to attend, but I did link in with Dietmar. So hopefully some of you saw that. Just looking at the description of the presentation is going to overlap slightly with what I'm going to be speaking of. Certainly when Dietmar says, which will allow children and butterflies to immerse their bodies into an environment, it is absolutely along the same lines as what I want. So we're looking at why am I doing this particular presentation? When Kale approached me to potentially put my name in, well, I know that this is an opportunity for me to sort of get my butt in gear to keep going with my thesis. There absolutely is a gap. So if you Google SDGs and backyards, nothing's going to come up. Basically, you're going to see The REACH is going to start talking about the community garden and certainly the larger scales. And we will investigate that in a minute or so. I'm all about pragmatic research. So I'm interested in the SDGs, not as so much from an institutional global level, but how this can actually become useful for homeowners and for sort of the average person. Certainly in the scenario when you're looking at dealing with backyards, designing backyards, and maintaining backyards in, as I say, a ecologically congruent way. The one thing about the SDGs is if I go to any client and they basically will give me a wish list, and I'll understand their motivations on why they want to have ecological design introduced into their yard. But no one in the last 15 years has ever said anything remotely close to what the SDGs describe holistically. And I dare say that even professional landscape architects, if they're hired by homeowners, very, very few, if any, are going to say, I'm motivated by the SDGs, I want you to design around them. But there's certainly going to be elements within the 17 goals that we'll be able to pick and choose and use. So there's absolutely a branding issue, in my opinion. You have a lot of great aspects with respect to the SDGs, but the U.S. Green Building Council a few years ago set up a survey, actually only a couple of years, 2019, set up a survey, and one of their findings was a problem too big, too abstract, too distant from their realities for people to relate to environmental sustainability. Now remember that this is in the context of green building, which will involve a green landscape that surrounds the building. So it's a kissing cousin of the issue, but people can't understand, and I don't blame them. Whenever we're dealing with environmental sustainability, we're dealing in complexity, and sometimes they're described as wicked problems. I want you to have a quick little math lesson just so that I can show you how complex we can get with the sustainability development goals. So most of us realize that the people, profit, planet, which is described usually as the classic sustainable development, the triple bottom line. So what you can do is you can take that apart and essentially just deal with the people, the social aspect. You can just deal with the planet, the environmental aspect. You can just deal with the profit. That would be the economic. And usually government departments are aligned this way. Now, maybe some government departments and some nonprofits may get adventurous and start to couple them together. Usually, well, Donna Dagg, it deals in sustainable development in the province. So certainly it is going to be driven by an economic aspect with the planet. So that would be number 6. And you can, if you're really adventurous and you're good at what you do, you can deal with all 3 aspects simultaneously, like juggling 3 balls. Now, when you look at this issue, the mathematics shows that there are 7 cross-reference opportunities when you're just dealing with the triple bottom line. The SDGs advocate to add 2 more aspects to that, 2 more, not aspects, but 2 more lenses. The people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. And the peace and partnerships are essentially the operationalizing of the other 15 goals. The mathematics, though, shows when you start looking at the combinations, you have 31 now ways to approach. Maybe when you have insomnia, you can get a paper and start mapping them out. Now, let's think about this. There's 17. Everybody can still hear me, Juanita?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just had a flash on.
I think, you went quiet for a second, but you're good now.
Okay, thank you. So when I see a flash on the unstable, I'll make sure that I just stop. When you look at 17 different aspects mathematically, and if anybody remembers their binomial theorem, there's 131,000 plus combinations of dealing with these goals. That's why it's complex. Mathematics doesn't lie. So let's get informed with some aspects with the community gardens. And we have this UN piece that I found a few days ago. So number 2,
okay,
you're actually dealing. Some of you may have seen community gardens around the Winnipeg area. And while you're gardening, you're physically being active. And so not only are you physically being active, but you're immersed in nature. You're hearing the birds. Hopefully you don't have your iPod on, and you're actually getting a more robust mental health. And of course, it's almost, this is one thing about the goals, is 11, in terms of my research, this is almost the meta goal, right? Because I'm very urban centric. I'm dealing with a thesis on urban ecology. I work with city planning. I'm out of the Natural Resource Institute, which is very interdisciplinary, with the help of my home unit of environment and geography, dealing with a lot of wildlife professionals. So the 11 in itself is itself. And then when you're growing your own food, when you're dealing with building nature with your own hands, you are dealing with the responsible consumption and production. So we basically have, out of the 17, we have 4 now circled, and we're going to work our way up with the other aspects. So here's an example that can inform us. I just attended a webinar on the park systems and how they're important for the social well-being. It was out of New York State. So the examples that they were using were from the city of New York. And so here's just a little piece of Battery Park in New York City, and how they've been able to not specifically address the SDGs, but absolutely mirror them. So they have a category of energy. They're looking at all their structures, making sure that they have different kinds of electrification sources. They're trying to make sure that their GHGs are covered. When they're building their materials, they're looking at sustainable consumption. They're looking at making sure the waste diversion that starts going into the green building rating systems. Because most of their park is on watershed, water fronts and shoreline, they have to be very cognizant of water, both above ground and the life in the ocean. And here's where we start getting sort of merging into the scale that I deal with, looking specifically at the biodiversity and the habitats. So I'm very tree centric. So I taught arboriculture through extended ed in the prairie horticulture program before it was shifted off to University of Saskatchewan. And so my yard and my family properties have lots of trees, lots of canopy. We'll talk about that in a few minutes though. So when I'm looking at my yard, this is one of my family properties. I hoarded material for decades. Always had a vision that I would build some sort of a cabin in my yard. And finally, pre-COVID, interestingly enough, when I should have been doing way more work on my thesis, I built this thing, which is, by my estimation, other than the structure, which is new lumber, 90% used materials. And it's 99 square feet, so it's just perfect for the bylaw. So sustainability, sustainable consumption, sustainable building materials, waste diversion. There's a compost pile just around the corner across the street from this little cabin. And the construction and demolition materials over the years I've picked materials off the street. Everybody knows that I want to gain materials, so they always give them, drop them off. So this cabin is actually made from 9 different doors as part of its facade. So my research fortunately finds other people thinking of the scale that I need them to think of. So Steiner is a landscape architect, an emeritus prof, I believe now out of Pennsylvania. And so the habitat scale, we just sort of looked at the examples of driving from landscape down to the site level. And so there's another book that I just came across when I was researching this project, Wheeler. And so you can see his chapters are setting it up in terms of physical scale as well, going from the international planning, which is perfectly aligned with the global institutionalization of the SDGs. Let's face it, it's the United Nations, down to neighborhood planning and site planning, which I'm sure the architect this morning spoke of. So here's our activity that we can do. So we're at about 14 minutes. So what I would like you to do for the next, say 7 minutes, that'll bring us to 2:25. I'd like you to take a look at this landscape, this pictorial that I constantly use. It's a cornerstone slide for many of my presentations. And you can cheat, take a look at the arrows that are gray and they're pointing at things, but there's a cluster of descriptions that I've hidden underneath the ellipses. So I'd like you to take a few minutes in the chat, and then I want you to tell me what are the opportunities for environmental sustainability, for landscape ecology, for naturalization. What are they doing here? And try to list that. So does that make sense, Juanita?
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and we'll get back at 2:25. If there's any questions that people have in the interim, please feed them to me.
Yes, I will. There's a few answers coming in already.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm purposely not looking at the chat, so I don't want to be biased.
And Bill, can we add your contact information at the end of your presentation? Can we put it in the chat for everybody?
Sure. I have my LinkedIn at the end slide.
Okay.
And you certainly can add my my email, or preferably I'll put in the chat a better email.
Okay, that would be great for sure. Okay, thank you for that.
And I'll ask a bonus question as well. Who amongst our participants are practicing some sort of ecological design activities if they're lucky enough to have a yard, a space? That'll be a bonus question. And list those activities.
So Bill, we have lots of answers already.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead? I just thought everybody's eyes could use a rest just looking at this green picture and pretend it's a biophilic effect. It's
fun. I think everybody, this is always fun to get everybody involved. I'm just going to read, I'll start reading some because we're getting quite a lot. So I think the first one I saw was geothermal energy, a natural living roof.
Yes.
Composting, rainwater collection. There's a few people that said collecting rainwater. Native species are being introduced or reintroduced. More rainwater collection using native plants. Habitat for biodiversity.
Good.
Rooftop garden. Yeah, I can see that one.
Yeah.
How about intercropping and food forest?
Good. Yeah, there's a couple of spaces there with a woodland for sure.
Food sources for wildlife. That's a good one. Using gray water for irrigation. Composting, edible landscape elements, swale building.
Yes.
Space for food and or flowers near the rain barrel to facilitate irrigation. I like that.
Good.
Oh, this is funny. Joe to everybody. Yes, I get the bonus. Half my front yard is wildish. 10 local species so far.
As long as wildish doesn't mean weedish.
Retention pond.
Good.
And MCIC staff has said, I'm practicing activities. I have 7 acres and have kept as many trees as possible. There's a 10-foot buffer for my house and the rest is trees. I will only allow native plant species, rainwater collection, habitat for wildlife.
Okay, that's good. Is there anything else that we should talk about?
One more thing, build up of property to prevention of soil erosion, which is really important.
Yes, because this particular pictorial diagram is suggesting that you're by at least a creek, if not a river, right?
Right.
So let's unveil what Missouri Botanical Garden said. So absolutely, we have the green roof for sure. The permeable pavers is something that we make a note of. So that's where you're not having a hard surface grabbing all the water. You're making sure that it's infiltrating. People got the rainwater harvesting. I'm really impressed that somebody used the word swale. Just the bioswale is how they describe. We have a technique called weiring and using filter socks. That could also be habitat for cattails, since those are native up in Winnipeg area. You can dig them out of a ditch. You just have to be careful that they don't start becoming invasive and taking over. So there are techniques of burying cattails inside this kind of a weir in a big pot, so that the stolons don't go nuts and start taking over your creek area. And somebody said composting. That's good, because there's a difference between yard management, in my opinion, and making sure that you're explicit about composting. So in my yard, I don't export any biomass for the last 20 years. Nothing has ever gone out. Possibly 0.00001% when I've had to cut away black knot off my Schubert choke cherries, but they're healthy and thriving because I understood the disease cycle of that particular plant. And so the one thing I was going to add, but ran out of time just because maybe the memory was starting to get overblown on my CPU. I wanted to put photovoltaic panels on that barn, because that is part of the outside landscape. Now, obviously, the electrification is going to, 99% improve the indoor of your energy sources. But that's an important element, I think, that we could add on this picture. I'm glad somebody said dealt with the woodland and the food that can be done. Permaculture is another concept that I encourage people to look up, because there are different zones that from 1 through 9, of which they use areas that are either highly naturalized and are untouched by human interaction, or they're purposely made as a shade garden to grow nuts and other shade-loving food groups. All right, so let's move on. So recall my picture. And so you can see above that shed cabin thing that I've got a lot of tree canopy. You can just imagine that times 100, right? Because it's all within a very mature area in St. James. So the reason I point this out is because when you start looking at landscape from a resilience lens, from a more engineering infrastructure viewpoint, you start getting into these things that are circled. And so when you start going into sort of being off the grid with wind and solar and making sure that your waters is controlled and stored, maybe you have a sophisticated cistern, maybe you have some sort of very flat vertical water storage system on your south wall, so that in fact you could even have warm showers with filtered rainwater. All these things become important. The problem, though, is that you start looking at the dependence on the traditional infrastructure, which involve the natural gas, the electric systems, all of the cables. If you're not in an area of town that has their communication infrastructure buried, I'm not in there. So you can have huge disruption with a lot of trees around. And this is the example, right? So anybody that was in Winnipeg on Thanksgiving weekend of 2019 witnessed what was called technically a snow on leaf extreme weather event. And so when you start having boughs that thick, snapping like toothpicks because of the weight of the wet snow and the surface area, because no leaves had dropped off the trees, you're in for some trouble. So that bough took out my neighbor's electricity for 5 days. Fortunately, my canopy was so intertwined, it almost protected itself, because I still had to get up on a ladder and be careful around wires, but I wasn't interrupted. However, my next door neighbor, my sister, and this is her husband, were. So we share the properties together and lots of trees from the 1960s. So it ended up being a war zone after that storm. And this is the kind, and when you start looking at in the background, there is no more electrical wire going from the hydro pole to their house. If you can sort of make out the electrical meter, that was pulled right off the wall. I think my co-advisor John Sinclair from NRI, I think he shared with me that one of the houses in River Heights burned down because of that problem. So we're going back to the SDGs to make sure that we're touching base with the theme of today. And so I want to speak about education. So it's not so much quality education that you would hear the UN SDGs speaking about how to get computers into developing countries. In my opinion, quality education also has to deal with informing professionals and scholars and common citizens about environmental sustainability. And so how do you get that? Well, one thing that my other co-advisor, Rick Badak, has mused is that scholars are not required, nor will they potentially acquire knowledge in environmental sustainability. And I would even be so bold to suggest that when you have a PhD in a field of an environmental discipline, traditionally speaking, you may be so
Bill, you just cut out.
Deep in a silo. So what I was saying is that people may be in a silo. Is that better, Juanita?
Well, you just cut out again for a second.
Yeah, well, I paused that time.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So maybe this is science getting mad at me for calling out science for being in a silo. So people have to understand that even if you have an advanced degree, that there's always opportunities for learning, and that you need to be able to get out of the research bubble. That you should be embracing interdisciplinarity, and that whether you're a citizen with or without a backyard, whether you're a son in the field or in the lab or in front of the classroom, or whether you're a practitioner, ecologist, all those people should be working together all the time. It should not be dependent on one project, sort of one and done, and then that's it. You know, it's no longer important to speak to the aspect of thinking holistically in an integrative way. So there are ways of learning very easily about how to do ecological design. So all those great ideas that came in the chat. So here's a regional example. Fort White Alive, our nature preserve right in the middle of the city, has a program called Naturescape. And then the Canadian Wildlife Federation has a national program that maps landscapes that are doing backyard conservation. And in fact, they're contemporary down in the States. They're not related, but I'm sure they work closely together, because the National Wildlife Federation shares information and mapping strategies with the US and in Canada. All of these certifications I have for my yard about 20 years ago plus. So I was an early adopter. Speaking of that timeline, in the early 2000s, there was a very great program under the USDA, and they were sharing with me tip sheets, glossy 8.5 by 11s, and they mailed out the whole kit and caboodle up to Canada for free. So they're really into sharing information. Hopefully there's an opportunity to share this particular slide, because it's difficult to find this program now. Maybe it's better now that Biden is back in power. Some of you are going to understand that there are green rating systems that could be useful to inform us on backyard scale biodiversity and wildlife conservation, leadership in energy and environmental design, which is out of the US Green Building Council. They have traditionally, before they started to revamp their system, spoke specifically of sustainable sites. I noticed that there was a presentation on the campus landscape. And so there's better ways now to actually look at the campus beyond just the ASHE STARS program. There's a fairly new program under LEAD that deals in cities and communities. And the communities has been interpreted as the small sort of university campus as well, because their campus program really was more useful for an industrial park rather than a vibrant campus. So this is what I'm alluding to. So hopefully CPO will be able to share the good work that they're doing, especially when it comes to the lands project for the next several decades. And when I presented essentially some of this material, I wasn't here for that Snow on Leaf event. I was in Vancouver presenting at Eco City, and I learned from fellow presenters about this Envision green rating system that essentially is geared to the horizontal infrastructure. So the large scale land projects that are being renovated, that deal with the electricity, the sewers, all the stuff that's basically underground. What are we going to do above ground to make sure we capitalize on sustainability initiatives And this is driven by the civil engineers and the public works people out of the States, and it's being a strong uptake in Canada, in vision, especially out of BC. So with the sustainable sites out of LEED, landscape architects sort of got miffed with, they were always, left at the end. They had the least amount of points for the LEED system. So the landscape architects, along with other stakeholders, got together and created a program called Sites. There is no maximum, and when their minimum is 2,000 square feet, that might sound a lot, but it's not. It's like 40 by 50, right? 40 times 50 is 2,000. So any residential scale can use Sites as an informative way of designing. And when I got into this, I met a gentleman, John Morgan, who is a graduate of NRI and started his own business and kept going, but sold off his plant propagation part of his business. And so I learned more about sort of ecological design through the native plant lens. And these are the two companies that are still prominent in Manitoba, and really the only ones, Prairie Flora and Prairie Originals. And so when you look at those catalogs and you read the descriptions of the plants and the type of insecta that it acts as a host or as a pollinator, or and it gives you the different landscape aspects of optimal growth, you learn a lot about how to deal with ecological design in the landscape. And there's a couple of participants, as we recall, Juanita, on the chat, that spoke about only using native plants. So I really commend that person. So everybody may have heard of the term charismatic megafauna. Maybe the most famous in the world is the polar bear. Essentially is a species that's is driving lots of great marketing and money and funding. So there is what's called a charismatic microfauna. It's not a term that's used as much, that's for sure, but probably the most famous one, at least in North America, may be arguably the monarch butterfly. And the nice thing about the monarch butterfly is because that insect is intergenerational, and it connects North American wide from Mexico all the way into Canada, as you know. So when people come to me and say, I really want to, make sure that I have a landscape that'll attract butterflies, they, by happenstance, are essentially asking me to do ecological design. Sometimes I have to remind them that not only will you be attracting butterflies, but all types of pollinators, including bees and wasps. And they freak out a bit until, again, they're educated more, so that and if I'm lucky enough, usually I'm designing in the winter and not in the middle of the summer, but in case there's ever little maintenance things that I have to do with a client, and I'm lucky enough that a bumblebee is nearby, then I'll pet the bumblebee, because the bumblebee has no use for me. It just wants to make sure that it's really going into that throated flower. And so then they realize, okay, well, maybe bees aren't so bad.
Bill, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, except that we just have 5 minutes left. So I just wanted to give you that warning in case you want to do a little quick Q&A.
Sure. I got 36 minutes on my thing, so sure, okay. That's perfect. That'll be perfect timing.
Okay, great.
Okay, and so we're going to go into a real life example to finish off the presentation. So perfect timing, Juanita. There is a client that I met at a and CD Saturday, different some Citizen. Those are great venues. I'll just stop. Those are great venues to go into. And so here's a real world pragmatic example. I did a presentation, it was called From Gravel to Garden. So a client in Elmwood area bought a house, and the real estate agent literally said to this client, it's a low maintenance backyard. You don't have to worry about a thing, because the previous homeowner basically paved it with limestone. So what we did is we made a point of getting her to dig into that limestone, get down to the gray soil, and then I brought in what's called just three-way mix. I didn't need any more clay, and then when it's spread and it starts to interface with the gray clay that's slightly chopped up, then the worms do the work. And now it becomes bioproductive. So the soil went in place, and then I built gardening boxes around the soil so that essentially let the dump truck do the work, right? And the back lane neighbor donated this fence, said, you know, I don't want to have it. I'm going to be putting up a garage. Do you want it? Maybe she paid $100 for all that material in wood. So I gathered all that wood and transferred it over, rebuilt it, made sure that I kept all the gray clay that I was excavating by hand out of the post holes, so that I would be able to mix that with other soil amendments. And there's the new fence. And then that's what happened only a couple of months after a gravel. So that's her food garden within a season of productivity. So it was quite impressive how much nutrient rich that soil became, and all the plants loved it.
That's gorgeous. It looks fantastic.
So essentially what I think our presentation has shown are all these things that are circled are opportunities to bring the SDGs down to a practical backyard scale level. If anybody wants to try to make sure that, you know, number 1, 8, 10, 16, 5 are addressed, perfect. Just off the top of my head, if somebody like that woman donated half of her food to a garden grow op, CSA, then number 1 is covered. So there you go. We just thought of a new one. So I really appreciate your time. Like I said, I'd be outside watching my downy woodpeckers and the nuthatches that are starting to migrate back into the yard. So if anybody has any further questions, Juanita will gather them in the chat. Mm-hmm. And there's my LinkedIn, because I was an early adopter. Just Google me as William Dowie LinkedIn. I'm the only one in the world that has that name.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bill.
Yeah.
We'll leave that for sure in the chat. Thank you for giving me your contact information via LinkedIn. Thank you. This was super interesting. We really, really appreciate it.
And I guess we're perfect timing, right?
Thank you so much. And
all right. So you're going to stop sharing with me? Perfect. Okay. So if that's it, I appreciate your attendance. Thanks very much.
Okay, I think we're ready to go to the next presentation. I'm just going to remind everybody that if you have any Q&As, you can add them into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen, and they'll be answered either during the presentation or at the end. And again, if anyone has technical difficulties, you can type concerns into the chat or the Q&A box. And we're here to help, and we have an IST member here to help as well. So I'm going to introduce our next presenter. Joe Ackerman is a research associate in the Department of Biosystems Engineering. Joe's current research focuses on post-consumer resource technologies, including gas cullet as wastewater filter, biomass and fiber as fuel, compost maturity procedures, and bioplastic from agricultural byproducts. Today, Joe will be sharing information on microplastics and how to reduce exposure to them. Welcome, Joe.
Well, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good, good. Let's see, I'll figure out how I can share my screen. Actually, maybe I don't want to. Maybe I just want to look at you for a while. Oh, I've lost. There, okay, I can see myself and you. Okay, well, hi. What should I say? Good day, eh? This is Sustainability Joe. I figure I might as well, everything's sustainable these days, so I'll go with the flow. And our topic today, shout out to Bob and Doug McKenzie, is our topic today is microplastics and if you should worry about them or not. And a wise man once said, worry is a complete waste of imagination. So best to take your concern and put it into changing the situation for the better. Action is always better than worry. So as an intro, let's see what we got here. Oh, let's see. How do I share my screen? I have to go back. I'm sorry, everybody. Where are we now? Can you see my screen?
No, we cannot.
Just you.
Just me. Okay. Well. Okay, I had it all. It was all good. There we go. Okay, now share screen. There, that's the button. Okay. And there. Now, can you see my screen? Are you watching my screen now?
No, we're watching you.
I thought all I had to do is hit the green button. Well,
Click the green button and then it'll give you the option of what screen you want to share or what app you want to share.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, so we got back to here. Share their screen.
There we go. It's coming in now.
You see me? Okay, now we start this from the beginning. There. Okay, thanks. Thanks for the help, whoever that is. Some angel from up high. So the problem comes from everything being made of plastic. Every year plastic gets cheaper because of all of the fracking that we do. And now there's just too many hydrocarbons. And because there's so many, they are cheap. And we make plastic from them. Plastic production has increased 8% per year for the last 50 years. We've made a ton of plastic for every person on the planet. And I don't mean a ton of plastic, I mean each and every one of 8 billion humans gets 1 ton of plastic produced so far. And more is the way. When it wears down and wears out, it loses its plasticizers that keep it flexible, and so it breaks. And those pieces break into smaller pieces, and they break into smaller pieces. And so you have what's technically, there's some jargon for this, it's known as teensy-weensy, teeny tiny pieces of plastic. So if you look around you right now, wherever you are, identify what's plastic in your environment, like your computer for sure, probably your tabletop, maybe carpet on the floor, maybe the clothes you're wearing, stuff in your kitchen, your vinyl floor, the rubber on your shoes, maybe the shoes themselves. All those things wear and they produce cast off dust that is microplastic. So technically speaking, microplastic is everything from 5 millimeters smaller, which is 5 millimeters, that's a wood tick about, and 1/100th of that is 50 microns. So that's about a human hair, give or take. Is it black or is it blonde? Differences there. And 1/10 of that is spider silk. So that's 5 microns. Now, 5 microns is also like a portly bacteria. So we're getting very, very small here. You can only see spider silk if you catch it in the light just right. Now, if you take a 50th of that, you get 100 nanometers, which is a large molecule. There's very few, once you get that small, things begin to be different from the way they are when they're larger. So that is the full range of microplastics. They even go smaller, and we don't know how to measure them down at that size. So, and each size poses some kind of risk for different organisms. For instance, like a whale will choke on a car tire, and a bird will choke on a bottle cap, and a copepod will choke on a polymer that it was algae. So there's choking hazard and association, which means mistaking plastic for what you thought was food, and you eat it and fills your belly and won't move along. And so you're not hungry for supper, but then the downside is you starve. So there's other risks too. One is sorption. So being lipophilic, some of the bad large organic chemicals in the environment can sorb onto the plastic, and the worry is that they will then desorb once you eat them. And also there's leaching, which is, the plasticizers and flame retardants and stabilizers that's in the plastic, and the color and all that will leach out once it's in your system. And then there's also the nanoplastics, which are a strange breed because they're so hard to measure. They are small enough, they can cross membranes, and they can enter your bloodstream and maybe go into cells. And maybe they will mind their own business when they're there, but maybe they won't. So all that is the worry. And there I go worrying again. We've been told all along that plastic is inert and non-reactive. But when enough of it is sitting in your gut or in your cell or in the it puts you concern. It's like must wait, and it has a place at the table, so to speak. And do we really want it there? The science of microplastic is quite new. And that's what makes it such an interesting topic. We're just now learning how to collect it and analyze it. And when you think about it, when you have to separate out teensy-weensy bits of plastic from all other teensy-weensy things in a spoonful of soil or goo in a net or goo in a bivalve, how do you do it? When you're looking for something that's 50 times smaller than a bacteria, and you need to wash it and dry it and feed it into a machine to tell you if it's polypropylene or polyvinyl chloride or clay or calcite or just plain old dry goo, we scientists are understandably poor at this. We have big hands. That's why most research on finding microplastic in the environment is using big pieces, like 50 microns or more, because you can see it. You can pick it up with tweezers. Some scientists even admit they're likely missing the bulk of the microplastics in their sampling work. The other problem is most work done in labs is they use ground up plastic, and they add this to a fish tank of some kind of critter, and that will give them results that they're looking for, hopefully. But they're very specific, and they're not readily translatable into the wide world. So work on farm organisms in nature is quite rare, and research on communities in nature is even more rare. But slowly this work is being done. These are some of my favorite people. Kurmans, how do you pronounce it? I don't know. He's Dutch. So these guys just did a study, a long-term study, looking at 4 levels of microplastic and nanoplastic in ditch sediment and its effect on the tiny critters over 3 and 15-month period of times. And the length of time, this kind of length of time is quite rare also. So out of the 20 species that colonized the treatment, they found impairment of one particular species, which turned out to be a keystone. And in that kind of setting, the entire ecology suffered because it was a mover and shaker and very important to it. So greater amounts of plastic do greater harm to the worm world, at least, but likely to other worlds. and these studies have yet to be completed. In the meantime, what can we do? Well, I have 2 more studies that will give some suggestions. First off, this one is by Caterino. I have no idea what is Caterino doing in Scotland, but there they are. They looked at eating mussels and the contribution to total annual plastic intake by people. Mussels are filter feeders, and polyester clothes shed fibers into wastewater systems. And some of that enters the sea, and some of it enters mussels. And sure enough, they found about 4 microplastics per gram of soft tissue. Now, mussels make up a pretty small proportion of the Scottish diet. So the annual contribution via mussels is only 125 per year. But just wait. If it takes you 20 minutes to cook supper and you set the table first, you put the plates out. In that 20 minutes of cooking supper, and in the 20 minutes that it takes you to eat that supper, there's microplastics that come down in the dust in your house that now you're eating. So compared to what the average Scot, or maybe the average Canadian, we don't eat a lot of mussels here, ingest from microplastics from mussels, just the dust fall, just at dinner time alone, at 13 to 68,000 microplastics per year. So this is a good lesson on mussels get the bad rap for being a source of microplastics, but no, cooking dinner is way worse. Okay, the second study was done in Paris. There. They measured microplastics indoors and outdoors in 2 apartments and an office. Now, basic story is outside is cleaner, like 20 to 30 times cleaner as far as microplastics. But the interesting aspect is that one of the apartments was much cleaner than the other or the office. And when you look into it pretty carefully in the paper, you see, there's no carpet in this apartment, whereas the other one and the office had carpet. And they used a tumble dryer, whereas the other apartment hung their clothes up in the living room. I guess they were poor students.
Joe,
yes.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but we just have a couple more minutes. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. How many minutes?
I'd say 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks so much.
Basically what this shows is the your house is the source of microplastics. Because we have surrounded ourselves so completely with plastic, it is the source. It's not the only source in our environment, but it is a major source. And so by using wool carpets, for instance, or non-polyester clothes, are 2 major things you can do, as well as once you start paying attention to plastic around you, just say no. So there, that's my world. How do I unshare my screen now? There. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Joe. I didn't want to interrupt. I wasn't sure if you had 5 more minutes or a couple. That was super interesting.
Good. You were being cautious, as your job is.
Thank you so much. Could we put your contact information, just because we're running a little short on time for questions? Could we put your contact information in the chat for everybody?
Absolutely. Shall I put it in there?
That'd be fantastic. Sure.
You want email?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate your time. It was really interesting. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Well, thanks, everyone. I'm sorry my voice was not clear enough.
No, it was good. It was good. It was good. Thank you.
Okay. Great, Anita.
Thanks.
Good hosting.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessie Klassen, and I'm the Engagement and Projects Coordinator with Office of Sustainability. And just a few housekeeping items if you are just joining us. So I'll just pull those up now. If you have any questions for our next speaker, you can type those into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered at the end of the presentation. If you have any technical difficulties, there's a staff member from IST standing by. So just type that into the Q&A or the chat box below. If you require any of the information presented today in an accessible format, let us know. And I'll now introduce our speaker. Jeremy Murphy is an urban planner, project manager, sustainability specialist, and principal consultant at Sustainability Solutions Group. Jeremy is also an instructor in the Simon Fraser University Community Economic Development Program and one of the two co-founders of the Hive, Vancouver's social impact co-working space. Jeremy is the lead consultant developing the UM's Climate Action Plan. This plan will fuse sophisticated energy and emissions modeling with opinions and inputs from all over campus to produce an exciting set of big move, low carbon actions to get the university to its net zero emissions by 2050 goal. Welcome, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jessie. Yeah, thanks for inviting me to Sustainability Day. I have a short presentation I'm going to share with you all, and take about maybe 10 or 15 minutes to present, and then happy to take some questions if we have time. So Sustainability Solutions Group and our partners, What If Technologies, have been engaged by University of Manitoba to help develop the climate action plan for campus, and well, for all campuses under the U of M. And what we're trying to figure out is how to mitigate the university's contribution to climate change by reducing its overall emissions. So this is a fictitious graph, but it demonstrates what we're trying to do. So the university has an emissions reductions target of 50% by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. And we're starting with a baseline year of 2016. So we're trying to reduce emissions by 50% under 2016 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. And net zero emissions is the balance of emissions that are produced on campus and sequestered on campus or through offset means. So it's our job as the consulting team on this project to figure out the contributions of different actions that we might take to reduce emissions to get to these levels. And I'll talk about some of how we go about that in a minute. Jesse also mentioned that input from people on campus is also important to this plan. And I'll show you how we're going to use that input and get some of that input in a minute as well. But basically there's a technical stream to this project where we're kind of doing a lot of energy and emissions analysis and modeling. And there's an input stream where we're kind of engaging different departments, different staff, different people across campus, where we're getting everybody's thoughts and ideas on what the emissions reductions actions should be and how we're going to implement them. And the first question we have to ask on energy and emissions projects, climate action planning projects like this, is which emissions are we dealing with? Some are easier to deal with than others, some are easier to inventory than others, and some the university has control over and others it has less control over. And typically in the emissions analysis and action world, we divide emissions up into 3 scopes. And so these projects are typically done at the city scale, but the same rules apply for university scale. And so we have scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Scope 1 would be all of the activities that are generating emissions within the university boundary. So on campus, what is generating emissions? And at U of M, we have agriculture, operations, forestry, some land use activities that are generating emissions, so we include those and address those. We have fuel combustion in buildings, mostly for providing thermal energy, heating. Sometimes it can also be used for cooling. We have the waste that's generated on campus and disposed of typically off campus, but it is in the Scope 1 emissions inventory. Not a whole lot of industrial process and product use on campus. You could maybe argue that some of the labs fall under the industrial emissions sector, perhaps. And then, of course, transportation. So all of the transportation that's happening on campus, as well as trips to and from campus. So that's all included in Scope 1, all the activities that are happening on campus that are using fuels, generating emissions. We are categorizing those, we're collecting all the data, and we're figuring out what U of M's emissions profile looks like. Now, added to this are Scope 2, so all of the emissions that would be produced from the electricity supplied by the grid, electricity grid, which in Manitoba's case is very clean. So there aren't going to be a lot of emissions coming from electricity use, but we do still categorize all of the energy that is being consumed from the grid, delivered from the grid in our inventories. In the Scope 3 category, we have transmission and distribution emissions. Some of that will be related to the electricity grid, but it's also related to fuel distribution, particularly natural gas. So there's natural gas pipelines delivering natural gas across the city and to the university campus. And there are emissions that result from the transportation and the delivery of those fuels. So we'll include those. And then the last one, we have a question mark by it here, but we actually are including it because it's not usually within jurisdiction, but for university campus it is our out-of-boundary transportation, which is primarily aviation. So aviation is a big emitter, and there is travel associated with the campus. And so we'll be including those emissions in our inventory and in our modeling considerations. So those are kind of all the activities, or kind of a high-level view of the activities that we're considering, the energy that's being used by those activities, and the emissions produced by those activities. And we're going to take 6 steps to make the plan, considering all of those emission sources and what we can do about them. So we're currently in step 3. The targets have actually already been set by the university, which I already described a couple slides ago. But we're kind of, step 3 is also preparing for our scenario and actions steps. So we've kind of done all the project preparation. We are just finishing off collecting all of the energy and emissions inventory data from all the different sources like buildings and transportation and energy use and waste. We have our targets set, and we're getting ready to start developing our modeling and thinking about what our actions will be. Once we've done all of our actions analysis, all of our modeling, we'll have a couple of different scenarios that we can compare to see kind of where the university is going with respect to its emissions and where it could be going to meet its targets and how we're going to get there. That's in stages 4 and 5. We'll figure out kind of how those actions happen, how they can be financed, how they'll roll out. And then we'll develop monitoring and evaluation plans so that year over year, the university will be able to see how it's progressing with its emissions reductions. So there are a few key emissions reductions areas that we can concentrate on. And kind of these are the big 6. And there are, of course, a whole bunch of subsections under these big 6. But you can kind of think of what some of those actions might be in each of these emissions reduction actions areas. So we have compact, complete communities. So you can think of actions on campus that would require less transportation, for example. What can we offer on campus that prevents transportation using fossil fuels and vehicles? Or, what are the amenities that we can offer? What are the, how can we situate new buildings so that we're very energy conscious about them and their uses. Efficient buildings is a very important area to consider. So new buildings, of course, which are relatively easy to address. So you just kind of make some standards for energy efficiency and low emissions new buildings. But the existing buildings are really the challenge. Old buildings, that are in some cases 50 to 100 years old. How do we deal with the energy that is required to heat those buildings, to power those buildings, to light those buildings? And how do we retrofit those buildings to be more energy efficient and emit less? We have our water, wastewater, and solid waste sector, which is mostly about reducing water use, reducing wastewater conveyance and or volumes rather, and how it's treated, and reducing solid waste. And for what we can't reduce, treating it properly and diverting it properly. Low carbon transportation options, of course, electric vehicles are playing a big component in this area currently. But also, how do we reduce trips? How do we encourage transit use? How do we encourage active transportation by walking and cycling and rolling? These are all important actions to consider in transportation, and transportation is a big emission sector. I mentioned earlier local clean energy generation. Well, from the grid at least, it's already pretty clean, but a large energy user on campus is a district energy system. So how can that district energy system become low carbon or net zero carbon even? Currently it runs on natural gas, which is a big emitter. And then finally our carbon.
I've got about 2 minutes, so whenever you want to open up to questions too, go ahead. Okay,
perfect. And then of course we have carbon sequestration activities. So we have forestry and land use activities that we can take on campus to sequester carbon. And ultimately, this is what we're going for. This graph, we have our current emissions levels at the top left of this graph, and we're trying to decrease those emissions through all of these different actions to the bottom right-hand side of this graph. And so as we develop this plan, as we seek your input, we'll be determining what all of these colorful actions are. We'll be modeling what their expected emissions reductions are over the next 30 years. And we'll be doing it in a way that shows us how we're going to meet those 30% or 50% reduction by 2030 and 100% reduction essentially by 2050 emissions. This graph will be one of our key outputs that we'll generate through the work of developing this plan. And what we'll be seeking from you along the way, mostly in steps 4 and 5 of our decarbonization trajectory, is input on the actions. What are the actions? Where do they happen? Which are highest priorities? And that will feed into our modeling considerations. And also the implementation of these actions. How do they happen? Who's doing them? And how will they be equitably implemented? And that will feed into our implementation framework. So this is what we will be seeking from you over the coming months at a few different intervals, getting your input on the actions and how they're implemented so we can formulate this plan. Yeah, thanks so much. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. That was a great little sneak peek of what's to come in the next 5 months or so at the U of M. Very exciting. With maybe 1 minute for if someone has a burning question for Jeremy. Knowing that there will be some opportunity in the future to have your voice heard in this plan. All right, I see one here. Buildings. Why are new buildings not a problem? How would you design a new building? What's the standard for a more sustainable architecture?
So new buildings are not necessarily not a problem, but they are a more manageable problem than existing buildings, which are responsible for a large chunk of the campus emissions. New buildings, we can design energy efficiency standards for new buildings that are going to be developed on campus. So we have a lot of control over that. But one of the key considerations for new buildings, to answer a little more directly, is to design buildings that don't require fossil fuels. So figure out how, especially the thermal energy, is being generated using electrical sources typically.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. And thanks for taking the time to join us today.
Sure thing. We'll see you soon.
Sounds good. All right. Our next presenter, Laura Wiebe, is the Sustainability Specialist with the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation. Laura has a master's degree from University of Waterloo in Environmental Studies and Geography. And she is speaking today about the Magiado Women's Savings Group, a project of Tier Fund Canada, and how this program works to address gender equality issues in Makeni, Kenya. And listen carefully because a prize will be awarded at the end of the presentation. So welcome, Laura. And just a reminder that you can type your questions into the Q&A box at the bottom.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you so much for inviting me for this presentation. I'm just getting my slides set up here for us to going here. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet, but it looks like it's, well, it says that you've started screen sharing.
Okay.
I just don't see anything coming up yet.
I still have a black screen here on my side too.
It's just doing that, loading message. There we go. I see it now.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much for inviting me to speak again. I'm also alumni of the University of Manitoba. I have my undergrad from the U of M, so I'm happy to be back as a guest speaker. As was mentioned, I'm the Sustainability Specialist for the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation. And I'll be joined in this conversation by my colleague, Abdul Keshta, who is the International Program Coordinator, a little bit later in the presentation. This session will include a brief introduction to and explanation of MCIC's work as it relates to international development, with a specific focus on MCIC's member Tier Fund Canada and their project Cajado Women's Savings and Loans Group, which they undertook with a local partner organization in Kenya. After an introduction to MCIC and the project, we will screen a short video about the project filmed on location in late 2020 in Kenya by Mediaset Africa. We'll follow up the video with an interactive 10-question trivia game to test your knowledge, and we will have prizes for the winners. I'll just get to my next information screen here. So about, about the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation. So we are a coalition of Manitoba-based organizations involved in international development. Our mission is to support, connect, and amplify the work of our members and partners while directly engaging and collaborating with Manitobans for global sustainability. MCIC develops and delivers tools, resources, and assistance designed to help Manitoba schools and educators contribute to international development, the Sustainable Development Goals, and fair trade. MCIC is also responsible for distributing funds designated for international development and humanitarian projects through the Manitoba Government Matching Grant Program, which we'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation. And additionally, the Fund for Innovation and Transformation is under our umbrella, and I'll talk about that just a little bit more later in the presentation. So this is a screen that shows all of the member organizations of MCIC, the current members of MCIC. MCIC membership is open to non-governmental organizations working in Manitoba, which support international development cooperation, meet our own membership requirements established by our board of directors, and have objectives and programs that align with our member principles. Members have the opportunity to access MCIC funding through the MGMGP, so the Manitoba Government Matching Grant Program for international projects. Today, we are featuring an MCIC funded project with Tier Fund and their local Kenyan partner, Fideli Trust. So these are MCIC's development principles, or the principles in which help us make decisions about which projects get funding. So those development principles include respect and promotion of human rights and justice, embodying gender equality and equity while promoting women and girls' rights, focus on people's empowerment, democratic ownership and participation, the promotion of environmental sustainability, practicing transparency and accountability, pursuing equitable partnerships and solidarity, creating and share knowledge to commit to mutual learning, and committing to realizing positive, sustainable change. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a commitment to eradicate poverty and achieve sustainable development by 2030 worldwide, ensuring that nobody is left behind. The adoption of the 2030 Agenda was a landmark achievement, provided for sharing a global vision towards sustainable development for all. The 17 SDGs and 169 targets are the blueprint for achieving the 2030 Agenda. As a United Nations member, Canada has committed towards working towards the SDGs. And why is it important for Canada to support the Sustainable Development Goals at home? Well, there are still people struggling to meet basic needs in Canada, despite an overall high standard of living and a high score on the Human Development Index. Also, if you look at some of the specific demographics or geographic areas, not all people have access to clean water and sanitation, which is SDG 6, or have access to the internet under a target of SDG 9. Canadians, including governments, Indigenous people, civil society, private sector, we all have a role to play in advancing the SDGs to ensure that no one is left behind. The interesting thing about the SDGs is that developed countries like Canada, we might focus more heavily on goals like climate action or decent work and economic growth, like SDG 8, but we also need to focus on SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, in an effort to support sustainable development of countries in the Global South. Why is it important for us to support sustainable development in other countries? Well, when basic needs are met of people in the Global South, it enhances opportunities for people in those destinations and will result in better opportunities for Canada's trade, partnership, and knowledge advancement. Additionally, if we want to be seen as leaders, it's important that we model the values of a sustainable nation and work towards social justice on a global scale. The Government of Canada has committed to supporting sustainable development in the Global South through the Feminist International Assistance Policy, which provides funding and support for the international development projects of Canadian organizations that are designed to specifically enhance the lives of women and girls. The Manitoba Council for International Cooperation, through the Fund for Innovation and Transformation, has the privilege of dispersing funds on behalf of Global Affairs Canada to Canadian international development projects that will allow small and medium-sized organizations to test innovative solutions to development challenges that will improve the lives of women and girls in the Global South. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague Abdul to tell you about the MGMGP, or Manitoba Government Matching Grant Program. Abdul?
Thank you, Laura. Hi, everyone. This is Abdul Kishta, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in this presentation. So the Manitoba Government Matching Grant Program, or MGMGP, was established in 1975 by the Government of Manitoba to provide funding for international development projects delivered by Manitoba organizations and their overseas partners. Grants are awarded to successful applications through a peer review process carried out by committees made up of MCIC member organization representatives. Last year, MCIC distributed around 1.2 million to 52 projects in 34 countries through MGMGP. So now we have four funding streams under the MGMGP. The first fund is Development Fund. So MCIC defines development as a long-term process that promotes community involvement in designing strategies to correct and improve chronic and structural problems in all areas of individual and community life. The majority of MGMGP funds are used for this purpose. MCIC development projects reflect our development principles. The second fund is Theme Fund, which encourages MCIC member organizations to take a broader view of development projects by responding to current issues of international concern, reflected in biannual theme. The current theme is gender equality and empowerment of women, girls, and gender non-conforming people. The third fund, which is the Relief and Rehabilitation Fund, which bridges the gap between the effects of disaster and the continuation of long-term development. Projects in this category are often part of large international relief efforts, in which cases MCIC directs funding to specific components as part of the wider effort. This helps ensure direct impact and visibility of the support provided by Manitobans. The fourth fund, which is Community Solidarity Fund, it offers funding to Manitoban community-based charitable groups involved in international projects. The fund is available for non-members and affiliate members of MCIC. Last year, project funded through the Development, Theme, and Community Solidarity Funds ranked the top sustainable development goals their respective projects supported. Among the 47 projects, SDG number 5, gender equality, SDG number 3, good health and well-being, SDG number 4, quality education, SDG number 1, no poverty, and SDG number 2, zero hunger, were indicated most frequent among these projects. Next slide, please. Thank you. So now I will talk about one of the development projects which was funded by MGMGP in 2019. The project is Kajiado Women's Saving Loans Groups. I give a glance about this project context. Kitwe country in Kenya has a high poverty index of 63.5%. This reflected in the high number of dependents, high number of people in informal employment, poor housing and sanitation. Like Kajiado region, poverty is rampant and many rural villages lack access to financial institutions. So, Tier Fund Canada with local partner Fadhili Trust launched this project with support of MGMGP. The ultimate goal of this project is to empower women in the Kajiado constituency in Kenya to develop a sense of financial security and economic independence. I will go through what this project achieved. Firstly, it established 46 village savings and loan groups with an average of 30 members each, which impacting 3,800 families, of which 91% was women. Secondly, as women learn to save and have opportunity to borrow and invest in their communities, they develop a sense of economic independence and are empowered to take steps to exit poverty. Most of these loans were accessed to improve farming activities, purchase house items, pay medical bills, school fees, and start small businesses. Thirdly, this project provided training and mentorship on an ongoing basis throughout the 12-month term through village agents. These women gained skills and experience that permit and broaden the scope and capacity of their villages. This project contributed to SDG number 5, which is gender equality. It's like gender equality, and SDG number 17, which is partnership for the goal. So now I will leave you to watch a video that tells the success story of this project. Thank you. I hope you will enjoy it.
Makueni County, locally known as Ukambani, is 180 kilometers north from Kenya's capital, Nairobi. The county is home to about 1 million people, most of whom farm in order to feed their families. But reduced levels of rainfall and increased drought resulting from climate change is making successful farming a challenge in this area. Hence, some people live in poverty.
In this area, the place is very dry, and we have a lot of challenges like inadequate rains, and we have also challenges on soil erosion. And there is also the competition of livestock and the farm. So you find that the farmers are not getting adequate mulch for the farms.
Despite the challenges created by climate change, some women in the rural parts of Makueni County are working together to create opportunities for themselves and their families. Tabitha Mweni is a member of the Village Savings and Loans Group, which is helping women to save, invest and borrow funds in order to address their needs and grow their opportunities.
Maisha yangu nilikuwa ni kilima shambani. Nyumbani nikaanza kabiashara kidogo ya mboga. Nikaenda nikanunua mboga ya 200, nikatengeneza kipanda. Nikaendelea na hiyo kipanda mpaka nikaanza kununua soda na sukari kilo 5. Nikaanza kuuza. Kwa sababu hiyo mboga inaenda sana, nikaanza kununua kidogo kidogo nikaweka kwa hiyo duka. Alafu sasa nikiendelea ndio hiyo fadhili imekuja. Mwalimu akaja akatusomesha akatuonyesha vile taweza kusave pesa zetu, ni zetu tutaweka kwa kasanduku. Tikaweka hizo pesa tikaanza kuchukua kama loan.
Tier Fund Canada and their Kenyan partner Fadhili Trust receive funding from the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation to implement the savings and loans groups in rural Kenya. The program was started in Kajiado County in 2019 and has since been replicated in Kitui and Makueni counties.
Fadhili Trust is an organization that is based in Kiserian, Kajiado County. Currently, we are involved in food security programming, majoring mostly on village savings and loans, and also conservation agriculture. There are many challenges in the rural areas, but what we are primarily targeting is the rural unbanked. They are challenged in the sense that they may not access banking facilities, they may not access loans from the banks, so we target them with a program called Village Savings and Loans so that they can be given a chance to save together and even have a way of getting loans and repaying and finally sharing out the interest.
By partnering with Tier Fund, Fadhili cemented a savings culture through Village Savings and Loans Groups membership, where members contribute and save their money in boxes, a style they trust and easily works for every one of them. These groups are uplifting lives and empowering women, hence the program is vital in achieving the United Nations SDG 5 and 17. With funding from Tier Fund Canada, Fadhili has trained and mentored people in the Ukambani region who have formed 46 village savings and loans groups that have impacted 1,380 families.
Wakati mwalimu amekuja akatusomesha, kweli nikaona hiyo kitu ni nzuri kwa sababu hata beba pesa zetu. Mwalimu akatuelezea msiokope, hizo pesa zenu mtaweka kwa kasanduku na hakuna mtu atapepa. Ni nyinyi tu mtajiwekea. Na ni nyinyi tu mtangawania kila mtu.
The loans borrowed can be double the total amount of a member's savings. A period of 3 months is given to return the loan with a 10% interest. So far, they have saved over $50,000 and distributed over $40,000 to 67% of the members as loans. The loans have opened doors of opportunities as some have started businesses and made important purchases while others invested in farming.
Nawaambia wanawake wale wenzangu hawaingia kwa hiyo kikundi ya fadhili, waingie, watafaitika. Kwa sababu tumeona hiyo fadhili ni nzuri sana na itainua boma. Na utasomesha watoto wako. Na hakuna mambo ya kuombaomba pesa, hakuna pesa utaenda uchukue.
As the village savings and loans groups continue to expand and bring success to their members, like Tabitha Moini, women can move forward with confidence while they contribute to the growth and success of their own businesses, their families, and their communities.
Okay, so now it's time for trivia that relates to the video that we just saw. So the topic of our trivia game is Kajado Savings and Loans Groups. For those of you located in Manitoba and are 18 plus, we invite you to play along. We have prizes for the top 3 scoring players. The first prize is an SDG swag pack that has a water bottle, notebook, pop socket, lanyard, and stickers. The second and third place winners will also get SDG swag packs, but they might just be a little bit smaller. We'll be mailing out these prizes to winners in follow-up of the event. The trivia game is 10 questions long. The questions are multiple choice, and you'll be awarded points for correct answers, how fast you answer correctly, and correct answers in a row. So I am going to ask you to get out your cell phones and to open up a web browser. And I suggest that you open up a cell phone browser rather than the computer screen, so you don't have to change screens. However, if you don't have a cell phone available, it is okay to use another browser screen. How it's going to work is that the questions will appear on the computer screen and you'll enter your answers on the phone. If you don't have a cell phone, like I said, you can just switch back and forth between another tab on your computer. I'm just going to note that when you sign in, you'll be asked to enter a nickname. Please enter your first name and last name as your nickname. This is important because we'll need to confirm your identity to be able to award you some prizes if you're a winner. So if you do find yourself in one of the top 3 spaces, to claim your prize, all you'll need to do is just to email me at sustainability@mcic.ca within 24 hours to confirm. Just a couple of other rules. You need to be 18 or older to play and located in Manitoba. MCIC staff and their households are not eligible to play or win. So finally, please go ahead, go to kahoot.it on the browser on your phone and open that up. You'll be asked for a game pin, and that will be provided to you just as soon as I get that game launched. So as you launch that browser in your phone, I'm going to open up the game. And I just wanted to wish everyone good luck. So here we go, kahoot.it. That game pin is 2859646. All right, we've got some people joining us already. Again, for those of you just signing on, it's kahoot.it, and the game pin is 2859646. Good luck, everyone. What challenges resulting from climate change are farmers facing in Makueni, Kenya? Congratulations. Remember, the faster you answer, the higher the number of points you get. The question is, what do women in Makowini do to diversify their economic opportunities beyond farming? That's right, the Village and Savings Loans groups. Question number 3. What does the Village Savings and Loans group enable participating women to do? That's right, invest, save, and borrow money. Question number 4. Which MCIC partner partnered with Fideli Trust to implement the Savings and Loans groups? That's right, Tier Fund Canada. Question number 5. What are the 3 programming and mentoring focus areas of Fideli Trust? Question number 6. In empowering women to access financial resources, which 2 SDGs do Village and Savings and Loans groups work towards? Question number 7. How many Village Savings and Loans groups have been formed through funding from MCIC and Tier Fund? That's right. 46 groups so far. Question number 8. How much money has been distributed as loans to Savings and Loans Group's member? Question number 9. What have participating women primarily used the money for? And our final question, how has family life improved in Makoeni as a result of participating in village savings and loans programs? Fantastic. Everyone got that question. Congratulations. There's our leaderboard. Congratulations. So if this is if you're one of these players, please send me an email at sustainability@ncic.ca. And all right, just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna close this up here and reshare my screen to get us back where we need to be on the presentation. Okay. Get back to the presentation here. Here we go. And oh, now the computer is a little bit slow, but we are ready, Abdul and I, to take questions from the audience.
Thank you so much, Laura and Abdul. Really interesting work you're doing. And I have one question so far in the Q&A box, and if anyone else would like to add theirs in, go ahead and type that in now. The first question is, how much in real terms were these loans, for example, for land, house, equipment, or food, in dollar value, I guess? And some loans to women in other places have been at high interest of 20% or 18%. Are they forgivable loans, etc.?
Yeah, thank you. So as I mentioned, like in the presentation area, that all of this loans for like to improve like farming activities, purchase house items, pay medical bills, school fees, and start small businesses. So more than I can say 85% to 90% of the loans went to these purposes. And about the interest rate, as mentioned in the video, there is 10%, which is we compare to other interest rate in the community there. It's considered as the lowest in the village. And about your question about if this is forgettable loans or not, there is a local community committee. So this committee actually review these loans and kind of track these loans with the participants. And if there is any one of the beneficiaries of the project couldn't pay for back the loan, they assess the situation, they evaluate, and they then decide if they can consider forgettable or not based on the situation. So it's case by case. But the majority, it was they paid for this loan back, and they benefit from this fund again for other group. So yeah, this is my answer.
Jessie, you're muted.
Thank you. One more question here. Are there plans to do this elsewhere with MCIC as a partner?
Yeah. So this is a good question. So MCIC, we receive projects or proposals from all our members. So every year, based on their based on the needs that they see in the ground on real life. So we we couldn't impose any kind of projects, but this is because was successful. They got like funding from other donors. What we do every year, like we do, as I mentioned earlier, that there is a team fund. So this team, we give like a frame for certain issue, like for example, for gender equality and women empowerment for the coming 2 years. So like by this fund, they apply and they get funding in like for projects and targeting these issues. So yeah, so we usually like what we receive our members, we review it. If it fit with our principles, then we fund it.
That's great, thank you. Another question here. Can you speak to other projects similar to this savings and loans group that MCIC is doing in other countries and regions? Can you speak a bit more to these style of projects that provide economic empowerment for women and women's groups?
Yeah, like we have like plenty of like members working like with a similar approach. Like what I remember, like IDE, they have like a project in Ghana. They do like kind of similar approach. They provide loans for small businesses. What I suggest, you can go to the MCIC website. There is annual report, and there is a part for the MGMGP. This is our annual report. You can see all of the projects. We give like descriptions, but I can confirm like we receive like annually more than one project with the same approach. So it's very common, especially in in Africa.
That's great, thank you. Any other questions for Laura and Abdul? I think that may wrap it up. Thank you both so much for sharing this really interesting approach and great quiz with us.
Thank you so much. It was our pleasure to be here today, and we look forward to hearing from the winners and to participating again with the University of Manitoba in the future.
Sounds great. Take care.
Bye.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having a good day so far. We do have a short video message from the Honorable Sarah Guillemard, MLA for Fort Richmond and Minister of Conservation and Climate for the province, that I'm going to share with you right away. After that, we'll go right into a short exercise and coffee break. And we'll see you at 5:15 for our next presentation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Guillemard, the Minister of Conservation and Climate for the province of Manitoba. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory, and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. I feel honored for the invitation to share my thoughts on sustainable development and how our government is working across Manitoba to advance this global priority. 2021 marks the 4th year of the University of Manitoba Sustainability Day, an event celebrating innovative ideas, research, and actions to create a more sustainable future. This year, the theme of U of M Sustainability Day is Take Action for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In 2015, at the United Nations headquarters in New York, 193 world leaders committed to 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In the UN's words, these are a series of ambitious objectives to end extreme poverty and hunger, fight inequality and injustice, and tackle climate change by 2030. The province of Manitoba would like to congratulate the University of Manitoba for being named the United Nations Academic Impact Hub for Sustainable Development Goals 6, Clean Water and Sanitation. This distinction recognizes the ongoing research underway in Manitoba towards clean water, sustainable water management, and improved sanitation. I would also like to congratulate this year's winners of the U of M Sustainability Awards, who will be recognized in today's awards ceremonies. The students, faculty, and staff chosen to receive this award have demonstrated true leadership in education, advocacy, and the advancement of sustainability in our province. Our government's Made in Manitoba Climate and Green Plan also has a strong connection to the Sustainable Development Goals. The 4 pillars of our plan, climate, jobs, water, and nature, fit very well with the UN's goals. Our plan lays out an ambitious framework to reduce emissions and transition to a low-carbon economy. To carry out this plan, we created the Climate and Green Plan Implementation Office, which provides government-wide leadership to move forward on a range of complex actions. For example, to make our clean electricity even cleaner, we shut down the province's last coal-fired electricity generation unit. Our electricity grid, 99.7% of which is generated from hydro, wind, and solar, is amongst the cleanest in the world, approximately 99% emissions-free. To improve energy efficiency in buildings, we established Efficiency Manitoba to meet legislated energy savings, annual and multi-year targets in both electricity and natural gas. As a step towards these targets, we recently secured support from the Federal Low Carbon Economy Fund to double our $32 million investment in energy-efficient equipment and retrofits. The province is also moving forward with the new building codes that will further support these efforts. Not only will this help Manitoba move forward with its greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets, it will also allow us to better leverage our clean electricity to reduce emissions at home and abroad. We established a 5-year carbon savings account system as a new, effective approach to greenhouse gas reduction targets, with a 1 megaton goal for the first period from 2018 to 2022. We created the Manitoba Climate Resilience Training Project to build capacity on climate adaptation and resiliency, to advance adaptation planning, and to promote sustainable communities. This will also support economic recovery from the pandemic. We are working with communities to reduce the amount of organic material going into landfills and enhance the diversion of non-organic waste from landfills to reduce greenhouse gases and ozone-depleting substances. Our government established the Conservation and Grow Trusts with a commitment of over $200 million to help farmers, watershed districts, other partners, and communities protect our ecosystems and watersheds. Our government is proud to work alongside the University of Manitoba and its talented students, staff, and researchers. Together, we can make Manitoba the cleanest, greenest, most climate-resilient province in Canada, rise to the challenge of climate change, and advance sustainable development on a global scale. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Hello again. Did I say commercial break after this? I was kidding. We still have one more presentation before a little exercise coffee break. Our next presentation is propagate food plants using fillable ornaments, presented by Joanne Joyce from the Buehler Greenhouse. Just a couple housekeeping notes before we get started, and then I will introduce Joanne. If you have any questions for the presenters, you can put them in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. These will be answered after the presentation. If you experience any technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or the question-and-A box, and an IST staff member will be standing by to assist you. And if you require any of the material presented today in an accessible format, please let me know and we can get that to you. So now to introduce Joanne, who is a faculty member of science in the plant growth technician for the Buehler Greenhouse. Joanne will join us through video. Joanne will show us a video and do a live question and answer after on how to propagate perennial food plants by air laying using fillable ornaments. Joanne, I will pass it off to you now.
Thank you. So today I'm Joanne Joyce, as Cale said, from the Buehler Greenhouse, which is within the Department of Biological Sciences, Faculty of Science at the U of M. And joining me today is Dr. Carla Zellmer, who is an instructor in biological sciences and for several years has looked over the greenhouse and done the management. So just a quick introduction. First of all, who are we? What do we know about propagating plants? What the heck is a fillable ornament? And where did this idea originate? Also, what does growing indoor plants have to do with sustainability? Some common questions on this topic. What exactly is layering, and why is it called that? How is air layering different from taking other types of cuttings? What kinds of plants can I air layer? And we will be talking about some examples of food plants, and in the question and answer we can talk about other plants as well. And we'll go over what materials you need too. So here's the answer to who we are and what do we know about plants. On the left, I mentioned Carla Zelmer. She is an instructor in biological sciences, as I mentioned. She probably is a person who should be giving this presentation because she's much more technologically advanced in giving online lectures than I am, but she has been managing the Buller greenhouse itself and other growth facilities for the Faculty of Science for the last 7+ years. And I am a field biologist, but I have been a greenhouse technician on the U of M campus for the last 6 years, the past 3 in the Faculty of Science in the Buller greenhouse and other greenhouses associated with it. I also live exclusively on plants, so I have a vested interest in them. Carla and I did our undergraduate degrees at the University of Manitoba, and we happened to work together in the field in the 1980s to survey large tracts of prairie, and which is part of establishing Manitoba's tallgrass prairie preserve. Between us, we have many, many years of studying and growing plants. This photo is taken at the Buller greenhouse, Slugfest. So what is a fillable ornament? You may have seen these on Amazon. This is a photograph that I got from there. So basically it's a clear plastic ball consisting of 2 halves which fit together and nest within each other and can be suspended by a loop. It is very decorative, but it can make a very affordable, reusable, effective container for air layering. So where did this idea come from? We have a lot of figs in the Buller greenhouse, and I was looking for fig propagation methods online that promised the most, the highest outcomes, basically the most successful plantings per effort. And I found this man, Dan Foster, on YouTube. He is a fig expert from Michigan, and he, you can see him here in this photograph. He uses everything from Easter eggs to plant pots to disposable food containers, but I really liked his use of the Christmas ornaments the best. You can see them down here. He has great attention to detail and very high success rate. And so I just slightly adapted it for use in our indoor greenhouse environment. I would encourage you to check out Dan on YouTube, Air Layering Figs. He's got a 3-part series. So what does growing plants, especially indoors, have to do with sustainability? I think any of us who garden enjoy learning about nature and from nature and produce our own local food. I think that all supports our health and well-being, especially in these times of COVID, when we are spending more time at home, maybe in our home gardens. And it gives us a better and very much a hands-on understanding of sustainability. Many of the plants in the Buller greenhouse that we'll be referring to are perennial plants that produce fruit, nuts, leaves, seeds, all used for food. And perennials can be used over a long period, up to hundreds of years. Perennial plants are easier on the earth as far as food plants are concerned because the soil does not have to be tilled every year, which definitely limits soil erosion. One of the things that I've become aware of lately is how the production of plant foods uses very, very much less water, fuel, and land, orders of magnitude less than animal food production. And so it contributes much less to climate change. And food plants can be house plants. I'll show you at the bottom left here is a picture of coffee. This little product here, I'd encourage you to look into. It's called coffee leaf tea. Normally, coffee beans are picked by itinerant workers who are only employed picking coffee beans for about 3 months of the year, and they have to move from crop to crop. With coffee leaf tea, the leaves are available all year round, and although you wouldn't pick all of the leaves off a particular plant, it is a much more sustainable means of employment, And the tea itself is full of antioxidants, very little caffeine, actually more like a decaf cup of coffee, and very pleasant. So just one example of one of the food plants that we know about and can grow indoors. The bottom right picture is of our Science of Tea event. And tea is another obviously perennial and useful food plant that we have. Top right photographs are of a small pepper called chiltepin pepper or tepin pepper. That is kind of the granddaddy or grandmother of all of the peppers that originated in South and Central America. And so many possibilities for food plants indoors. And they are a big part of every ecosystem. So what is layering? I think everybody has seen or maybe has at home a spider plant, and it is a perfect example of a plant that layers itself. Layering is the development of roots on a stem. And you can see that these are stems while the stem is still attached to the parent plant. So some plants like these propagate naturally. I'll show you, draw your attention to the top right photo with the arrow. You can see that these stems of lavender are quite horizontal, and they tend to be decumbent, or they hang down. So here is what would happen maybe in nature if someone stepped on that branch, or if someone came and put a rock on it like I did to help the branch root when it hits the soil. And there are many plants that do this. Air layering is different because it's a type of layering where the stem or the branch is wrapped or contained in moist soil or coconut coir or other medium to promote root growth. So in other words, regular layering, the stem comes down to the soil, and with air layering, we bring the soil to the stem. So here's a short video on the materials that you might want. Oh. Sorry. I'd like to review the materials that we're going to be using today, and so you can make a list and try this yourself. First thing that we're using is the fillable ornament. This I got from the dollar store. You can see it fits one side inside the other, so they nest. They're held together with plastic, and they have a little loop at the top. This is this is a Dollarama, sorry. Here's the, so it was $1.50 for two, so they're about 75 cents each. It comes with a little string to hold it at the top. And this is how I've modified it for our purposes today. Take a small piece of masking tape, and you'll see that one circle is a little bit bigger than the other, and that's because the fig that we're going to be cutting today has, it gets narrower towards the top, and I've had a look at it, and so that's my estimation as to how big the holes need to be. You can also use another container. I know that Christmas ornaments aren't necessarily available at this time of year. Here's a small container that would work very well for this sort of thing. Unfortunately, you can't see through it, and that is one of the beauties of this acrylic see-through ornament. But you would just cut little holes here and here, and the soft plastic is much easier to cut than this hard acrylic. So be creative in your material searches. You'll notice I have a pair of secateurs, which are pruning shears. They should be sharp, and they should be disinfected. We always clean our tools before and after using them with 70% ethanol, which you may have on hand because of COVID. If not, 3% hydrogen peroxide, which can easily be obtained in a pharmacy or other store, will work just as well. Now, to make the holes in the in the ornament, I personally used this soldering iron. It worked very well, and it helps actually to have the tape on it like this because it holds the plastic pieces in place once you've soldered through them. It doesn't make a nice even cut. I had a friend try using other kinds of cutters, and this is what I came up with that works best. I think you could use a wood burning tool. You could probably use a scalpel if you were really careful. Other tools would work as well. Now, here are the rooting hormones that we use. I'm showing you 3 of them here. This one is for herbaceous plants, so green bendy plants. This one is for semi-hardwood, and this one is for hardwood plants. We are going to be working with a fig today, so I am going to choose this one. But actually, there's people have had great success with this method without using rooting hormones at all. Or if you want to be a do-it-yourselfer, you can go out and gather some willow limbs and put them in water for a while, and the resulting water has natural rooting hormone in it. Here is some tin foil, aluminum foil rather, that we'll use to cover the globe once we have it filled with soil. Here's the tape that we'll use to keep the globe on the plant and also to affix the aluminum foil to it. Tend to label our aluminum foil with a Sharpie with a date, and this is for potting up afterwards. We won't be showing you this stage, but find a nice pot. I'll show you the soil in a second. The tags that we use are basic plastic tags, and the writing instrument of choice is, for me, is a mechanical pencil. It makes a nice fine line, and pencil is the gold standard as far as horticultural labeling is concerned. It is stable, doesn't photo degrade, and even a Sharpie marker or other permanent markers will degrade in the sunlight. So I recommend a pencil for that. Again, our pot, and this is the type of soil mix that we use. It is basically a mixture. It's called a soilless mix, and it, as you can see, has got sphagnum peat moss mostly, and then a little bit of perlite for drainage, dolomite limestone to just adjust for the pH. And it's made here in Canada. Just wanted to give you a basic overview of the materials. We could have a discussion on the sustainability of soilless mix later. I would like to hear people's opinions on what we could be doing instead. Here's an example of some of the plants that can be air layered. Here's a picture of our fig that Carla and I air layered yesterday. You'll see a video of that soon. This here is, some of you may recognize as Laurus nobilis, or bay laurel, which we use as bay leaves in cooking. And this one here is a citrus. This is how big some of them get. This is about I would say, 2 to 3 meter tall plant. So it lends itself very well to air layering. And here's another video. So Carla and I chose this plant because it is getting way too tall. Figs don't grow outside in our climate during the winter, so they wouldn't survive unless we buried them. So anything that grows outdoors has to be taken back indoors, and it can get too big. So the limb that we've chosen to do our layering on is this one.
Let me just get a closer look at that.
Okay.
So you can see this is a woody part of the plant.
And I have to make sure that the hole in my ornament is about the right size. And we want a relatively short cutting. What would you say, about like hand's width, something like that?
Yeah, so
the
deal about this is that you always have to have some kind of a ratio between the shoot of a plant and the roots. So if you have a relatively small ball, you can't ask that root ball to support
a big plant
when it's cut off. So keep in mind, you're going to cut it off, and whatever roots are in the ball are going to be all it has to start with. If you pick too much of the upper portion, you're going to have a lot of stress as that plant tries to deal with a too small root ball. Part of which is the reason that I'm tearing off some of these leaves. We want lots of room to work, and we also don't want the plant to have to support too much greenery. Now, I had mentioned soil before, and I'd also we're talking about sustainability here. These are ones that I'd purchased, ornaments I'd purchased before. I mentioned the little string, and it is attached to both sides of the ornament. So I've decided to reuse this one rather than doing a new one. It's a good choice. I have pre-wet the soil, and you want the soil in here to be fairly moist because it's got to support the roots for a little while. So you want it wet enough that it's going to stay in a ball, but not so wet that you're squeezing a bunch of water out of it. That might be a bit too damp. So I'm going to fill both halves, and I'm going to lay it down.
So you've already got a pre-cut hole in this, Joanne, so I imagine that's going to drive your choice of where to put this on the tree.
It will, and we did a previous segment where I talked about that. So I'm just going to lay it down there. Now, if you could stop the video for a sec. So, as was mentioned previously, very important to pre-sterilize your cutting instrument. You could use a razor blade for this if you have one. We always have these pruning shears in the greenhouse, so that's what we'll use. This is the sharp side, so that's the side that I'll be using. And I'm going to take my ball, and I think it was about here. So the ball will fit about like that. So what I'm going to do is cut, not through it, just around it in a circle. And you can see it's got a milky juice. Cut it there, and I'm going to cut another little strip below it. You could also use a knife for this, sharp paring knife. I'm going to disinfect my tools again.
This is why it's a fairly good idea to pick a substantial branch, because once you peel off some of the bark, which also gives it a little bit of support, you may find that they break off if they're too heavy. So a larger branch has a little more support in the middle.
So Carla, maybe you could describe what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, so what Joanne's doing right now is she's attempting to peel off the bark in that area, and that exposes, you see the bright green area underneath? This area is called the cambial layer, and it's actually the living part of the stem. Within the interior of the stem, it's mostly wood, and the wood is dead and cannot regenerate roots, but the cambial layer contains cells that are not predetermined in what they'll be at this point. If they are under the right hormonal conditions, they can generate the roots. And this is why this technique works. So you have to expose the cambial layer, being careful not to cut through the stem or break it off.
Do you see that bright green there? That's the layer Carla's talking about. And I have a little bit more to peel off.
Yeah, it's strange, but in the stems of plants, there's relatively little live material. Just under the bark is where the living stuff is. In the larger trees, the interior is entirely dead and dry, like firewood.
Something that I wanted to touch on that you mentioned, Carla, is the fact that these are undifferentiated tissue, or that they can become just about whatever they want. They're like stem cells for humans, and or other mammals. And this is one of the reasons that this works, to make roots.
Yeah, plants have this amazing ability that animals generally don't have. And it relates to the fact that they're modular. So you can take a part of a plant and have it regenerate the other parts. And this is these cells that are within the plant that can be de-differentiated, and they can have a different fate after that, depending on their hormonal environment.
So this hormonal environment is one that is going to be hopefully reproducing. One of the things that I meant to mention with undifferentiated root tissue, often naturally layering plants will layer when they've been broken. Like the ice storm that we had a winter or two ago broke a lot of Saskatoons in my yard and chokecherries. And that's where they started to grow from, was where they were broken, because it does expose that cambium layer. So this is rooting hormone powder you're putting on here? Yep, that's the number 3 that I had mentioned earlier. That's for hardwood plants. Layering also occurs naturally when branches bend down to the ground and are covered by soil. Right, and I have I think a photo of that with the lavender, the lavender photo that I showed you earlier. Now, I've got to say, this is the smaller hole, this is the bigger hole. Just try and get that. So you want that cut to be right in the center of the ball. So this is moist and it's packed down so it doesn't fall out on you while you're trying to do this. Right, it's moist, packed down, and it has to, this is the moisture that the roots are going to be using for the next little while. So here's where I will put a little strip of tape around it just to hold those two sides together, like that. And you may wish to, because you don't want it to slide down the tree, I've seen somebody use a chopstick to hold it up. Yeah, and that helps. I tend to use tape. That helps too if your stem is a little bit small and you're worried about it cracking. And now, taking aluminum foil. Now, some people use a plastic bag. If you don't have an ornament, you can use a plastic bag. I like the foil because it does 2 things. It allows you to take off the foil and peek if you want to see the roots, which we always do. And secondly, it keeps the roots in the dark where they like to be. So it'll shut out the light. It is important to check on these from time to time because you want to make sure that it doesn't dry out. Exactly. But of course, it's just fun to see if the first roots are coming through. It is. And actually, I found that if you wrap it properly, you don't even have to water it. Although the water will run down when we're watering up, up here or treating pests or whatever, it will. So it looks like one of those little candies, doesn't it? Yeah. Like that. Nice job. Thanks. And then today, I know you're seeing this on the 4th, but we're doing this on the 3rd. So I'm going to take my Sharpie. Do you remember what kind of fig this is, Carla? This is a Chicago fig. Okay, so Chicago. Because remember, once we have taken this away from the plant, we need to remember what it is. And that'll give us what we need for our tag. So Chicago fig, and today is the 3rd. So 03/03/2021. Now, rooting on plants takes different amounts of time depending on their condition and what kind of plant it is and so on. When will you start to peek at this one, Joanne? I'm a little bit of a impatient person, so I may start in a couple of weeks. The last part of the piece that we're going to show you at the end, the reveal, is one that we did before, and that was a 5-week plant, and that entire ball was completely filled with roots. So I think that, and depending on the time of year, it may the plant may react differently. When the days start to get longer, that's a signal to start putting out shoots and start putting out roots. So we may see a different pace of development. But now you may wonder why we're doing this on the fig and not just taking big cuttings. There's a couple of reasons. One is some plants are remarkably unsuccessful from cuttings. Figs can be quite successful from normal cuttings, but they have to be done in a very particular way. And I found that for the most part, they are not terribly successful when you just take cuttings from them and store them in the refrigerator, like is sometimes recommended to start in moist soil, or even just to take cuttings and put them in water. They tend not to do that well. This is a very successful way of getting roots on a fairly large cutting. The other is that you can take more massive cuttings this way than you could if you were just trying to take waterborne water. Here is the reason that I like this. Okay, method. I'll follow you. You're going to get fruit more quickly with this method than you will with many others, because you're using the old wood that's really well established and it's got lots of biomass, and it's already got some fruit on it. Yeah, and some of those ones on the top of the cutting that you just took is going to have predetermined little flower buds already forming. So the new plant will likely produce fruit this year.
So the moment we've all been waiting for. Here's a picture of the fig that I layered at the end of October, 30th of October, 2020. And this video is, unfortunately, I've already taken off the tin foil. So, you know, you're a little bit along in the process here, but here is the video of the reveal after 5 weeks under the tin foil.
And this is what has happened after waiting for 5 weeks. We wrap this in tin foil, and I've just taken off the tin foil. So here is the root ball that has grown in this fig. And now I am going to take my cutters, cut underneath the roots, and this is what we will plant in the pot.
So just a little shout out to Aihua Yu, who took the last video, and to Carla, who was our major videographer. We're open to questions if anybody would like.
Joanne, that was so awesome. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I do recommend that when everyone is allowed back on campus and the Wheeler Greenhouse is open, that you go visit, because it's a pretty magical place. So thanks for sharing a little bit of your workplace with us.
Oh, you're welcome. And you know, the south wall is very visible right now. We have lots of things blooming. So if you're on campus and you need a little bit of a pick-me-up, you could just wander by the south wall of the greenhouse and look in.
I did find myself on campus the other day, and it was really nice just to see an abundance of greenery all in one place. It's something that I feel like we've all been lacking.
I wish we had smell-o-vision, because after watering in here, this whole place smells so good.
Hopefully we can get there one day. Technology.
Exactly.
We do have a couple questions. If you wanted, I could read them out to you.
That would be lovely.
Yeah, so the first one is first a compliment, very informative presentation. There's 2 questions actually. Joanne, my fiddle leaf fig keeps losing leaves near the bottom, but growing new leaves at the top. Is this a normal process, or is it losing leaves due to low humidity, overwatering, underwatering, etc.? The second part of that is the area where leaves have dropped. Could I apply this air layering technique to it?
The answer is, excellent question, by the way. I would like Carla's buy-in on this after I've made my best attempt to answer it. The dropping of older leaves is a natural process, and new leaves will sometimes or often absorb nutrients that the old leaves are giving up. So the old leaves will, the nutrients will be resorbed by the plant. The old leaves will fall off. And in the case of a fiddle leaf fig, the new ones, so long as the new ones are in good shape and look healthy, I think it's probably a natural process. And as far as using that place for air layering, I think that would be, you need to make sure that the cutting size is, as Carla was pointing out, proportional. You want to be able to not have a cutting that's too big, because you don't want the little root ball to have to support too large a cutting with too many leaves. Want to jump in here, Carla?
Yeah, so yes, it could be due to the lack of humidity as well. This is a really tough time for our house plants. It gets very dry. Sometimes it's also not enough light, but this is a normal process. As the stems grow bigger, they produce a thick bark, and that eventually cuts off the leaves, so they have no supply. So if your stem is getting really big, that could also be the reason, but fiddle leaf figs often do this. And yes, you can use it on other house plants. I have to show you this one. So the office plants, after everybody was chased out of their offices by COVID-19 and had to come home, a lot of office plants got left behind. This is the technique I'm using also on my husband's office plant. You can see that it lost all its lower leaves. This is a Dracaena. And yes, they usually do have a mop of leaves on the top, but often there's more than this on the stem. So I've done the same technique. I didn't have a lot of soil around, but I used what I had, a Ziploc bag and a bit of electrical tape and some foil on top. There is a good root ball in here. I may redo the root ball with a little more soil before I take the risk of taking this top off, because as you can see, that's a pretty small root ball for such a large plant. But yes, excellent for a lot of the house plants, including things like the Dracaena, the Dieffenbachias. Many people have leggy Dieffenbachias in their house. You can use this really, really easily on them.
That's really informative. Thanks, Carla. Just a couple, again, some compliments. I'm very excited to try this at home. Thank you for sharing. I had to join late, so unfortunately I missed the first part of it, but I'm interested in this and I notice it's being recorded. Yes, we will be sharing this with you later on, so you can re-watch all of these presentations. I love the Buehler Greenhouse and the free giveaways. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And then to get back to a couple of questions that came in. How do we water the dry soil in the ball? As in, how do we know when we have added an adequate amount of water?
That is an excellent question. I noticed Megan had a similar question. Part of the point of making sure that the soil in the ball, when you are creating your fig, putting your ornament around your plant, part of the idea of getting it sufficiently moist is to make sure you don't have to water it. And if you seal it properly, and if you do it properly, you shouldn't have to water it. However, that said, one way you can, I know some of us really, really want to see what's going on in there. That's why I love these clear acrylic ornaments, because you can take off the tinfoil and have a look. I would suggest that you take one of those little plastic cocktail glasses, the kind that we give away our plants in at the Buehler Greenhouse, and put some soil in it and water it. And you will see the difference in color and appearance from the dry soil to a soil that's properly watered. Obviously, if you don't have holes in your pot, you'll have flooded soil, but it will give you an idea as to what the soil looks like when it's at various degrees of moisture. So, one thing is, don't worry too much about it. If you do it properly and seal it well, it will not dry out because you've got that layer of acrylic over it, you've got the tinfoil, and you've got some tape as well. But if you really, really are worried, then you could always take the tinfoil off and have a look. It won't hurt it if you pour a little water in the top. Remember when I was squeezing the tinfoil on both ends? If you use that top end as a little funnel, you can always, if you're concerned, you can water it because it will drain through the bottom.
You don't have to worry about it too much because the humidity is what triggers it. So it doesn't have to be wet. As long as you saw how rough the hole is when you put it in the ornament, as long as it doesn't seal to the stem, whatever you put in excess will probably drain out. And you could take, an eyedropper, a turkey baster, a careful little pour with a watering can to top it up if it looks dry. I unwrap this Dracaena every now and then just to make sure that the soil, as Joanne said, doesn't look light colored, because when it looks very light colored, it means it's dried out, and that is not conducive to roots. Roots need a constant source of moisture at this point to form well.
Well, that's awesome. I feel like everyone has their weekend hobby now to give this a try with a houseplant that they have.
Definitely let us know. I
should also mention, Carla had not a good experience with these little acrylic balls. She ordered some on Amazon.
Yes.
And as I was mentioning to you, not even knowing about this, they're made to nest inside each other. One is slightly smaller than the other so that they fit together. And she ended up getting all 20 of the balls she's ordered that are the same size.
They're beautiful.
Oh no!
But they don't fit together.
They don't fit inside each other.
They're both the same. They're both the same house.
Okay.
I saw these comments online and I just took a shot at it. It didn't seem to matter what company you looked at. Some said, oh, they're beautiful, but they're broken. And others said, they're beautiful, but they don't fit together. I knew if I get them and they don't fit together, I'll just put some tape on them and it's not a huge deal. I'm not using them as an ornament, but I guess I'd be pretty annoyed if I really wanted to use them as an ornament. I will contact the company, but be aware.
Be also aware that, and this is something I picked up from Dan Foster from Michigan on his FIG videos, there are horticultural products that are globes for air layering that are made for this, but they are much, much more expensive. And you can do something at home that is much more affordable and just as effective. Oh, by the way, thank you very much to everyone who appreciates the Buller Greenhouse. We love it here. I feel a little bit guilty. I feel like there's some survivor guilt because I have been coming to work every day during the pandemic and watering plants and trying to keep things alive. So I get to be here. So please follow us on Facebook on Friends of the Buller Greenhouse or on Instagram, Buller_Greenhouse, and I will do my best to add some blooms and other interesting things to your lives. Carla and I also wanted to mention that if anybody would like to enter a little raffle or giveaway, random giveaway for a fruiting fig that we have potted up, that just please mention it in the comments or email. I think you had given an email earlier, Kale, right? Which is better for you?
For the office, you're saying, if they're interested in entering that type of giveaway? Yeah, for sure. I'll put our office email in, and then we can keep track of everyone that would be interested, and we can do a little raffle next week, perhaps.
A random number generator or something.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. And don't feel guilty. We thank you for keeping the greenhouse green while everyone's away from campus, so we have a space like that to come back to. So thank you so much.
Oh, good. It's my pleasure. And thank you, Carla, for all of your videography and expert advice.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
Maybe there'll be more forthcoming.
All right. Well, thank you all. We're going to go into a short commercial break now as there's no more questions, but I will post the social media links for the Buller Greenhouse so you can follow them on Facebook and Instagram. And again, if you would like to be entered into a raffle to win one of the figs that they had propagated, please send an email to sustainability@umanitoba.ca, but I'll also put that in the chat. Hello, everyone. I hope that you had a little bite to eat, got to get outside, had a little exercise. I'm just going to go over the housekeeping comments again, and then we can introduce our student presentation by the SDG Student Hub. If you do have any questions for the presenters, you can type these questions in the question and answer box at the bottom of your screen. They will be answered during the question and answer portion of our time together. If you experience any technical difficulties, you can type your concerns into either the chat or the question and answer box. An IST staff member is standing by to assist you if you require any of the material to be presented today in an accessible format. Please let me know and we can get that to you. And now to introduce your speakers. We have Sumin Han, Chantal Vachon, and Nicholas Pasechka from the SDG Student Hub presenting next. The SDG Student Hub works under the guidance of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for Youth, also known as SDSN, and the Office of Sustainability to create a space for interdisciplinary collaboration and inclusive conversations around the Sustainable Development Goals. Sumin is a student in Environmental Studies, Policy, and Law. Chantal is a student in Environmental Studies, Sustainable Development, and Business. And Nicholas is a student in Electrical Engineering with a focus on renewable energy. I will pass it over to you three now.
Great, thank you so much. I'm gonna try to share the screen. Hopefully this works. Oh dear, hold on, sorry. Okay. Can everyone see the screen okay? You can't see my notes beside it. Can you see my notes? Okay. Perfect.
We can see your notes right now.
Well, thanks everyone. I really appreciate this opportunity. I think my internet's a little bit off as well, so I'm going to try my best to ensure that this works smoothly. Thank you, OS, for inviting us to speak at Sustainability Day. We really appreciate the opportunity. And just want to acknowledge that all three of us are calling in from Treaty 1 territory, which is the original lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. And land acknowledgements are just really important in general, but we want to specifically highlight it because I find that a lot of the issues that SDGs highlight is really kind of centered in the fact that because we've been disconnected from the land, because we've been disconnected from our culture and our people, all of these issues arise. And that's why I think it's really important that we acknowledge whose land that we're on and what kind of framework of thinking that we're kind of approaching this from as well. Before we get started, just want to share a quick agenda. So we'll first start by sharing a little bit about our student hub and different projects that we've been working on. And then we'll introduce a little bit about the SDG guide that we've developed for the U of M community. And we're super, super stoked to be sharing it with you today. Okay, so a quick little intro. My name is Sumin. I use she, her pronouns. As Kale mentioned, I'm currently in my 3rd year of environmental studies with a focus in policy and law. And to share a little bit about why I joined the SDG Hub, I joined because as somebody who's interested in climate justice, I think it's absolutely crucial that we're thinking about approaching climate action from different perspectives, as the SDGs are a really helpful tool in bridging together different systems of barriers that exist for marginalized people. And this is our 1st year running this hub, and as a racialized woman, I frequently find that my experiences and perspectives were not necessarily reflected in the conversations around the SDGs. So this hub was an opportunity to establish a space that was inclusive, accessible, and welcomed a wide range of experiences and expertise that fully embody the values of the SDGs. I'll pass.
Thanks, Suman. My name is Chantal Vachon. Kale mentioned that I am a 4th year environmental studies co-op student at the U of M. So I'm currently doing a focus in sustainable development and then a minor in business where I'm doing a bit of a focus in marketing there. So I joined the SDG Student Hub because I was kind of associated with some different faculties, like the Faculty of Business, just through my education. And I kind of started to hear about different initiatives surrounding sustainability and the environment in general. And so I was kind of interested and curious to see if other faculties were kind of extending these topics to talk about as well. So I like the idea that it was promoting the SDGs in areas outside of just the Faculty of Environment. Again, just kind of making these accessible for everyone, no matter what you're kind of focusing in school. There's something always that's touching on sustainability and everyone's kind of learning about it.
Hi, everybody. My name's Nick, and I'm in my 3rd year of electrical engineering here at the U of M. And why I joined the group was I'm very passionate about sustainability, and I really believe the environment affects all of us in one way or another. And I believe I want to do my part to help educate people how they can also get involved. And every small action adds up and makes a difference. And what I was focusing on before even joining this group was, how can I, as an individual, make a difference in the larger community? I thought of the analogy, if I'm just a single drop in an ocean, will I make a difference? And that's what our team came together to counteract, was how you can work together and have individual solutions to make a more sustainable world. On to you, Suman.
Great, thanks. Okay, so to give a little bit of a background about the SDG Hub, this is, like I said, our 1st year running this. We literally just got started in September, and the SDG Student Hub is an initiative under the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Youth. And also we're working alongside Office of Sustainability to develop projects and just find ways to engage U of M folks in the SDGs. And to explain just a little bit about our mission, we want to ensure that we're making the SDGs as accessible as possible. And one of the reasons because of that is I find that not a lot of people actually know what the SDGs are. They kind of see them as like the colorful blocks that the UN puts out. And we wanted to ensure that we're tackling that and exploring what do these colorful blocks mean? And because they are covering such abstract topics and such complex areas, we wanted to ensure that that was accessible and something that could be relevant for a lot of people and something that people could identify themselves working with. And yeah, that's why we want to make that accessible. Also, like I said earlier, although some goals like climate action are things that affect everyone equally, right? But there are some goals that affect more marginalized people in general specifically, and we want to ensure that we were centering a lot of BIPOC experiences in that. And BIPOC is an acronym for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. And by centering a lot of their experiences and knowledges, we're making sure that no one is being left behind. And we're actively trying to work on this. We recognize that it isn't just something that you say and it happens, that it has to be something that we're actively working on and that we're building communities and that we're building those relationships to ensure that those connections aren't exploited, but rather it's a continuously growing partnership and a collaboration. And we want to ensure that we're creating and sharing opportunities related to the SDGs. So whenever we come across any initiatives, whether it be through SDSN Youth or from other organizations that we partner with, we want to make sure that that information is out there and that people have access to these opportunities if they want to get involved. And we also want to make sure that this is a co-learning opportunity and a co-learning space. And what I mean by that is the three of us here aren't the experts. We don't know everything. And we want to ensure that a space is created so everyone can come together and learn together. And it's not just us teaching them, we're learning from our members as well. And it's, just creating a space where people feel safe to learn together and recognize that not everyone is an expert in certain things and everyone brings different expertise from their interests and their backgrounds, and that we can always learn from each other.
Perfect. Thank you, Suman. So now I just wanted to introduce a few different events that we have been working on. So as it was mentioned that we are a new hub starting just this year, but it's been a really busy 6 or 7 months. So we've had a few initiatives on the roll and we have some plans for the future as well. So just a few things that we've had going on this year was kind of our launch night. We did a Kahoot night just to kind of share some information about the SDGs. They're really fun. I think everyone kind of learned a little bit about some goals that they might not have known about before. And it was a cool way to kind of meet some other students at the U of M that were interested in this kind of thing. We also did some recruitment through the annual general meeting. So this is where we kind of introduced our hub, came out with our mission statement, and again, tried to make an establishment at the campus of U of M. We've also been collaborating with other SDSN Canadian hubs. So for this, we've just been in constant communication, knowing what other students at other universities are doing, and then as well keeping them up to date with what we're doing as well. And then we've also collaborated with the Sustainability Working Group. So this was to bring more sustainable development goals into policies and campus initiatives. So they have lots of plans happening. It was a little difficult just because everything was virtual, but there is lots lined up for when kind of the campus opens up again. So we have that to look forward to.
Now we're going to talk a little bit about what the SDGs actually are. So a little backstory on the SDGs. From the years 2000 to 2015, the UN put forth what was called the Millennial Goals. And these were steps to eliminate poverty and world hunger on a global scale. And what the UN in 2012 put forth was the Sustainable Development Goals. And this was a much more ambitious timeline to reach our agenda by 2030. And 2030 is a very significant year. And right now, the years 2020 to 2030 is called the Decade of Action. And why it's so important is that at 2030, certain climate goals need to be met so that the gap between poverty, the rich and the poor, doesn't increase exponentially. So the SDGs, there's 17 goals and 169 targets. What each SDG breaks down into specific goals on what people can do as an individual, as well as what we need to do as a society. And what's a really great thing about the SDGs is that it's a common language. Anyone can relate to these SDGs one way or another, whether you're a country, a business, a family, an individual. everyone can work towards the Sustainable Development Goal in their own way to make a world a better place.
Okay, so this year our biggest project was compiling a Sustainable Development Goals guidebook for students and anyone else at the U of M who wanted to research. So when developing this report, we really wanted to find and include some key information. So we created standardized questions for each goal so that the same information would be accessible for all 17. So just some examples of what's included in the guide. So we took solutions related to each goal, and we tried to keep this as local as possible to see what Manitoba was doing in regard to each goal, as well as what the U of M is doing additionally to reach each goal. We also talked about the UN's measurements of goals through looking at the UN's main targets of these 17 goals. So that was kind of like the finish line and point where they wanted to end up. And again, we tried to localize this to some more Manitoba, Winnipeg examples. We also found some courses offered at the U of M in relation to each of the goals. So this was covered through all faculties, not just the environmental faculty. And there you can kind of see, if you're interested in goal 14, you can see what specific courses you can take that might be interesting to you. We also talked about different working groups on campus that are working towards each goal. So this was a really important part to us to see how students can get involved. So it's one thing to kind of learn and be educated, but also if you want to get involved even more and take that extra step forward, we have information on that as well.
Cool. Okay, so to share a little bit about how we came to even research this topic and what kind of steps that we've taken. When we were originally planning on doing this, we wanted to think about, okay, so what is the key goal that we want folks to get out of reading this guide? And I think one of the big things that all three of us agreed on was the fact that there's so many opportunities that exist for these goals to interact with each other. And we're not perhaps thinking about those collaborations to the extent that we need to be right now. And we were kind of looking for common themes throughout the 17 goals and tried to come up with different sections and try to fit together, how do these run together? Are there common themes that underlie each other? And came up with 3 separate themes. So the first one is equality and partnership. The second is innovation and technology. And the third is well-being. We're not saying that this is the be-all end-all kind of category for how these goals might interact with each other. But what we're saying is these could be a really neat way to collaborate together, could be a really neat way to really just see how these goals fit together and what kind of projects can come out of these specific goals. And the 3 of us kind of took each theme and decided to create our own mini group within each theme and then research those topics. So I was in charge of the equality and partnership group. And under that theme, we have goal number 5, gender equality, goal number 6, clean water and sanitation, goal 10, reduce inequalities, 13, climate action, 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and 17, partnerships for the goals. And something that I really want to focus on and explore is, okay, so how is inequality and partnership kind of a centerpiece of all of these? And I think some make more sense more than others, but perhaps you're surprised to see goal number 6 in this category. And I guess to give like a brief explanation of why 6 was included in here is because there's a lot of equality issues around clean water and sanitation. And I do want to highlight that U of M is actually recognized by the United Nations Association Academic Institution as kind of one of the world global leaders for goal number 6. So that link is included in our guide, and we kind of explore what does it mean for clean water and sanitation in terms of equality, working with Indigenous partners, because even within Manitoba, there are exploitations of Northern Indigenous communities to get our water, right? So that equality part is embedded in this specific goal. So we're working to explore how those could be explored, and yeah, just seeing how all of these interact with each other. I learned something new when I was researching these. And also it was really neat to see how each groups around campus are working on these specific goals and what kind of collaborations I could see happening and how we could perhaps facilitate that process as well.
The next theme was innovation and technology. I'd like to give a shout out to Sarah Popple, who also worked on this section with myself. So these 5 goals, number 1, no poverty; 2, zero hunger; 3, affordable and clean energy; 8, decent work and economic growth; 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. These all come together because they're very STEM related. That's science, math, technology, and engineering goals. And when I first thought of poverty, something that came to mind was a developing nation where there's a huge amount of population and not enough food to go around. And I quickly learned that I was wrong. Over 10% of Canadians experience poverty in some way or another in their lifetime, which is a huge number. So it just went to show myself that these goals affect everyone, affect all countries. So no poverty and zero hunger are very important, and they're one of the first 2 goals because how can a person be expected to care about their environment if they can't eat or have food on the table? That's a basic necessity of life. So taking care of these 2 goals first will help people to care more about the environment. Goals 7, 8, and 9, there was a saying someone told me once, was that if you're on a train and the faster you go, the further you have to look ahead. Think of that as our society accelerating into the future. Technology is going to help us reach certain goals, and coming together, pushing the bounds of what we know and how we know it is going to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Okay, so my section kind of was the umbrella under the idea of well-being. So again, I worked with 2 great students at the U of M, both Monica Giesbert and Fardeen Chowdhury. So here we covered goals 3, which is good health and well-being; goal 4, quality education; 11, sustainable cities and communities; 12, responsible consumption and production; and then both goal 14 and 15, life below water and life on land. So here was really interesting just because we kind of got to start at an individual level, and where we looked into different mental and physical health initiatives that are offered at the U of M. So not only resources that are available to students that want to reach out, but also for students that want to kind of be advocates for mental and physical health and help get involved as well. Then we moved on to more of a community and societal approach where we talked about sustainable cities, transportation, as well as education. So there we got to see what the U of M is doing in regard to sustainable transportation, how it's kind of benefiting students' pockets as well as the environment. And then we moved out into more a holistic view where we talked about life on land and life below water. So that's kind of encompassing everything all together. So goal, I think 15 or 14, life below water, wasn't super prominent to Manitoba. We've got the lakes, but it's still a big portion, and we do have lots of resources available.
So in conclusion, I think this has been repeated multiple times at this point, but our real goal was to really examine how do these goals interact with each other and where are some opportunities for partnerships. And maybe now that we're approaching 2030 and this from 2020 to 2030 is a decade of action, maybe we need to be starting to look at different innovative new ways for these goals to interact with each other, and perhaps change a little bit of how we're looking at these goals. So maybe climate action isn't just always about the environment itself. How can we bring in human perspectives included within the climate action? And we can perhaps look at it from a different perspective and find new ways for specific goals to work with each other. And I think some goals make more sense than others to work naturally with each other. Like Chantal said earlier, the life below land, life on land, maybe life below water, not below land. Maybe those two just work naturally together. But what are some new ways and new rad ways that we can, bring some goals together, and maybe some new really cool projects can come out of this? And we wanted to ensure that U of M had a place to kind of start off thinking about these new ways to thinking with the support of our guide, and really to examine how we can move forward together without leaving anyone behind is the end goal for this guide.
So lastly, I just wanted to note that we did include some additional resources in the guide for those wanting to explore more into the SDGs as well as the SDSN. So those are located in the guide. And yeah, that concludes our report summary. So you can download the SDG guidebook I believe the link will be in here as well as in our Instagram bio, which will be noted. We can pop it in the chat too if anyone wants.
Yeah, I'll drop the link for the guide right now. I'll just finish sharing this slide and then I'll get to that. But that's, yeah, we already talked about where this was at. We just wanted to take a moment to thank all the contributors to the guide, and also specifically thank Office of Sustainability, SDSN Youth, and especially SDSN Youth Canadian Hub coordinators who have really supported us in developing this guide. And we couldn't have done this without you. And I really want to give a big shout out to Nick and Chantel for all their hard work in supporting everyone, bringing this guide together, and taking the leadership roles in developing this guide. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. We'll take some questions and then happy to drop the link for the guide.
Thank you all so much. That was awesome. I got a sneak peek at the guide beforehand, and I think my favorite part is that it does link to classes, so you can really get into the specifics of it, find something that you're interested in, and then find out how you can pursue that in an educational realm at the university. So really, really impressed and excited for that to get some traction for you to share it with everyone else. We do have some questions. So the first one is, great talk. Looking forward to seeing the final report. I was curious throughout the report, did you also touch upon strategies / feedback for improvement here in Manitoba or at the U of M?
I can try to answer that question. I think our focus was really to show that there are opportunities for improvements and there are opportunities to find new solutions. And we didn't want to necessarily say, oh, these are the solutions that we recommend, because personally, I don't think any of us are experts in a specific goal, but we want to introduce that there is a guide and there is a resource available if you wanted to start looking at solutions a little bit more creatively in a way that we haven't done before, that this was an opportunity to explore that option.
And just to build on that, something that we found when making this report was that for nearly almost every single goal, there's one group on campus doing something towards this goal. And we're quite proud of that at the U of M, that there's so many different people working on that. And it's really just educating people and helping those groups publicize themselves. So if you take a look at the guide, there's a lot of different organizations already doing work on these goals.
Yeah, it's a nice way to make that connection, I find. Our campus is so big and there's so much going on, so it's nice that there's that bridge.
Yeah, and I'm sure we left off a couple of, we tried to do as much research as possible, but I 100% guarantee you there's a couple of groups or initiatives that we didn't have time to connect to. So if you have any suggestions for what we should be including in the guide, please let us know, and we'll be happy to maybe post an updated version of the guide in the future.
So it's an organic living document. That's awesome. There is another question here. The poor health of our lakes, as well as the dams affecting Indigenous communities, are some of the most devastating parts of Manitoba. Will SDSN address these issues? And if so, what solutions do you think that SDSN might come up with?
I can take that one. So I agree. Hydroelectric energy generation does impact a lot of people, and very, very negatively. It floods a lot of water, floods a lot of ground, and then that ground then becomes utterly useless. Another impact of dams is that it causes eutrophication. So what that means is there's a lot of nitrogen in the water, and that gets blocked by the dam and it stays in the lake, and that water then becomes impacted. So what research is actually being done right now is to make smaller turbines. So what this means, right now we have really big turbines, and that was a great start. We needed the electricity to help power millions of homes, not only in Manitoba, but Saskatchewan, Alberta, and America. And what is happening now is that smaller scale turbines. So that way water can flow through it naturally and fish can actually go through. So that way animals and aquatic life are not as impacted as that. I agree that this is a very important issue, and there still needs to be work. There still is work that needs to be done regarding this. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Nick. That was a great answer. Oh, sorry.
Sure. Just quickly building onto that, we would love to do like a lot of hands-on projects to actually address these issues that we're talking about. But I guess because we are a student group and because we're trying to build out our presence on campus, our main goal was to really share the information and make this something that people take interest in, and that it sparks some interest for folks to get involved, to actually try to find solutions, to collaborate together. So maybe one day, once our club is big enough and has the resources, maybe we'll be able to address them directly. But for now, it's mostly focused around sharing the information.
That's awesome. Thank you. Last question here. Fantastic presentation. You are all doing great work. What are some plans you folks have for 2021, 2022?
I can take this one. I think we don't have everything planned out yet, just because we don't know what the next year is going to look like, either virtually or if our campus will open up again. However, we really just want to take what we've kind of built in the guide and expand it. Like Sue mentioned, it's going to be changing all the time as new groups and new interests kind of peak up. Hopefully, some interest will kind of go towards specific guides, and there'll be even more resources available for students. So kind of growing that would definitely be on our agenda. And then also kind of just having that co-learning happening, like Suman said. So just kind of opening up the conversation more, having more of like education sessions where we learn, we have speakers as well as vice versa. So yeah, just kind of growing our community and kind of establishing on campus, I think it's probably our number one for now.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the next week is going to look like, let alone the next year. But I have attended one of your Kahoot events and I had so much fun. So I would recommend doing more of those if you can. That was awesome. And I guess that falls into the last question. If there are students at the U of M that are interested in joining the work you're doing, is there a way for them to link up with you, and what kinds of things could they help out with?
Yeah, I'll take this question. We have a contact slide, but I stopped sharing before that because it should be shown. But our Instagram page is at SDG Student Hub _U of M. It's long, I'm sorry, but we had to follow the SDSN guideline. I apologize. I'll drop it in the chat afterwards, but please feel free to let us know if you're interested in getting involved. Also, you can email us at sdghub@umanitoba.ca. And what we wanted to do is really like create a space where people, if they have any SDG related initiatives that they want to get started on, find people to work on it with, let us know. We're more than happy to support you in developing whatever project you'd like to see happening. And we're really just here to support you. If there's any project ideas, if you see any partnerships you'd like to see, fun events, we'll do more Kahoots now that we've gotten that feedback. And yeah, just seeing how we can continue building out this movement and continue building out our engagement as well.
Well, that's awesome. I'm so excited to see what comes next. So thank you so much for presenting. That's it for the questions, and we have reached our time. So worked out well.
And
thank you so much for having us.
Agreed. Yeah. Thank you to the Office of Sustainability for letting us present today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to pass it off to Jessie now, who will introduce our next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessie Klassen, and I'm the Engagement and Projects Coordinator with the Office of Sustainability, and I'll be moderating our next session. If you have any questions for our speakers, you can type them into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. If you have any technical issues, you can type those in as well. And if you require any materials presented today in an accessible format, let us know. And now I'll introduce Paige Chartrand and Chantal Perchot. They are students in the Department of Food and Human Nutritional Sciences program. Paige and Chantal are active members of the UM Campus Food Strategy Group, a group working towards a safe, healthy, just, and sustainable food system on campus. You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, and their blog. Welcome, Paige and Chantal.
Thank you so much for having us. We're so excited.
Okay, so you guys should now be able to see my screen. Hopefully that worked.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so just quickly before we get started, we have a little bit of an interactive portion. It's just going to be answering questions and stuff like that. So before we get started, if you guys don't mind, if you want to participate, just go to this website and it'll ask you for a name. Feel free to skip. There's no issues there. And you will be prompted when it's ready to answer the questions. I'll maybe give like 30 seconds just to kind of.
I also have it in the chat if you want to copy and paste the link into your browser.
Awesome.
Let me know, Paige.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
May I start?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, Jessie, for that introduction, and thank you, Office of Sustainability, for having us. And welcome to our presentation for Sustainability Day 2021. We're very excited to be here. We're going to be focusing on how to create a sustainable campus food system. So like Jessie said, I'm Chantal, and presenting with me is Paige Chartrand. We are undergraduate students and at the U of M and coordinators of the Campus Food Strategy Group. So to start off, we would like to recognize that our work is done at the University of Manitoba, which is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. We respect the treaties that were made on these territories. We acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past, and we dedicate ourselves to move forward in partnership with Indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. And before we jump into our presentation, we would like to get an idea of how familiar you all are with our group. So if you have that polling link open in your browser, you can pull that up now and answer this question. Have you heard of the Campus Food Strategy Group before? And I'll just leave about a minute for those answers to come in. Awesome, so we have a mix here. Cool, about half and half. So we're hoping by the end of our talk today, you'll be very familiar with us and what we do. And hopefully, if you're interested, you can get involved with our initiatives on campus. And we will give you some contact information on how to do that at the end. So now for an outline of our session today, we'll talk a little bit more about ourselves and then go through the sustainable development goals that we are discussing, touch on how they have been impacted by COVID-19, and then we will introduce the topics of food insecurity and food systems, talk about the university as a food system and what CFSG is doing to work toward improved sustainability of food at the U of M. We'll also point out further implications and next steps, and then we will have time for questions at the end. So as Jessie mentioned, there is the Q&A set up. So if you have questions throughout the presentation, go ahead and enter them there, and then we'll address them at the end. So Paige and I, like I said, are the co-coordinators of CFSG, which is a subcommittee of the Nutrition Education Committee Outreach, or NECO. We actually went to high school together. We've been friends for a really long time. So we're really grateful that we've been able to work together closely on this project. And we're both in our final year of human nutritional sciences in the dietetic stream. So we are both hoping to become registered dietitians working in community settings. We're both really passionate about sustainability, community health, and food justice, and how food works into all of these. We would also just like to acknowledge that although we are very passionate about the topics that we're discussing tonight,
We are not professionals in this field and we're not experts. We are part of a student group who aims to improve the university food system. So we will be focusing on our strengths when it comes to our knowledge on this topic, but we are still undergraduate students. We'll also be touching on food insecurity. And we want to point out that neither of us have firsthand experience when it comes to moderate or severe food insecurity in our own lives. So the first SDG that we are exploring is no poverty. Globally, the issue is that although poverty rates did decline from 15.7% in 2010 to 10% in 2015, the pace of poverty reduction has been decelerating since then, so more efforts are required. And this has been made even more apparent through COVID-19, which pushed 7.1 million people into extreme poverty in 2020. The goal of the UN here is to end poverty in all forms everywhere. And some of the main targets are to eradicate extreme poverty for all people everywhere by 2030, implement nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures for all, and ensure that all people have equal rights to economic resources, basic services, and ownership and control over property. The second goal that we're discussing is zero hunger. This is a concern because even before COVID-19, global food insecurity was on the rise. It's estimated that 25.9% of the global population, equating to 2 billion people, were affected by moderate to severe food insecurity in 2019, which was an increase from 22.4% in 2014. The goal is to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. Some of the targets that I've highlighted here are by 2030, end hunger and malnutrition, ensure access by all people to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food all year round, as well as double the agricultural productivity and income of small-scale food producers by 2030, ensure sustainable food production systems, and implement resilient agricultural practices. So I have mentioned food insecurity quite a bit, so it is a major overlying theme for our talk today. So I would like to provide a definition and some more information. According to Health Canada, food insecurity is the inability to acquire or consume an adequate diet, quality, or sufficient quantity of food in socially acceptable ways, or the uncertainty that one will be able to do so. There are different defined categories or levels of severity of food insecurity as well. So someone who is food secure has adequate access to food in both quality and quantity. They don't worry about where their next meal is coming from or have to compromise nutritional value. Marginal food insecurity is when someone worries about running out of food due to insufficient money to buy food. Moderate food insecurity occurs when there is a compromise in the quality or quantity of food due to lack of funds. And someone experiencing severe food insecurity may miss meals, eat less, or in very severe cases, go days without eating. In terms of what causes these situations, it can be quite complicated, but income is the main driving factor. Low income is the most reliable predictor of food insecurity, and we will discuss this more later on. Food insecurity does have very negative effects on people's health and their lives. It leads to poorer mental health outcomes, nutritional deficiencies, higher susceptibility to chronic disease, and more use of public healthcare services. So this may mean more emergency room visits, longer hospital stays, higher need for prescription drugs, or developing diseases that require ongoing care like diabetes. So this can, and it does, cause a strain on our healthcare system. So like I mentioned, income and food security status are tightly linked, which shows how these two sustainable development goals are closely related. The graph here is part of a report that was released in 2017 by the Northern Policy Institute. The report outlined how guaranteed basic income impacts food security status. So it was found that as income increases, the prevalence of household food insecurity drops drastically. From these findings, we can infer that the solutions to one of the sustainable development goals may lead to solving the other. And for the purposes of our talk today, since we are the campus food strategy group, we will be mainly focusing on zero hunger. And of course, as we are living through a global pandemic, I'm sure we've all seen the disruptions to our food system and our social systems, such as long lines at food banks, empty grocery shelves, panic buying, high unemployment rates, and increased reliance on social assistance. And while we do not have sufficient data and we don't have a clear picture of what our economy is going to look like post-pandemic, there are estimates on how COVID-19 will impact global hunger. The graph here is from the Food and Agriculture Organization, and it shows a projection of undernourished people up to 2030, which is the target year for reaching zero hunger. This goes to show that we are not on track to reach this goal, and COVID-19 has caused a huge setback, so more efforts are needed. And we do have a couple more questions to get a sense of the food security status of our audience here. So if you can go back to your polling link. And we do recognize the sensitive nature of these questions, but just be assured that it's completely anonymous and there's no way we can track these answers back to you. Okay, so I mean, that's a pretty close, as we'll see later, we do have some data from the U of M, and it is a pretty close relationship between what we're seeing here and what we are seeing at the U of M. And we do have our next question as well, which is, has your food security been impacted by the pandemic? Okay.
That's good.
Awesome. Okay, so now we'll move on to exploring food systems. Food systems are very difficult to define because they are very complex. A food system includes all the activities that are involved with producing, processing, transporting, purchasing, consuming, and disposing of food. So we do have quite a simplistic diagram here of the steps involved in a food system. So from growing, where farmers prepare soil, plant, and tend to crops, growing a variety of food, to harvesting, where ripened crops are gathered, then packaged to prepare for transport. Our food is then transported to markets, grocery stores, wholesalers, etc. And then retail, retailers like markets, restaurants, and stores sell to consumers who buy, prepare, and then eat the food. And then finally, we have disposal, where kitchen scraps, unwanted food, spoiled food is composted or it's tossed in the trash. This can be at the household level, by restaurants or grocery stores, and even during manufacturing. And to add to the complexity of a food system, there are a variety of environmental, social, economic, cultural, and political factors that influence and impact every stage of this web. So now to contextualize the U of M as a food system, in the production stage, we do have a few sites that are capable of producing food in varying capacities. We'll discuss that a little bit more later. We're also very heavily reliant on food transport. It has been reported that only 21% of food on campus is from local sources, and the rest is outsourced and transported to us. And retail, there are 27 food venues at the Fort Garry campus and 5 at the Bannatyne campus. So on the Fort Garry campus, this includes UMSU businesses like Degrees and IQs, the UM Dining Services Food Court in UC, as well as outside business contracts like Starbucks and Tim's. A major component of our food system is eating. It's estimated that 40% of the U of M community, including students, faculty, faculty and staff eat at least one meal a week with campus food services. And finally, waste. The most recent data we could find was from 2013-2014, when 2,114 metric tons of waste was produced and handled by the Fort Garry campus. So as I said, this is a very simple snapshot of our university food system and the steps that are involved. So now I'll hand it off to Paige, and she will discuss sustainable food systems and how we are targeting these different components to improve the sustainability of our food system at U of M.
Awesome. So the concept of a sustainable food system is extremely important when we're discussing the Zero Hunger Sustainable Development Goal. The Food and Agriculture Organization defines a sustainable food system as a food system that delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that economic, social, and environmental bases to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. So that means that a sustainable food system supports equitable and just access for all for all Canadians in a way that is empowering, inclusive, dignifying, and respectful. Sustainable food systems are also critical to ensure food security and improve nutrition. And as a university has its own system, we need to be really conscious of the effects. So I just want to bring forth a study that was done on campus in 2017, which revealed that more than 1/3, the report stated 35.3%, of survey respondents identified themselves as food insecure. So out of those participants, 23.5% declared themselves as moderately food secure and 11.8% declared themselves as severely food insecure, which is a very alarming proportion of food insecure students. And like Chantal mentioned, it was almost kind of like what we saw in the question. So the study also mentions that it's not the only one of its kind, and that studies across Canadian universities are finding the same, and if not more, proportions of food insecurity from their students. So the main predetermining factor in food security was actually found to be inadequate finances due to housing, transport, food, and tuition costs. As the cost of living and tuition continues to increase, students are paying more than ever to go to school. And as we saw in the previous data, the rates of food insecurity, both globally and at the university, are quite high. This leads us to believe that much like the global food issue, Canadian universities' food insecurity issues may continue to get worse, and that doesn't even include the pandemic. Research has pointed to many different effects of food insecurity on a student. Those include, but are not limited to, a higher level of stress and an increased rate of depression and mental health, which those three things are already very high in students, as well as decreased sense of community and belonging. They also found some links to lower test scores, but this data mainly came from grade school students, and there was no information regarding university level specifically. So what needs to be done to improve our food system and ultimately improve our food security here on campus? Well, across UM campuses, there are multiple sites capable of producing food and at varying capacities, including community gardens, research plots, and indoor production and processing spaces just at the Fort Garry campus. Enhancing these spaces will increasing the amount of food production will improve access to fresh food on campus, provide educational opportunities to learn about growing food, as well as amplify our food system and reduce food transportation. So that's kind of where CFSG comes in. And for those of you at the beginning that had not heard of us before, we're a school group that focuses on the university's food system, campus food security, and education on those topics. And our mandate is as follows. We, the Campus Food Strategy Group, believe that food significantly helps define a campus culture, that the university experience is enhanced when students are connected to and happy with their food and food environment. University students should feel empowered to speak and act on food issues that affect them, and that the U of M has a capacity to house a safe, healthy, just, and sustainable food system that meets the social, cultural, economic, nutritional, and environmental needs of its community members. So how exactly is the Campus Food Strategy Group, or CFSG, doing this? We have a nutrition education permaculture learning garden. I don't know if you've ever walked past it on campus. It's a student-led initiative taken on by CFSG as well as the Office of Sustainability that practices permaculture gardening methods in the hopes to create a sustainable ecosystem that works with nature and the climate. We incorporate vegetable, native, and indigenous plants, mulch gardening, no-dig gardening, and companion planting. The Nutrition Education Permaculture Learning Garden is Chantel and mine's current baby. We have big plans this year to better equip the garden to be even more sustainable, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. So last year, prior to Chantel and I, CFSG began monthly cooking classes for students called What's Cooking on Campus, which educated students on how to cook cheap, healthy, easy, flexible recipes that are resource friendly. Think sort of healthy versions of common student foods. That's what they primarily focused on. So unfortunately, we were only able to have 2 to 3 sessions before the pandemic shut the university down, but we're really hopeful that this program will be able to start up again once the campus opens. This initiative ties in perfectly with the eating section of the university's food system because it provides free and nutritious foods to students while also educating them on how to prepare these foods at home. We believe that gaining strong food skills and confidence in the kitchen can help to combat food insecurity. The kinds of things this program highlights are how to read a recipe, how to prepare food, food budgeting and purchasing, and reading and interpreting nutrition labels. So this is something that's new this year. Our amazing team has worked diligently to prepare seasonal newsletters to better educate students on anything related to the food system. These newsletters focus on educating students about food system and food security issues, providing easy, cost-effective, and accessible recipes. As well, they're often combined with videos, blog posts, Instagram posts, or other additional resources. The themes that we've done so far include food security and food waste, small-scale gardening, companion gardening. We even did an oatmeal 4 ways video and recipe and a lot more. So just if anyone's interested in them, we've recently decided to put the newsletter on our website, which is at the end of our presentation, you'll see it. So stay tuned for that because they're not quite up yet. And also a little plug, if you'd like to sign up for future newsletters, there is an easy link in our Instagram bio at CFSGU Manitoba, just at the bottom there. Our summer 2021 newsletter is set to release May 1st. So finally, again, when Chantel and I weren't here, in 2014, the Office of Sustainability, in conjunction with student groups such as CFSG, conducted a food report that defined the food system and environment surrounding the university. The report was released in 2014, and it assessed and summarized the current status of the university's food system. It also serves as a baseline assessment that supports change towards a healthy and sustainable campus food system and advises the goals and initiatives of our group now. So those are all of our current initiatives and projects that we've taken on to combat food security as well as nurture a sustainable food system. So where exactly can we go from here? This year, CFSG has goals to implement compost bins, water barrels in the garden in the hopes to reduce more waste. The university in general has already taken initiatives for waste reduction in the food sector through reducing food packaging or using compostable packaging. Additionally, increasing our local food procurement and making our food healthy and affordable is key to combating food security. Things like farmers markets, food banks, and grocery stores on campus can help provide food for every student. So although many of these projects have been put on pause due to COVID-19, many initiatives exist to combat these issues. As mentioned before, CFSG has What's Cooking on Campus, which we're really hoping will be able to start back up fall 2021. As well, we educate and provide direct support through newsletters, social media presence, and the Learning Garden. And every year we strive to provide more resources for students in the hopes that we can make a difference in the current status of food security on campus. Additionally, the Office of Sustainability released the Sustainable Strategy in 2019 to 2023, in which they focus on creating a more sustainable campus. Many of the initiatives that CFSG has, as well as some outlined in this presentation, were based on that strategy. And potentially there are many others. We're not sure of every food group on campus, and we're sure that there are many other groups like us that are helping students to have a positive relationship with food. But ultimately, these are just small things that can be done to help with food security of students. And as mentioned previously, research shows that income is the main contributor to food security. And with the trend of tuition and cost of living increasing, these issues are not going to go away. We need policies to be considered to combat these exhaustive income issues students are experiencing these days, as well as on a global scale. The presence of a pandemic has shifted everyone's world, and to really make sure that once we return to campus, we can help students who have had their food security impact, really more research needs to be done. So just to kind of round it all back to the global perspective that Chantal mentioned in the beginning, the Food and Agriculture Organization states that the world is not on track to achieve zero hunger by 2030. If recent trends continue, the number of people affected by hunger will surpass 840 million people by 2030, or 9.8% of the population. This is an alarming scenario, even without taking into account the potential impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, I mean, this is a very scary and alarming quote, but we do hope that the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN continue to pioneer and strive for the goal to end hunger and poverty at a global level. So we just have a couple more questions for you guys kind of to close off. First one being, have you been able to easily access affordable and healthy food on campus? And of course, we're talking about back when we were on campus and not now. Awesome. Okay, so it looks like most of you have been able to. And then last question. This one's a little bit more optional, but what else do you think the university could do to better adapt to a sustainable food system or food security for the students?
If you think of something later, feel free to shoot us an email or a message.
Yes. And then if my mouse brings me back. Hello, there it is. Okay. So if you're interested at all about what we've discussed tonight or want to learn more about CFSG in general and how to get involved, leave your email in the chat or feel free to email us and we would be glad to contact you. So thank you guys for coming. Thank you for participating and hopefully enjoying our presentation. We've left all of our socials there as well as our email if you'd like to get in touch. Yeah, so I guess we can open the floor to questions. If there's anything that we cannot confidently answer for you today, we'd be happy to find the answer and then just contact you afterwards.
Well, thank you so much, Paige and Chantal, for that excellent presentation. I love how you've been able to combine both your nutritional expertise from your degree with your passion for social and environmental sustainability. So thank you for sharing that with us tonight. And, you know, really what a powerful change it would be if we could reach the UN goal of zero hunger by 2030. So thank you. We've had a few questions come in. So let me just start with, given all that you know about the social and science aspects of food, what is your perspective on markets and street food and so on? I'm currently taking a course where we are discussing street food in society. I would love to hear about other perspectives, especially from nutritional professionals in the making.
I'll start that one off. Markets, I think, are a great way to include local foods into your life and to be able to make those connections with farmers and, you know, the other locals that are ultimately bringing food to you. Chantal, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I was just reading the question earlier. I think she specified wet markets. So I think it's a really good example of just how complicated it can be. Like obviously, when it comes to animal agriculture, we're seeing a lot of zoonotic diseases and there's a lot of risk there, but wet markets are a huge part of culture in a lot of countries. And it's not as simple as taking that away. It's a really heated topic, obviously, and a lot of things with food, I think Paige and I are learning throughout our degree, can be very, very heated because there's so much emotion and culture and social aspects that are attached to that. I'm not an expert on wet markets, so I don't feel 100% comfortable sharing a definite opinion on that. But like I said, I think it definitely is a great example of just how much emotion is attached to our food systems and the way that we eat.
And I think it's also a great example of the complexity of the food systems. And it's not just, it's not black and white. There's so many different things that are involved. And like Chantal said, there is culture that's such a big part of it, and you can't just take that out.
Great answers. What is one thing you are excited to plant in the permaculture garden this year?
That's a really great question. We have recently, we're still in the planning stages. So, I mean, if you have any things that you think would be amazing to plant, please let us know. We really want to work on the native and indigenous plants this year and really kind of find some interesting and some fun ones, or maybe some that have a nice story behind it, and just be able to bring more stories and more culture into the garden. And of course, vegetables.
Excited to plant some pollinator plants. Yeah, hopefully one day we'll be able to have beehives near the garden. So it'll be really nice to attract those pollinators and build that ecosystem a little bit more.
Well, I think that's all for questions. Oh, one more here. Virtual cooking class.
We talked about it actually at the beginning of the year. And honestly, I think that if we don't go back to school next fall, although Chantal and I won't be here, I think we might push for that, because we decided not to do it originally in the fall just because we were like, everyone's going to be so exhausted from 8 hours of classes. They're not going to want to come. But as we go throughout and talk to people, we actually have had a lot of feedback that people would like to do it. So hopefully we can do what's cooking on campus in the fall. But if not, definitely virtual.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you both again. Excellent job, and thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much for having us and for the opportunity. This was awesome.
And we'll take just a short commercial break until our next presentation at 6:30. So see you back here in just 10 minutes or so. Hello and welcome back to Sustainability Day. I'll just get a few housekeeping notes out of the way here. My name is Jessie Klassen, and I am the Engagement and Projects Coordinator with the Office of Sustainability. If you have any questions during the presentation, you can type them into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. If you're having any technical difficulties, you can do the same by typing that into the Q&A box. And if you require any materials in an accessible format, let us know and we'll get those to you. And now I'll introduce our next speaker. Ramanathan Sriranjan is a professor in the Faculty of Biosystems Engineering. Ranjan's research centers around irrigation, drainage, on-farm water and nutrient management, and computer modeling of water and chemical movement in soils. Today, Ranjan will be sharing how some of these advanced techniques can retain farm nutrients and protect our rivers and lakes. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm probably the third person from the Department of Biosystems Engineering to present here. As you can see, our department does a lot of things that are related to the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm going to be presenting about water on the farm, which is a major user as well. So you will see why this is very important as part of the Sustainable Development Goals. So our goal in farm water management is to provide water, air, and nutrients to the root zone at the right time to maximize yield and also make it economically viable and environmentally sustainable. So these are three key factors that we consider on every project. So to begin with, I must say why water is a big factor here. Because irrigation in Manitoba was actually promoted along with the production of potatoes. Now, Manitoba is the second largest potato producer in Canada after Prince Edward Island. Our land acreage, potato acreage in Manitoba accounts for 20% of Canada's acreage. And the total potato export brings in $458 million in 2019, most of which is also to USA. So we have processing potatoes. A lot of farmers use this as a cash crop to earn their livelihood. Other crops, of course, do not produce as much profit as potatoes. Now, the gross yield here in Manitoba is about 38.8 tons per hectare. It's up from about 34, 35 tons per hectare from about 5 years ago. We produce about 19.7 million metric tons. So that's a lot of potatoes produced in Manitoba. So why I talked about potato is because potato processors demand a consistent quality of potatoes, which requires proper water management. So if you look at the farms in Manitoba, this is the southern Manitoba near the Carberry area. You can see all these little stamp-sized plots. They are all about a half a mile by half a mile squares. And if you go in a little detail, you can see that the center pivot irrigation system is the most popular one, what you see here. And they irrigate in a circle here. And as you can see, if there's no water, nothing will grow. So it is essential for growing on the land. And this particular center pivot is about a mile. It irrigates a mile circle, which is kind of rare. Most of the time, it's a half a mile circle. But there are thousands and thousands of these in Manitoba that is used to irrigate. So the irrigation systems go on fields that produce potatoes, but you cannot grow potatoes year after year in the same land because you're going to have disease pressure and pest pressure. Therefore, in rotation, they will grow canola or some other crop. So because the irrigation system is already there, the other crops might benefit also from the irrigation system. Now, because irrigation, when I first started my research here at U of M, in the early 90s, the concern, it was becoming popular. The irrigation systems were becoming popular, and farmers were concerned about which systems were good and whether they are losing water when the water is sprayed on the atmosphere. And they wanted me to measure that and let them know which is a good system. So my early days, about 25 years ago, that's what I was doing in terms of, and I'll present some results of that. Then later on came, farmers wanted to manage the irrigation water properly, for which they needed to be able to measure the soil water content. So we also evaluated soil moisture meters and told them which ones are good and which ones are bad. But further along, I realized that you need to have better methods to tell the farmers, or for the farmers to decide how much water to apply. So these are the focus of my research in irrigation. I also did work in other areas, but this is one of the areas I work on. So just to tell you the results of that one, the question that was asked is, how much water is lost while traveling from the sprinkler nozzle all the way to the crop canopy? So how we measured this was, we take water samples as it leaves the canopy, and as it travels through the air, it'll lose water to evaporation. Then the salt content in any water will become concentrated. So most water will have some amount of salt. So by taking water samples as the water leaves the nozzle, and also comparing it to the water sample we collect at the crop canopy, we can tell how much water was lost by evaporation. So we use this method and on different systems. So this is the most popular one at the time because this is the low cost. It's called the traveling gun. And this is a hose reel that is wound around here. And there's a pipeline going along the bottom, which supplies the water. And this nozzle here will throw water at least about 150 feet or 30 meters. So as it is traveling through the air, you can see that it could lose water. So that's what we were trying to measure. So we collect the water at the nozzle, and we put cups along the full width of this whole thing for 300 feet. And then we measure the salt content of the water at the canopy, captured at the canopy over the 300 feet width. And we did this under different weather conditions, in the evenings, in the mornings, and 3 summer students worked over 3 summers, evenings as well as mornings and daytime and lunchtime or afternoon, under different weather conditions. So we wanted to see which conditions were better for irrigation. So this is the results of the study. 0 indicates where the nozzle is, and on one side you can see up to about 20 feet on either side. It's kind of, we are losing about 4 to 5% of the water to evaporation, but towards the end we are losing almost like 10 to 12% due to evaporation. So this is one of the traveling guns. Another traveling gun, this one you can see the 0 is a location here, but everything is shifted to one side because it was a windy day. So the wind actually distorts the pattern of application, so which is also not a good idea. So we also were able to advise the farmers when to use this one. So we looked at this data. We also ended up collecting data in other systems like this one, but this one is an older system. You can see that it's throwing water droplets at the height from the ground, and this will be also not a good idea because this is a system that is about 30 years old. Since then, they have improved the system to bring a tube down all the way to the crop canopy, just like here. It's called a drop tube. You bring it down to the crop canopy. You can telescopically adjust this to the height of the plant. So this way you lose less water. So when we measured the losses from this kind of a system, we found that we were measuring negative losses. Negative losses means we were actually gaining. And we were kind of confused by this measurement. We thought it was an error, measurement error. Then later on, we figured out that when we measured the water temperature, this is Carberry. Most of the irrigation systems are pumping water from the ground. And even in the height of summer, when the temperatures are around like 27, 29, 30 degrees centigrade, the groundwater temperature is still around 7 or 8 degrees centigrade. So as soon as the cold water hits the atmosphere, it'll pick up moisture from the atmosphere and gain water. So, but this only happens in the evening when the temperature is cooler. So that was a necessity. So this wouldn't happen at the height of in the mid-afternoon. It has to be later in the evening. So we found out that this is the best irrigation system, and over the period, all of the 20-year period now, the number of sprinkler systems have gone up and the traveling guns have come down. Even though sprinkler systems are a little costlier, farmers find it a lot easier to operate, and they also apply fertilizer through the system anyway. So it's a lot better. So the conclusions from the study was that center pivot systems, actually the drop tubes minimize evaporation losses. We could actually gain some water, and we had to consider the wind effects on the traveling guns. So these were the conclusions. So farmers actually made changes based on this research. So research at the University of Manitoba is directly applicable to the province here, and not only here. This particular paper actually being referenced all over the world because this is one of the rare studies on measuring these systems. Now, in 2007, they did a survey, and they found that most of the irrigation systems were center pivots, 73%. This number was about 50% around 5 years before that. A survey done 5 years before, around 2002, it was only 50%. So within 5 years, there's a big change. A lot of people are adopting the center pivot system. Now, this is a system actually for smaller farms, because that center pivot system I showed you before is for very, very large farms. So this is not applicable to smaller farms. So this is a system that is actually used in the US on even farms that are about a half a mile by a quarter mile size. This is a system I actually introduced in India. This is called a cable gauge system. The water is actually squirting out through these holes here, and they are running along a furrow here. And this is gravity driven. Only you need to supply the water. Everything is happening just by gravity flow. And the efficiency of the system is as high as 70 to 80%, which is very comparable to the center pivot system. So small farms, even in Manitoba, could be using such a system without having to spray the water in the air. This only wets the soil, and you could make it and design it in a way that is very effective. So this is called the cable kitchen system. This system requires a little bit of design, so that is probably why it is not easily adapted. No, you can't just put it into everywhere. You need to have somebody design it for you. Okay, so advanced water management requires reliable data. So reliable data means we need data on soil characteristics, soil moisture status, and weather conditions. So let's look at one by one. So if you look at soil physical properties data, the province of Manitoba has mapped the entire soils where irrigation is practiced. It's available as a map. You can go on the online and pick your farm, click on the farm, and then you can get all the details about how much water the soil can store. So that is the soil side of things. To understand the weather conditions, the province also has established weather stations across the province of Manitoba from which they report the data online, so you can get that. In addition, they create soil moisture maps every month just to tell you how things are going in different places. So here is an example of a soil map from southern Manitoba. These yellow highlighted areas have very detailed information about soils, and they are considered suitable for potato production. So you can get in there and get all the details you want. Now here are the dots that show where all the weather stations are located in southern Manitoba, and they use weather data from this one. You can go online actually from the Manitoba website and get all the data for the nearest location. And they also produce soil moisture maps from this data. So here's a sample of a weather station. It measures air temperature, relative humidity, rainfall, wind speed, and of course soil temperature too. And the first four are actually used in equations to predict how much water is used by the plant. So this is how farmers decide how much water to put on their crops. So here's a sample of a map that is produced from the weather data that is collected, and also the soil moisture data that is collected by Manitoba Agriculture. So they produce such maps at the end of the fall. So in the beginning of the next season, you will know how much moisture was there, so you can plan your irrigation accordingly. So you can see this is how they help out the farmers. Now, to predict water needs, plant water use, of course, depends both on weather and as well as the soil water content. If the soil water content is adequate, the evapotranspiration will happen at the maximum rate and is entirely controlled by the weather conditions. So in Canada, we have developed an empirical equation called Bio-Robertson method that is used to predict how much evapotranspiration takes place. Most weather stations that are produced in the US, of course, report using the Penman-Monteith equation, the amount of evapotranspiration that is taking place. When a farmer decides to irrigate, they will use this information to decide how much water to put on the field. Unfortunately, if the irrigation is not practiced frequently, there are periods towards the end of the irrigation cycle when the plants will not evapotranspire at the maximum rate because the soil water content is low. Because this method only accounts if the soil water content is adequate. So because of that, we will be basing our decision on weather station and applying water maybe 20–30% extra on the soil, which is really not a great idea because you don't want to over-apply the water. First of all, you're spending money on the energy, and also you're overusing the water for nothing. And there's also potential to leach the water below the root zone and contaminate the groundwater below. So this is very important factor here. So there are other methods available like this one called the atmometer. The atmometer is actually using water inside this container, and as the water evaporates based on the weather conditions, you can use that to factor in how much water the crops would have taken. Still, this particular atmometer is not linked to the soil, so therefore you wouldn't be able to tell how much actually is being taken up. So I actually came up with the idea to link this atmometer to the soil moisture condition, and we are in the process of building a better device that will actually link it so that it matches exactly what the crops are using. So hopefully in about a year or two's time, we might be able to put something out for the farmers to use. Rather than depending on weather stations, they'll be able to actually tell how much water is used by their crops themselves. So we know how much water to put from these methods, but then we also need to find the water. So first of all, we get the water from storage from the winter and fall and winter precipitation. And that, of course, is put out as maps by the Manitoba Agriculture, so farmers can tell how much water is stored in the root zone. But in addition, we may want to capture and store snowmelt runoff in dugouts. So this way, you can have extra water to irrigate your fields. Now, this is a good thing because you can capture nutrients that are going off with runoff when the snow melts, and also reduce downstream flooding. So it helps both ways. It helps the city and people living downstream of the rivers. And also, on top of that, we have growing season rainfall. And in Manitoba, to grow potatoes, you really need to supplement the rainfall with irrigation. So I'm going to show you an example of how farmers got together and created a big dugout. This is one example. I think there are about 14 or 15 farmers got together, created this big dugout. It's about 400 acre-feet of water storage capacity. And there's a pipeline here that goes along the road for about 18 miles, and they can pump water out of that to irrigate their crops. So here's how this looked in mid-April, beginning of the season. It's almost running dry from previous year's use. And I'm going to display this video. So water is being pumped using a tractor attached to the water pump attached to a tractor. So this is the extent of this big pond, that the dugout they created. So you can see there's a lot of capacity there. 2 of these tractors they have loaned, and the water pumps are attached to the back, and they're pumping. And then this is in early May. You can see that it's all filled now. So within 3 weeks, they were able to capture all the water coming as runoff from the upper reaches of the escarpment. So this water will be more than enough for them to irrigate for the rest of the summer, in addition to the rain, as a supplement to the rainfall. So how much water to apply? One of us was soil-based data. Farmers, of course, use the feel and texture method. We can also use soil moisture meters. And this is the other one I mentioned earlier. We also use weather-based evapotranspiration models to predict. Now, the farmers wanted to know what kind of, these are all the different kinds of systems that were available to measure moisture content. Not all of them are great. So we tested them for them to see which one is good. So we put them in a soil box and wetted the soil and measured them and took the readings and weighed the soil box and tried to compare the data. And we wanted to make sure that they are accurate as well as precise. In other words, they indicate the closeness of the true value. At the same time, they are repeatable readings. So here are some of the results we got. The closer it is to the one-to-one line here, the better it is. So these 2 are pretty good. And these 4 were found to be good. 2 of them were really bad. This is not that great because the variability is too much. So we recommended the better ones to use for them to monitor the soil moisture in the field. Now, we always talked about applying water. Now let's talk about excess water problem. As the climate changes, there's going to be extremes in water availability and extremes in dry conditions. So when it is too wet, the soil takes too long to warm up. So the soil can't be used for cultivation because it's also difficult to get on the field and run a tractor on the farm because you'll compact the soil. So this is where drainage systems come into play. So we had to install drainage systems. About 30 years ago, there was no drainage machinery available in Manitoba. The first drainage system came from Ontario, and they put in tiles in somewhere near McGregor. And the person was really busy for the next 3 years. He got tired of staying away from home, so he sold the machine to somebody. Now, after 30 years, it's almost there are about 12 operators in Manitoba, and they even produce the drainage tiles in Manitoba. So here is a factory. They are manufacturing drainage tile. These are about plastic, corrugated plastic pipes. So you can see they're being made here. This is a place near, something near Eli. So it goes and it comes in big rolls like this. And then you can't put this directly in the ground because there's no slots in them yet. So here's a slotting machine that puts the slots in the pipes there. And then you have to cover it with a sock around it to protect it from getting clogged by the soil. So here's a sock being stitched around it. So they comes on a big roll like this. So these pipes are then transported to the field, and they are spread out at 50, 70 feet intervals depending on the soil type and the topography of the land. So here's one that's being spread out for ready to be installed by a machine. There's a big caterpillar that comes and installs these into the ground. So 30 years ago, there was nothing like this. Now, this is it's a big industry now. So here is a machine that will actually put it into the ground. So this is all laser controlled. I'll explain what that means. There's a little yellow thing here that will always maintain the level so that no matter the undulations in the land surface, the pipes are laid in one straight line in a particular angle, so the water can flow easily without ponding. Okay, so once we put the trials in, here's a picture. I was measuring the water table elevations below the ground. So this is the graph that shows day 5 after planting all the way across to 125 days after planting. And the vertical bar graphs that are shown inverted here refer to rainfall amounts in millimeters. So the axis is here. So on the 7th, let me see, this is around the 8th, 9th day, there was around 5 millimeters rainfall, followed caused a blip in the water table elevation. You can see the maroon line is a field that doesn't have a drainage system. And the blue line represents a field with a drainage system. So you can immediately see when there's no drainage system, the water table rises closer to the ground surface. So this is only about 30 centimeters below the ground, and the crops are here. The crop roots are all the way down here. So already the bottom of the root zone is drowning out on the 13th day, which is not a good idea. If you look at it on the 35th day, the undrained plot, the bottom of the root zone is fully saturated for almost like 10 days. That means this crop in this particular plot would have been lost. Basically, it's going to have severe yield impact. Whereas the one with the drainage system, the water table dropped very quickly. So this is the impact of putting the drainage system and how we manage the water below the ground surface. And so this is an example of how this is useful. So this is the depth of the drain. You can see that it quickly brings the water table down below the root zone, so make it easier and well aerated for the plants to grow. Now, what if the season is going to be dry? We can conserve water within the field by limiting the outflow. And one of the things we have introduced in Manitoba, this was back in 2009, is a thing called controlled drainage system. So here, what we do is we put a box like this at the end of the drain and back up the water. So if you anticipate that this is going to be a dry year, you don't let the water drain out completely. So you put this box and put these blocks here and let it back up. But what if the land is sloping? You'll only control in the last quarter of the drain tile, but beyond that, it'll be overdrained. So there are systems available to put in line to let the water back up like that in zigzag order, keeping the water table closer to the ground. So in here, you see these blocks are what I'm showing here. You can manually move them up and down and control the level of the water. So this controlled drainage is something that we introduced in 2009 to the province of Manitoba. So this is relatively new. So using this kind of system, you can control the amount of water that is leaving the field. If you're controlling the amount of water that is leaving the field during the growing season, you're also limiting the amount of nutrients leaving the field. So that's another advantage. I'll show you later on how much we save. So here's a study done. Here's the ground surface from the outlet all the way 300 meters length. This is the ground surface. And this is a tile main line, which is acting like this. And if you didn't have the control structures in between, the water table would have been like this. So towards the end of the drain, it would have been this depth, whereas towards the other space, it would have been more than 1.5 meters or almost 1.2 meters below the ground surface. Whereas if you had an inline control system, you could have maintained the same distance below the ground surface, allowing water to seep upwards into the root zone and supply the plants with adequate water. So this is a very good system to manage the water within the field, providing ample water for the plants to grow throughout the season. So technology is available, and we have made vast improvements in the last, I would say, 30 years. And most of these have reached Manitoba, but this is still, acceptance is still a problem because people don't know how to use this, and that's what we are working on right now. Now, just to give you an idea, if you have a control system that I call the black bar graph versus control drainage, FD is free drainage, sorry. FD black is free drainage without control system. The gray graph is with the control system. You can see there's a 71% reduction in nitrate leaving the field. Similarly, there's around 69% reduction in phosphorus leaving the field. So it is possible to manage the nutrients and everything within the field. Even if it were to be removed, you can pump it back into the reservoir I showed you before and reuse the water. So this is one way to manage water and nutrients within the field. So there are advantages in using these proper water management techniques. You can retain water and nutrients within the field. So controlled drainage basically helps retain the water, and it also keeps the nutrients within the field. So in conclusion, I would say advanced irrigation water management can reduce water usage by increasing efficiency, and advanced in drainage management can also conserve water and nutrients within the field. With that, I would like to conclude and open for questions.
Well, thank you for that excellent presentation, Ranjan. I know I certainly learned a lot. I'm going to open it up for questions now. So let me just check here. Actually, I had a question just while I'm giving people time to type theirs in. You mentioned in the like the controlled drainage, when the water is pulled through those drainage pipes, is that then stored elsewhere for later, similar to the snowfall storage, or is that?
When you block the water, it is being stored below the root zone within the field.
Okay.
So we limit the amount of water that is leaving the field. If there is excess water that you need to remove, you can actually pump it out back into the reservoir.
Okay, that's what I wondered. That's great.
Yeah, that is a possibility. But see, that's a major problem in the province, because if farmers are asked to put in those dugouts, they're going to lose land for cultivation.
Right.
But having those dugouts actually helps regulate the flood water downstream. So Winnipeg benefits from that, but farmers are paying for that. So there must be some kind of incentive for the farmers to do this. In fact, in the US, in North Dakota, they are promoting this kind of activity. The government has incentives for them to do that, to reduce flooding in North Dakota. So something similar like that should be happening here too, which will benefit everybody. It'll benefit the farmers and it'll benefit the cities downstream.
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
And this is kind of related to what you were just talking about here. What is the cost per hectare to install this irrigation or drainage system?
Okay. Let me answer that. Drainage systems currently run at $1,000 an acre installed. So usually farms in Manitoba, they are half a mile by half a mile. So that is 160 acres. So one farmer will have more than half a mile by half a mile is 160 acres. This is called a quarter section. A section of land is 1 mile by 1 mile. So most farmers will have 2 to 3 sections of land. So we are talking $3-4 million, right? But the farmer who collaborated with me to put the tiles in, he spent $250,000 putting the tiles the way we wanted for our experiment in Winkler. In the very first year, from the yield, we showed him there are 30% increase in yield in potato. His yield in his plots are 30% above provincial average. So next year, he put in $1 million worth of drainage systems in his other lands.
Wow, because the payoff was just worth it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's for potato. If it's for corn, it'll take about 5 years to return. Okay. Potatoes, you can get the money back in 3 to 5 years. For corn, it'll be like 5 to 8 years.
Okay.
Now, if somebody asked about irrigation system, the center pivot systems will cost about, for 1 quarter section, that is half a mile by half a mile, you can use 1 pivot. That pivot will be around $60,000-$70,000.
Okay.
Whereas the cablegation system I showed, that's what people should be using for U-pick operations on small farms. That costs very little. I mean, I would say less than a couple of $1,000s.
Wow. So a very economical option for small farms. Yeah.
For small farms, yes.
Yeah. All right. There are a couple more questions here. What were the top 2 moisture sensors you mentioned again?
This particular case, I would say Theta probe. And since that study that was done a while ago, we have other moisture sensors called meter, but they are pretty expensive. I mean, they cost about $160, $200 for the sensor and about $1,000 for the meter, right? So they are pretty expensive. So we are actually developing our own probes based from off-the-shelf items that can also record and upload the data to the cloud. So that's what I'm working on, and it's not perfect yet. So when we do that, it'll be down to about less than $100.
Okay. Well, thank you. Here's another question. Do these containers that keep water in have the ability to store nutrients to prevent them from going into water bodies such as Lake Winnipeg upon release?
It's not a container, it's like a block, right? It's actually backing up the water within the field. So by putting a block at the end, you're backing up the water below the root zone into the field. So the nutrients and the water are retained within the field. But if you do have to remove, it's better to pump them into a reservoir that I showed you before.
Okay.
That way you can reuse the water.
Right. I just thought it was really interesting that that you would capture the snow melt by these large dugouts, which makes so much sense because there's just so much water sitting there in the snow that could be used if you stretch it out for the season.
Exactly. Yeah. About 15 farmers benefit from that. They rely on that to grow potatoes in Winkler.
Right. That's great. Yeah, very interesting. I don't see any more questions for now, but that was very informative. I know I learned a lot, so thank you so much for spending some time with us tonight and sharing your research.
Sure, you're welcome. And I put in my email there if there's more questions. This is only one part of the research I do. I also do urban aeroponic systems. Currently, I am doing some work on that. But today's topic was on farm management, so I didn't want to mix them both. Maybe next year I can present something on that.
That would be great. Yeah, thank you. That's a great idea.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, well, take care.
Take care.
And we are actually going to get started. And I'm going to pass things over to Kale for our Sustainability Awards.
Thanks so much, Jessie. It's getting dark in my apartment, so I've got all lights on me. I hope that works. But now is the time. It's time for our Sustainability Awards to be presented. This award nomination happens annually to recognize and celebrate the collective efforts of students, staff, and faculty to advance our campus commitment to excellence and leadership in sustainability. It is believed that these award winners' efforts on campus demonstrate leadership, advocacy, and a measurable and lasting impact on environmental, economic, and social well-being. This year, we will be announcing 3 awards. The first one for faculty, the second for student group, and the third for the undergraduate student award. This year, the selection committee chose to not award the staff and graduate student awards. If you are a recipient of an award, please feel free to unmute yourself to say a couple of words. So first up, we have our faculty award. This individual demonstrates exceptional and continuous integration of sustainability into their teaching, research, and engagement activities, classroom teaching, course design, and assignment creation to engage their students to make new and unique contributions to the environmental, economic, and social well-being of the campus and global community, research focused within the sustainability field, and sustainable environmental practices on campus as a keen interest in sustainability. The winner of this award is Walter DeConnick. Hi, Walter. Thanks for joining. I'm just going to say a little bit about you and then I'll pass it over to you. Walter has been at the U of M since 2019 and hit the ground running as he was the lead organizer of the first ever Sustainability Innovation Jam Invent for the Planet hosted on campus in February 2020. To further these ideas, Walter now teaches and helped develop 2 courses. The first, Living Lab Design for Sustainability, and the second, Design, Prototyping, and Fabrication for the 21st Century Scientist. In times of COVID-19 and social isolation, Walter encourages and helps students connect through team projects to continue their work safely, even amongst a global pandemic. Walter continuously changes his teaching to improve the learning ability for students by having short quizzes and live demonstrations. Not only does he teach sustainability, but he also allows students to learn more sustainably. As the person that nominated him would say, Walter not only talks the talk, but he walks the walk. Congratulations, Walter. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Can you hear me?
You're a little quiet.
Okay. I'll try to speak up then.
That's great.
So yeah, thank you very much. And thank you to whoever nominated me. I'm of course honored by this. And I'm happy that my work has made an impact. And of course, I hope that it will make an impact, not just on campus, but even beyond campus in the way we look at the world and in the way the students who have taken part in these courses and activities are going forth in the world.
That's awesome. Do you have anything big planned over for the next year?
Well, you mentioned Invent for the Planet. And so unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we were not able to organize Invent for the Planet this year. It would have been, again, the weekend of Valentine's Day. It's kind of around that time that it falls. but we do have it scheduled already for next year. So next year in 2022, it will be in February, I think February 18, 19, and 20. So that's the weekend that we will have Invent for the Planet next year. So stay tuned for that.
That's awesome. And Walter, I see you've got Catan behind you. Is that a game you play often? It's one of my favorites, so it caught my eye.
So yes, I do like playing Catan. And unfortunately, I moved here right before the pandemic started. And so it's not been very easy to find enough people to play Catan with. So,
it's not the most favorable for just 2 people.
No, I do look forward to being able to play Catan with more than just one other person.
Oh, that's fair. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Do you happen to have your award near you?
I have it right here. So.
Oh, that's awesome. So maybe it's for everyone that hasn't seen them before. Yeah, it's a really lovely piece of wood, and we actually worked with the fabrication lab on campus through the Faculty of Architecture to have these etched in. So it's got Walter's name on there and the year, and I find they smell really nice. Smells like a forest. It's nice.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Walter. All right. And so our next award is the Student Group Sustainability Award. So the student group in this category demonstrates the following: collective leadership and achievement in education, advocating and advancing our understanding of sustainability within the University of Manitoba campus community, a measurable and lasting impact on environmental, economic, and social well-being. The winner is the Indigenous Design and Planning Student Association from the Faculty of Architecture. And I believe that we may be waiting for 1 of 2 of them to join, but I will still give their intro and hopefully they can show their award when I'm done. I know we did start a bit early. So for those of you that don't know, the Indigenous Design and Planning Student Association was formed to further implement Indigenous initiatives into the Faculty of Architecture and is the first Indigenous student-led organization within the faculty. Their work also highlights the role that design and architecture can play in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to action and aligns with Taking Our Place, University of Manitoba Strategic Plan 2015 to 2020 through the outlined framework of the Indigenous Planning and Design Principles. The mission of the IDPSA ties directly to the sustainability strategy by weaving Indigenous perspectives and cultures into our campuses and integrating Indigenous knowledge and perspectives into campus planning and development. Congratulations to the IDPSA Association. Is anyone from this group here by chance?
Yes, hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks.
Did you hear your overview?
Yes, I jumped in right at the end.
Okay, perfect. Well, congratulations and thank you so much for all of the work that you do. Is there anything you wanted to say or would you like to show your award?
Yes, this is beautiful. It is lovely. Thank you so much for dropping it off, Kale. I think, and I hope Rihanna's on. I didn't see her name yet, but yeah, we're really grateful to receive this award, and we're also really grateful for all of the positive response that we've got for our recently released publication called Voices of the Land. And yeah, we're thankful again just to be recognized with this. And yeah, like in our mission, we don't specifically say sustainability, but I think you can't talk about sustainability without talking about Indigenous peoples and that inclusion as well. And so that's something that with ADIPSA is what we're really advocating for more representation from using our voice and our perspective and not just relying on conventional design methods. So again, we're thankful for this recognition and we'd like to thank you for that as well.
Well, thank you. I definitely agree. Sustainability and Indigenous perspectives go hand in hand, and the things that we're doing, they have to happen in conjunction with each other. So thank you for the work that you are doing. And I did get my copy of the publication, which is on my coffee table, and I love it. I highly recommend everyone getting one of those. We do have a couple of other representatives from the group. Was there anything you wanted to add that?
Yeah, thank you so much for recognizing us in this award. It was very unexpected. Me and Naomi were talking, and we were just so grateful to receive this. And one of the initiatives that I want to talk about is our speaker series that's still happening this year, which is called Honoring Our Mother. And it's really to just discuss how we should have collective responsibilities and how we should design and how we should plan and how we should create our built environment. So it's an ongoing discussion with us, and it's not just something that starts with the idea of design and planning. It could be transcend every single field within the university. So we're just glad to be part of this conversation and to receive this award. So thank you.
Well, again, thank you so much for the work that you do, and we'd love to collaborate with you in the future. All right, so I am going to move on to the last award of the evening. Let's grab my notes. Okay, so the last award of the evening is the Undergraduate Sustainability Award. The student in this category demonstrates the following: leadership to educate, advocate, and understand the sustainability in the campus context, sustainable environmental practices on campus and a keen interest in sustainability, and the link between environmental, economic, and social well-being and sustainability in their studies and or campus activities. And the winner is Trina Semenchuk. Congratulations, Trina. Trina is in her 5th year of studies at the U of M and currently is the president of Earth, which is the University of Manitoba Efficiency and Renewal Technology Hub. Trina oversaw the implementation of the Green Wall in the new Stanley Paul building, and she also founded the Student Energy U of M chapter. Here, she led the team to build a solar cooker for the people on the Ivory Coast of Africa to replace the use of fire and kerosene. This project helped some of the most impoverished people in the world by reducing costs for fuel, preventing deforestation, and reducing the use of toxic kerosene. Furthermore, she helped organize the Sustainability Town Hall 2 years in a row, even during a pandemic, which brought in speakers from industry to discuss their roles in climate change and how students can get involved. If all of this wasn't enough, Trina even finds time to ski, play rugby, run, and show her peers that a healthy lifestyle is essential. Congratulations, Trina. Is there anything you would like to say?
Yeah, thank you so much for the award. Here it is. It's very beautiful. I'm going to put it up on my wall. And I actually have a copy. Your book is so beautiful, IDPSA. I'm so happy I have a copy and to learn from it. So the one thing that I did want to say to everybody here is that I feel like one of the bigger challenges to getting us all on board to sustainability is building and maintaining positive energy. I feel like too often, people really doubt themselves on what we can accomplish as a community or whether or not we can even come together. And I just wanted to take the time to say we can. And if you ever find yourself doubting whether or not we can overcome climate change or whether we can come together to build sustainability, just stop those doubts and just think, you know what? No, we can. Or if you're a skeptic, then think, okay, maybe, start somewhere. Maybe if it's even with baby steps. And then the last thing that I want to say about positive energy is, if you have it in yourself, if you have a little bit of energy in you right now, please give it to somebody else, even if it's just a stranger on the street, waving hi to them, or complimenting someone that you don't know, nice mask, or even messaging a friend, and telling them something great about each other. Because right now I feel like we really need to help come together and lift each other up, since there's not a lot of positive energy in people right now. But I believe we can overcome it. I believe we'll come together, and I'm so excited to see what we do together as a community in the future. Okay, yeah, but that's it. But thanks so much to U of M Sustainability. Thanks, Nick, for the nomination. And thank you, everyone, to being here.
Thank you so much, Trina. That was such a nice positive note to end on. And I agree, there are some really cool masks out there. So that's a good idea for a compliment. There's some really cool ones. So thank you for that. So congratulations to all of the winners and nominees in these categories. Honestly, the work and effort you put in on campus and off campus does not go unnoticed. Sustainability is a collective effort, and we appreciate all that you do, truly. This wraps up the 2021 Sustainability Day. It's been a long day, but I would once again like to thank all of our presenters, our esteemed guests, and all of you for attending to make this day great. Normally, we would invite you all to socialize with wine and cheese in the lobby, but saying we hope to see you next year at Sustainability Day 2022 will just have to do. So stay well. Thank you again. Merci. Miigwech.